All right, council member, we're now live everywhere. You may begin when you're ready.
Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Monday, April 10th, 2023, and we're meeting via Zoom. The time is now 9:16 a.m. and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing of the committee. I apologize, we're starting a few minutes late. There is no DC public schools today, so had to get the kids dropped off at a different location. Today, we will focus on the DC Housing Authority, or DCHA. I want to thank all the public witnesses who've made time to join us for this important review. And I want to thank Executive Director Brenda Donald and her team for tuning in and listening to our public witnesses. From a budget standpoint, DCHA is not like most other DC agencies. It gets a significant share of its operating money from the federal government, and it has a separate legal existence from the district government. This means the mayor and the council don't control the federal part of DCHA's budget. Through oversight questions, my team and I have attempted and are attempting to get a more complete picture of the federal side of the agency's finances. For the current fiscal year, the district contributed about $185,663,000 toward DCHA's operating costs. For fiscal year 24, the mayor proposes to send almost the same amount, $185,551,000. That's a 0.1% decrease overall. But I'll have some detailed questions for the director about changes at the activity level. For example, I'm seeing several $1 million worth of changes to individual rent subsidy activity lines in the mayor's budget books. So I want to understand some of the spending changes better. The district is also contributing $51.1 million this fiscal year in capital funding, that is, debt finance funds that the agency can only spend on building or improvement to permanent assets. The mayor proposes to increase that slightly to $54.3 million next fiscal year. We need to discuss what this means for the future of public housing, which currently houses about 7,400 DC residents. DCHA has struggled for years to meet expectations from residents who rely on DCHA programs for safe and decent living conditions, expectations from the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development. Last fall, HUD issued a sweeping report calling out some long-running deficiencies at DCHA. The criticisms ran the gamut from outdated and incomplete policies at the highest level of the voucher system to a backlog of public housing work orders. DCHA has been submitting periodic reports to HUD on their progress towards fixing these issues, and I plan to get a status update from the agency on these efforts today. Some of these problems are due to federal underinvestment and the difficult tasks that we entrust to DCHA. But there has also been a disturbing pattern of unlawful conduct and corruption that has held this agency back from its mission. Over the last few months, I've set a high bar for transparency and accountability. As a result, the executive director has shared various internal audit reports with me. These issues have to come up in the open. That's standard operating procedures for public agencies. So on March 30th, I shared or reshared several reports with the public. The reports show criminal activity in several parts of the agency that include voucher fraud, illegal kickbacks to employees, and procurement irregularities. I can only conclude that there is a widespread pattern or massive gaps in supervision. This is in addition to a string of self-inflicted damage. Director Donald received a more than $40,000 bonus earlier this year. For weeks now, I've tried to understand from the director who approved the bonus and what the bonus was based on, basic oversight questions, and the agency has stonewalled the committee. I still have not received answers. Even aside from evading transparency, this doesn't look good. For a director who makes more than the mayor to take a $40,000 bonus 3 months after a federal report concluded that the agency is failing and has a quarter of its units vacant because of conditions is a bad decision. Several weeks ago, there were news reports of DCHA overpaying landlords for vouchers and overpaying by a lot. Some landlords are clearing out people with low incomes and jacking up rents on others because DCHA is paying so much money to landlords. This means that the agency responsible for helping people with the lowest incomes in DC is literally using taxpayer dollars by way of vouchers to displace residents who can't pay the jacked up rent. Under HUD regulations, housing authorities are not supposed to overpay for rent, and at least one former board member tried to raise this issue. It cannot be business as usual anymore. We can't pretend that these things are all right or try to sweep them under the rug if there is any hope to improve DCHA. And improving DCHA has to be our priority here. DCHA must become an example of the single-minded commitment to public service that our residents and taxpayers deserve. I've asked the executive director to present her integrity plan today, and I look forward to her update. DCHA is making some important progress, but my job is to be clear about what we are seeing, the good and the bad. Clearly, we have a lot of ground to cover today. So we are going to get started with our public witnesses. Before we start hearing public testimony, I want to lay out the ground rules. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'll proceed down that list and call up public witnesses and panels based on who is present. When I call you up as part of a panel of witnesses, the staff will promote you from a Zoom attendee to a Zoom panelist. You'll need to click the button that pops up on your screen to accept promotion. Then you'll briefly drop out of the hearing and come back in as a panelist, at which point you'll be able to unmute yourself. Public witnesses will have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners have 5 minutes to testify. We will now start with our first panel of public witnesses. Reginald Black, owner and housing advocacy director for Rolocity and Serve Your City, Ward 6 Mutual Aid. Heather Day, public witness. Robert Warren, director of the People for Fairness Coalition. Rochelle Ellison, senior mentor advisor and fellow with Miriam's Kitchen. Maddie Beard, advocacy and case management specialist with the DC Center for the LGBTQ community. Lynn Amano, director of advocacy for Friendship Place. Jesse Rabinowitz, senior manager for advocacy and policy at Miriam's Kitchen. Kat Peter, vice president at AOBA. Kirsten Williams with DC Robin Hood. Doug O'Connor, president of the Chinatown East Condominiums Homeowners Association. Ashley Ruff with the Fort DuPont Civic Association. Michaela Deming, policy director for DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Michael Rogers, board member for the Promenade Tenants Association. James Shabazz, field organizer with Organized Vendors for Economic Cooperation. Ishan Haru, chief impact officer at Community Connections. Nehama Masliansky, senior SUM advisor with SUM Incorporated. Marissa Johnson, public witness. Karen Lundgren, public witness. Chris Williams, member of DCGPC. I don't know what that means. I apologize. And Jacques Chevalier, public witness. It'll take just a moment to get everyone promoted, so give us just a second. All right, let's get started with, let's see who's the first witness who is here. Robert Warren, welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can. Good morning.
Good morning, Councilmember White, members of the committee, DC residents. My name is Robert Warren. I am one of the founding members of the organization People Fairness Coalition. We are grounded in the belief that housing is a human right. In that effort, PFFC has adopted a universal right to housing campaign to bring about a public policy based on DC residents having the ability to qualify to receive housing voucher assistance based on HUD's definition of affordable housing, being 1/3 of an individual's income. As I previously testified, a big part of bringing about that affordability is the city's ability to map out a plan to rebuild our social housing public infrastructure. That would be our 13 property housing properties and other housing programs that fall under DCHA. As has been previously noted, the former director, Garrett, testified that current public housing stock was $2.2 billion in disrepair. When an investment of $115 million to put a Band-Aid on several different issues while we continue to figure out the most productive way to replace the public housing infrastructure. Over the past 15 years, PFFC as an organization have partnered with and supported many different groups and organizations. Just to name a few, Miriam's Kitchen, the Grassroots Planning Organization, One DC, Empower DC, the Fair Budget Coalition. We have also joined allied with Public Housing Residents, Berry Farm Senate and Allied Association, also Park Morton and their resident Park Morton Equity Plan. The two the mayor mentioned in her budget for funding the $139 million of new community initiative at Berry Farms, Park Morton, and Northeast One with 735 replacement units. What needs to be determined when we are talking about public housing are they truly replacement units? With the new community initiative, the members of Berry Farm Tenant Association offered another developmental plan that would increase the number of truly affordable housing units, whereas the new community initiative would continue with the displacement and gentrification from communities of many of them have been born and raised in, where their children and grandchildren will have no option to break that cycle of concentrated poverty of communities of color. The Berry Farms plan and the Park Morton plan, we truly need to figure out what the numbers are there, Councilmember White, in order for us to make sure that we're not continuing to displace long-term residents. Far as when it comes to their opportunity, when the mayor talks about creating thousands of new Black homeowners in District of Columbia, when we're looking at these public housing units and that social infrastructure, we need to have a concentrated plan where we can really rebuild that social housing infrastructure. Finding out that you have to have a licensed social worker to actually place someone in permanent supportive housing, what we call permanent supportive housing. That whole, what I've stated before, that whole process needs to be updated and mapped out, to the point where individuals and groups of people are able to move folks into voucher units in District of Columbia. And if we are going to have what we call a new community initiative, which has 3-tier housing for public housing residents and DC residents in the city, then that needs to be the case in the thousands of units that's being built in Noma currently, where I have testified before that we currently have over 17,000 Class A units that are vacant currently in the District of Columbia. I'm not exactly sure if that's the same number, but I would ask that you look into this, please, Mr. White, and really determine the number of replacement units, the sizes, because if we had houses that were 4 and 5 bedroom houses for families, and you're talking about replacing them with 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, those are not replacement units. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Our next public witness is Rochelle Ellison. Welcome.
Just lost you. If you could just hold on for 1 second, please.
Sure.
Let me see. Hold on. Having technical difficulty. Let me get back to you. Good morning, Councilmember White, members of the committee. My name is Rochelle Ellison. I myself am an individual that lives the life of a 17-year experience of being chronically homeless with co-occurring disorders. And that has been arrested with the help of organizations like Pathways to Housing, Miriam's Kitchen, Friendship Place, among being able to use the resources of DC Housing Authority, DHS, and DCRA. I was given a whole new opportunity at Pathways to Housing in 2009 to begin a new process and a whole different journey with a HUD voucher at first and switch to an LRSP voucher so that I would have the choice to move to bigger units and better neighborhoods of my choice. Housing First gave me the foundation I needed with wraparound services and the continuing care to turn my life totally around. I've taken these opportunities, and with hard work, I've been able to become a better version of myself today. Today, I do not live in survival mode. I'm in recovery, multiple years clean and sober, mentally baseline with certifications as a DBA certified peer specialist, a recovery coach who no longer requires the wraparound services of a collaborative or TSA. And I work in the same field that helped me grow on my own personal recovery journey. I want you to understand, I testify like this because I want DC Housing Authority and DHS and all the other organizations to understand what it looks like to help an individual with all the resources that they need and to give them the housing they need to give us a foundation to become the best versions of ourselves. I didn't always look like this. Every housing insecure individual has the right to housing, and the mayor's budget has not made that a priority in FY24. There's no funding for permanent supportive housing vouchers. There's nothing for public restrooms, so the housing insecure have the dignity of using the restroom as stated in Michael Stoops' Anti-Discrimination Act. And she took the money back from that initiative, and I have no idea who that funding went to, and I've researched it. The homeless population will have more homeless families and single adults with no new permanent supportive housing funds. They are already have a PIT count of 4,401 homeless, but we all know that number is way off because we don't count couch surfers. The DC Housing Authority and DHS have failed to provide case management for services to process the current vouchers from last year's budget. And my suggestion is to lower the educational requirements and allow for us DBA certified peer specialists who are HMI certified, trained to do the VI SPDAT, trained in the software systems, and trained as mandated reporters. We can do this job with passion and get individuals housed more rapidly. The universal right to housing campaign needs to be in policy because we all know housing is a human right. The mayor's budget needs to meet the needs of the people, as these people are someone's family members, and the homeless that you house may be one of your own. I thank you for this opportunity to testify on Michelle Ellison, and I'll be happy to answer any questions after.
Thanks so much for being with us. Our next public witness is Lynn Amano.
Thank you, Chairperson White. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I am Lynn Amano, the Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place. Friendship Place is a premier provider of housing and services for those experiencing homelessness in Greater DC, serving over 4,400 clients last year. We work closely with DCHA through our permanent supportive housing programs for families and individuals and our transitional housing for families, the Brooks, our permanent housing site for men, La Casa, and our bridge housing at Valley Place. We are pleased to see additional funding in the mayor's budget for more non-congregate bridge housing, which is both needed and proven successful at Valley Place, where we have already helped 155 individuals over the first 18 months. As part of the DCHA providers group established by Nahama Masliansky at SAM, we have been able to meet regularly with Hammer Gabrias and other DCHA staff over the past 2 years. However, the failure to execute available PSH vouchers through DHS and DCHA quickly has been challenging. Our caseworkers report that once they submit the voucher applications, they experience frustration not knowing where the application is in the process. Property owners and other providers have expressed similar frustrations with the lack of accessible contacts and timely responses. We support DCFPI's suggestion for a high-level boot camp to solve these issues, as well as the development of a unified portal that would track progress and allow participants, providers, landlords, and government entities to access a unified system. The combined lack of funding to increase efficiency in the process and staff cuts to DCHA leave the council with essentially 2 options. 1, increase funding for DCHA for more transparency, including caseworkers and employees responsible for oversight, or 2, outsource the determination of eligibility and unit inspections to providers to expedite housing, as was done during the early encampment clearings. To do neither is to balance the budget on the backs of those experiencing homelessness, deciding that a 6 to 12-month wait for stable housing is acceptable when we already have both housing and the means to pay for it. We support the mayor's investment of $110 million into public housing repairs and restoration over the next 2 years. And unacceptable conditions in many other units. Hopefully, the HUD oversight microscope will lead to more targeted and judicious use of these funds for the betterment of our public housing properties. We strongly support many changes proposed by DCHA in response to the HUD oversight, including the application of real rent reasonableness standards to determine voucher payments due to begin summer of 2023. Property-specific assessments will account for age and amenities in addition to location, avoid potential for overpayments, and prevent the displacement of current renters. Right-sizing rent payments will result in additional funds that could be used to house more individuals or to better equip individuals for tenancy with mental health services and other adaptive supports. We share the concerns of CNHED, the Way Home Campaign, and the Fair Budget Coalition that this budget will lead to more homelessness in DC. A lack of significant funding for ERAP, legal support to prevent eviction, permanent supportive housing, and rapid rehousing vouchers, and increasing rents are a dangerous mix for DC families and individuals. We encourage the council to refund these necessary supports to ensure that thousands more residents don't fall into unsheltered homelessness. Thank you.
Jesse Rabinowitz, welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Jesse Rabinowitz, and I'm a proud Ward 1 voter. I'm the Senior Manager for Advocacy and Policy at Miriam's Kitchen, where we work to end chronic homelessness. I've already addressed our long-term ask that DC decouple DCHA from the PSH voucher process. My testimony during the DCHA performance oversight hearing covers this at length, and I've attached these remarks to my written testimony. As such, I will not dive into the weeds of this request. Instead, I will underline that it is time for DC to return to how PSH used to work, when it took just days for people to move from being matched to a voucher to moving into housing. This change will greatly speed up the voucher process and ensure that our neighbors experiencing homelessness can exit homelessness more quickly. PSH, as it is currently administered, involves a complex and confusing interplay between DHS, DCHA, and homeless service providers. And while the funding for PSH shows up in the DHS budget book, the failure to increase funding will be felt across the district and will certainly impact pressures on DCHA. Mayor Bowser's budget not only does not further our goal to end chronic homelessness, in fact, it puts our progress at risk. To mitigate this harm, the DC Council must ensure that vouchers to end chronic homelessness, such as PSH, meet the modeling outlined in the mayor's own plan to end homelessness, Home Over DC, which calls for an additional 1,260 units of PSH. Mayor Bowser stated that the reason she did not expand life-saving and homelessness ending PSH vouchers was due to slow implementation. Telling people that they have to experience homelessness for at least another year due to DC's failure to implement historic vouchers is not an acceptable response to these delays. Instead, DC must suggest implementation implementation challenges head-on while also scaling up PSH to meet the need. Paradoxically, Mayor Bowser's budget also does not fund our implementation asks and actually cuts hiring and retention bonuses that PSH providers were using to fill vacancies. Still, staffing is not the only reason for these unacceptable delays. To date, the DCHA has contributed to significant delays in voucher lease-up, and until the locally funded PSH process can be done without reliance on DCHA, DCHA must implement the following changes to speed up voucher usage. Despite our public and private advocacy for these solutions over the past 2 years, our recommendations remain largely unaddressed. They include establishing PSH-specific eligibility specialists and housing navigators, increasing DCHA response time and communication. Currently, Miriam's Kitchen has one staff person who devotes 20 hours a week to intervening and escalating issues with DCHA. This illustrates how difficult it is to troubleshoot and connect with DCHA and is a huge drain on staff time and morale. DCHA must also address delays in processing voucher applications, which according to DCHA's oversight responses take up to 82 days, 1 day longer than FY22. And creating a client portal. We are pleased to hear about a client portal and that is now in the works. However, we've asked for this for 2 years, and during the 2 years we've lobbied for this, DCHA could have built and executed this needed technological improvement. I want to be very clear. Every day that a voucher application or inspection or HOP contract sits at DCHA means another day that somebody is experiencing homelessness. As a reminder, 60% of our neighbors who died without housing last year were matched to a voucher. The challenge before the DC Council is to determine if this is acceptable or not. This determination and subsequent action cannot be met only with rhetoric or press conferences, but legislation and true accountability. We have called for these low-cost, high-impact changes for years and have seen little to no progress. I am hopeful but doubtful that we will see meaningful change. As such, I will again reiterate my continued plea for DC to decouple the PSH process from DCHA. As it stands, Mayor Bowser's austerity budget is not a comeback plan. It is a step-up plan and a plan to increase homelessness in DC. The council can and must mitigate this harm. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you very much. Cat Peter.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Good morning, Councilmember White and members of the committee. I know you have a lot on your plate today. I'm going to keep it super short. My name is Catalin Peter. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Apartment and Office Building Association, focusing on our multifamily portfolio. I think Jesse, before from Miriam's Kitchen, highlighted one of the most important things for our members, the portal. I cannot say enough to advocate for the portal and how important that would be to streamline getting housing providers, residents, and administrative staff on the same page. Also, I would like to say just a word of excellence for Hamar. She's been really thoughtful and has reached out to us many times on working to help coordinate with our housing providers who have Housing Choice Voucher Program tenants. So we are thankful of that increased communication from the agency. And then anything we can do to press forward on the portal, our members are asking for it. I know that others are asking for it. I think that would really, I think Jesse said it right, a small change that would go really the furthest. So that's all for my comments today. We'll be submitting more in writing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ishin Peru, welcome. You're next.
Morning.
Good morning.
How's it going, Councilmember White? Good to see you.
Good to have you.
All right. Good morning, Councilmember White and members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the time and opportunity to testify. My name is Ishan Haru, Chief Impact Officer for Community Connections. Community Connections is one of the largest nonprofit service providers within Washington, D.C., providing behavioral health care to 2,000 households, permanent supportive housing to over 900 families and individuals, programming to over 400 individuals daily at the 801 East Shelter, and street outreach to over 1,300 of our neighbors experiencing homelessness. We work closely with our policy and advocacy partners, inclusive of the Way Home campaign, the DCHA Providers Group, and the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development, CNATD, to steward the objectives of Homework DC to reduce homelessness, and increase affordable housing. Community Connections would like to thank the mayor for investing an additional $43.3 million in unit and sponsor-based LRSP in DCHA's budget and $9.6 million in DCHA's budget for FY24. Thank you, DCHA, for partnering with DHS and the PSA service providers to troubleshoot systems issues responsible for delays in the housing systems. And a special shout out to Nahama Malinsky of SOM for convening us. As Jesse stated, 60% of those who died this year while experiencing homelessness had been matched to housing. I marched down from Freedom Plaza during the annual vigil for neighbors who passed away while experiencing homelessness, with many of the folks testifying today chanting that housing is a human right because it is. In all fairness to DCHA, they are not solely responsible for the delays in the district's housing process. Their process, however, is theirs to own and improve in their own way, in their own timeline. I can attest that there's been a strong effort from DCHA to collaborate, and yet the timeline for PSA's voucher specifically is challenging to all stakeholders, developers, service providers, and most importantly, our neighbors experiencing homelessness. The average length of process to house a person in PSA is 60 to 90 days, which is way too long, and DCHA holds a significant chunk of that time, mired in fixable problems like miscommunication, which can extend the process for up to 6 months or more. Yes, DCHA has provided service providers with points of contact, but unfortunately, the effects of that have been minimal, to say the least. DCHA is dealing with many complex issues in their role in PSA's voucher utilization, but it is key in its efforts to end homelessness and expand affordable housing due to stewardship of the local rental subsidy program. DCHA must account for all the housing programs within their purview when establishing the progress and protocols. Using resident choice at the center of the choice point is prudent. Herein lies the nuance in the issues. Perhaps the one-size-fits-all approach is too broad. An exploration of a more tailored approach to PSA to greatly reduces timelines would be helpful to all stakeholders involved. I would like to publicly acknowledge Director Hamara Graves for her leadership and her partnership in working towards solutions to all the challenges mentioned here today. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see who is here. Nakama Masliansky, welcome.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairperson White and staff. My name is Nechama Masliansky. I work at SUM Inc., which is also known as So Others Might Eat, and my title is Senior SUM Advisor. SUM is a 52-year-old nonprofit organization that provides comprehensive social services, from emergency food to permanent housing to thousands of district residents who lack homes or are at risk of homelessness. We are active in CNHED, the Fair Budget Coalition, the DCHA Providers Group, the Homeless Services Provider Billboard, and the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The proposed FY24 budget adds only $50,000 to the project and sponsor-based portion of the Local Rent Supplement Program, or LRSP. As we testified last week at the DHCD Budget Oversight hearing, this portion of the LRSP must be matched proportionately to the Housing Production Trust Fund, HPTF. HPTF, as you know, is the principal source of capital funding. That is funding for bricks and mortar for affordable housing in the district. Project and sponsor-based portion of LRSP is the principal source of operating subsidy for truly affordable housing for households trying to live at 0 to 30% of family median income. LRSP is essential because tenants living at 0 to 30% of FMI can't afford market rents, while the building owner or operators, such as SUM, must maintain the buildings throughout the lifespan of each building. Along with CNHED, SUM is recommending HPTF funding in FY24 at $200 million. SUM supports the recommendation in today's testimonies from CNHED and Jubilee Housing that to fully fund LRSP to match HPTF at $200 million and to enable 50% of the trust fund to be used for 0 to 30% AMI as mandated by district statute. Project and sponsor-based LRSP will need approximately $15 million in the next fiscal year rather than 9.7. Next, the mayor's proposed budget reduces funding for tenant-based LRSP by almost $7 million. We need to do more to end chronic homelessness. As a member of CNHED and Fair Budget, some supports the Way Home campaign's request for additional funding for vouchers for 800 families on the DCHA waitlist. Some supports the testimony of CNHED and Jubilee Housing with regard to increases in rent for providers of long-term service contracts. Rents on long-term contracts have remained flat without increases for many years, leaving it up to nonprofit providers such as some to struggle to fill the gap. This is a long-standing issue. We recommend that additional budget authority be approved that will allow the Housing Authority to adjust these long-term contracts for project and sponsor-based LRSP. We further endorse the testimony of CNHED and Jubilee Housing with respect to the need for 15-year renewals of expiring 15-year project-based contracts. In my written testimony, I speak about the shallow rent subsidy program, which began as a pilot program for previously unsubsidized seniors in FY19 with $743,000. In my written testimony, I'll go through the history of it, funding of this modest program. The proposed budget reduces this program by $2.24 million over the financial plan. We recommend that the program not be cut. It should be funded at a stable amount, publicized well, to keep people who are currently housed and unable to pay rent increases, keep them from becoming homeless and costing the district more in the way of homeless services and healthcare. Repairs of public housing units have been underfunded for decades. This is well documented. Our neighbors in public housing units have suffered from serious health conditions as a result. We continue to recommend a minimum repair budget of $60 million a year. Along with our partners, advocacy network participants, staff, and clients, we will be following this committee's deliberations with eager attention, and we hope that council members on other committees will agree to make these requests a priority in the FY24 budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you to this entire panel. Let me jump into some questions and comments about testimony. Let me start on the issue of the portal, since this is the issue. This is one thing that it spanned a number of testimonies. Let me start with Lynn Amano, and you can kick it to somebody else if necessary. You were the first one, I think, to mention the portal in your testimony. Is there an example of a portal like this in DC government or outside of the district that we can look to say this is sort of what we're talking about?
So I am not aware of one having been put specifically to deal with housing. But there are many portals that have the same functionality. So for example, my daughter attends college and she's able to access her grades. I can access her bills, but I can't access her grades. I can go in and, check on to see what courses she's signed up. She can sign up for courses. The bursar can, put in bills. The professors can access and add courses. So it's just a system that has, one of the objections that has been raised to a portal where everyone can sort of jump in and communicate has been HIPAA rules. So for example, many doctors' offices, I can go on my chart for Johns Hopkins and I can access my personal information in a private way, and my doctor can access information, and if I go to the hospital person can access that information, right? So there are many systems that have been set up with similar parameters. It just hasn't been done in this particular case.
I appreciate it. Does anybody else have a take on that?
I mean, I would say the same thing. I feel like Jesse has the most technical expertise just working with it directly. Jesse, I don't want to speak for you, but I feel like you had a good way of explaining just kind of getting into the weeds of how it should maybe work. I mean, what I hear from my housing providers is there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to go on and be able to track where something is in the system, or if I submitted a document to see whether it was received or not. I think that that's often what we hear is we don't know whether the information we gave was received, or DCHA says that they sent us a document and we never received it. So theoretically, like if the portal said this document was sent on this day, like even like FedEx has like tracking systems where it's like this was sent, shipped, delivered, and then you can see, and then if you didn't get it, you can call and say, oh, was it sent to the wrong person, or was it delivered and someone took it over, or you can the front desk somewhere and they didn't receive it. So something like that with a tracker of particularly the documents and the inspection reports, if something was completed or not. I think that type of tracking would really help.
Yeah, I think when we had initially envisioned this, was to have one portal that everyone could access. It now seems like there are going to be 3 separate portals, which maybe speaks to some efficiency concerns. But if we can get the portals, that's great. To me, it's like how when we vote, you like with all the drop boxes, you get a confirmation that your ballot was accepted that day, or when you dropped off a COVID test before we were doing
right.
There was a system to update you where it was in the process, and if there was an issue, you could call. We should be doing the same thing for vouchers. One thing that I'll add is for folks in permanent supportive housing, their case manager needs to, with their approval, with the client's permission, be able to access the data or the information in the portal on their behalf. And I think that has continued to be a sticking point with DCHA.
Right.
I just like to say, oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
Marcel, I defer to you.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to say, I know District First doesn't have anything to do with Housing Authority, but as well as I'm doing, I received SSI at this time, and I just became a fellow of Miriam's Kitchen. So as I was trying to upload my pay into the portal, nobody's seeing it. So they say I have 84 documents to send in right now, or I will not receive SSI. My Medicaid will get short, and so will my SNAP benefits. All because it's the same numbers, the same information they want, but it's 84 different times they want me to upload something into the portal before I lose everything that I actually need, because I have SLE lupus. I just had a heart attack. I have stents in my heart, and I have emphysema in stage 2. So I need the medical insurance right now. I've only started being the advocacy fellow of Miriam's Kitchen on January the 9th. So they were able to get that information very quickly. Everything I'm trying to send them, they're saying they see none of it in the portal for the District First app.
You're trying to send it, which agency is saying they don't see it?
I have to send it to Social Security. I have to send it to DHS. The amount that I get paid from Miriam's Kitchen for being the advocacy fellow. And as I'm trying to upload these documents, it's saying the documents are received. But then I went in there yesterday and it said 84 documents required, or I am about to be totally cut off from everything with it by next month.
And I just wanted to add that I think two of the key points that we're looking for when dealing with like the portal, for example, is efficiency through ease of use and transparency, which I think will help everybody, including the council, because you can go there and kind of create a dummy account and kind of figure out things as well. So,
all right, I just don't understand why this hasn't happened. Seems like a common sense approach. To the extent anyone raises legal concerns, we'll work through those. But my goal will be to work through this. I can't make any promises in the budget, but also I'm not even sure, unless we're further along than I think, I'm not sure there's a significant budget issue right now, because I think need to first understand what needs to be in this portal. Can Octo start sort of, game planning what this would look like with the appropriate agencies? So I'm going to try to move through this pretty quickly for government board. On the Robert Warren, you were the first to raise an issue with licensed social workers helping to, needing to have a licensed social workers in order to get someone into permanent supportive housing. Obviously, that's a place where we have trouble filling those positions. Rochelle Ellison, you raised this as well. I am working to move away from that requirement. I think with the right supervision, you don't have to have licensed social workers holding up the process. There's also been significant data nationally showing racial bias in the social work test. And so I just recently introduced a bill that would, for the lowest levels in that career, take the test out. For the higher levels, create a new test. So I'm hoping to have some progress there as well. We need to address things with a sense of urgency. And when there's not a good reason to not do something, we have to do it. And we just have to move more quickly than we have been. So, government gets slow and bureaucratic, but I don't think that's something that we have to accept. And I think that there are a lot of people in our agencies that don't want to accept it either. So I believe we can make some real progress on these, and I'm committed to doing that. On that particular issue, and Robert Warren, I have another question for you. But on this issue of licensed social workers and their role in the permanent supportive housing process and getting people with vouchers into housing, do you, Robert Warren, or Rochelle Ellison have anything else to add there?
My only piece would be that these so-called licensed social workers, I can remember a time, like I said, moving into public housing, and as a young child, and remembering that you couldn't have a parent in the house, you couldn't have, you had these social workers that would come past, and if they had a man in the house, if these women had a man in the house with a child, then they would threaten, they cut their services off and so forth and so on. I think the issue that we're having now, specifically with licensed social workers, or you want to call them caseworkers, or whatever the case may be, the number of visits that they're actually making to individuals who actually need those social housing visits, the requirements. I think, for permanent supported housing, I know that there are people who are supposed to be in permanent supported housing who go months without seeing a social worker now. And then I think when it pertains specifically to Black men and those individuals who fall under that social housing category, who need that social housing infrastructure, there's always problems. There's always these system breakdowns, when it comes to us being intentional and, and helping Black men in the city, to be able to obtain housing that, they can actually live in and have a place to be. And I think it leads to a lot of community problems with these men, and when they're put into communities and they don't have that infrastructure, that social house, that social infrastructure of support that they actually need, and the city's being charged for. And so I believe the whole system needs to really be just looked at, and the process needs to be looked at, and definitely the agencies involved in looking in that porthole need to be having something combined where if DHS knows this individual, the housing authority shouldn't have to go through a whole nother process with this individual. Department of Health shouldn't have to go through a whole nother process with this individual. So, and yeah, it just needs to be definitely more coordinated. And I just look at it as a racial thing for me, because many of us just don't get that social network of help that we need, to be productive in our lives.
And I would like to add that there are many of us that are certified peers that is trained in OCTO, HMI certified, or CPR certified. We have all the credentials that are required by the case managers. I've been offered a housing case manager position at FB. Actually offered the position and I declined because at the time I was taking on a lot of my plate. So I would definitely, there's more than just myself. They were trained in all the software systems, that Credibles, Anatazi, Avatar, Octo. We're mandated reporters. We have all the credentials that the social workers have. We just don't have the master's degree. And we're passionate about moving housing and secured individuals quickly. I had a caseload of 80 and I easily did 100 when I was the resource case manager at United Planning Organization, because of the passion that I have for helping other individuals. And I just think if they lower the educational requirements and place us in those positions, you would see a big turnaround.
I'm inclined to agree with that. I appreciate that, and I do appreciate these recommendations. I'm trying to move quickly on them, responsibly as well. Let me actually go back to an issue because I want to take advantage of the opportunity of having folks here now. On the portal, do any pieces of this exist now?
Not that I'm aware of. Jesse, you'd like to take that?
My understanding is there is a landlord facing side.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how, considering how much we still hear, I'm not sure. I think maybe the problem is that it's not connected, so that they don't get a full face of the information, like it's not interconnected, which is maybe people were saying if we had 3 separate portals and they weren't all interconnected, then someone would receive the information while someone would not.
Yeah, and to Rochelle's point earlier, you end up with this duplication issue, and it doesn't work.
Yeah.
All right, so there may be a landlord portal. If it exists, it clearly doesn't meet the need based on the feedback that AOBA is getting, but also providers and clients need access to the same portal. Is that right? Okay, I see a lot of nods. To what agencies need to be involved in this portal? Not the creation, but use.
I think DCHA, DHS, and providers.
Okay.
DHS, I was going to say.
All right. And this portal would probably reduce the amount of time it takes DHS and DCHA employees to do their work. Do you think that there would be an efficiency there that would reduce the workload on any folks in the agencies?
I think more so it would get vacancies filled quicker, and it would get things coordinated quicker, because I feel like part of the problem that I'll say how landlords, housing providers, I know it's different meaning here, problem I think that landlords have when they're working with the agency is that sometimes they'll say, oh, an inspector is coming out on this day or this day, and then it doesn't match well. So basically the timelines to get vacancies and units filled and people into units takes longer than it should, because people aren't on the same page. So I think that that's what it would help, getting people into units quicker and faster.
Mm-hmm.
So council member, I think it would also help on the front end, just to be clear. It would not only help with transparency because the providers would know where the application is in the process. It would also provide the opportunity, because what can happen is if you're dealing with someone who's experiencing homelessness, you can lose track of that person when they don't know that something is coming in a particular timeline, right? And we've actually had situations where we've had to start the whole application process over again because the time has expired during which we should be getting in contact. So just because the agency, so it's like say DCHA approves the voucher, just because they send that communication to the client doesn't mean necessarily that the provider knows that,
right?
And or the caseworker knows that, right? So that information doesn't get back to us. But if that information is back to us, then we know to get in touch with that client to move them more quickly along the process.
I'd just like to add that I did my own inspection this year. Like I had to go in there, get certified to do my own inspection because so many people dropped the ball and the inspector was ready. And I'm with Pathways to Housing DC. So I went online, got certified, and then actually did my own inspection with the inspector from DC Housing Authority.
Yeah, we hear a lot about the inspection and sometimes it's to no fault of someone, but I think that like tracking.
Can I pause on the inspection quickly? I'm gonna come back to that. But on the portal, and Lynn, I appreciate your point. I should have said more. I'm pretty clear at this point on the benefits to the nonprofit partners, to housing providers, to the clients. what I need is for our agencies to come to the table and say, yes, we need to do this, and I need our agencies to understand the benefit to them, because hopefully we won't have to require DHS and DCHA to work on this. But to the extent we did, what would be raised as a fiscal impact that we would have to find a way to fund. I don't think there should be a fiscal impact if this is literally already someone's job, and this is something that can make someone's job easier. So I'm trying to sort of understand from the government perspective whether there should be a fiscal impact. And at this point, I don't see one. But also, I hope we don't have to require the agencies to do this.
DC Housing Authority and Social Security are on the same district providers app. DC Housing Authority is not there, just DHS and Social Security. So like everyone can see your income, everyone can see what you're doing, everyone can see but the documents for DC Housing Authority is not a part of that app. Not a part of that portal.
And I mean, there's some real sophistication that this portal would need to have, because everybody shouldn't have access to all the information. But these are doable things. I mean, technology is pretty advanced these days. So
I would say that a benefit that I can see, council member, would be that it would help solve confusion in the process. It would help the people who work at DCHA, communicate in a clear way, so they're not ending up repeating things. Right now, I understand there's like a really long timeline where people are calling in and waiting and trying to get in touch with somebody. It would provide better direct communication. So if you're able to check your from the client side, if you're able to check your application and see who the caseworker is that's assigned to, for example, establishing eligibility on that, then you know who to contact. That's been a consistent problem with the providers, is being able to get in touch with that person, and having these long times where we're waiting, waiting online, waiting on hold, waiting for a reply back. All of those things would make their job sort of easier and more efficient, because they'd be more clear about how those communications take place, and they'd be able to do them better in real time. So I think that would make it easier, and they would deal with an awful lot less frustration on the part of the people that they're dealing with as well.
And council member, I also want to discuss another stakeholder, which is our development partners as well. The DCHA, they can improve their responsiveness, because in unit-based, which works directly with our developer partners, because they have timelines around light tech that have to be met, whether we're just filling a property or we're backfilling a vacancy. And internally, DCHA and DHS, they work more expediently when it comes to unit-based and project-based. They just need to extrapolate that out to the broader system as well. So they can improve their systems when needed, as needed. They do know how to increase their efficiency when they have to, because this directly impacts our developer partners and things on that time manner.
What I'm hoping to do is to get everyone on the same page. By everyone, I mean folks here and our agencies, because when the council requires some new program or database, the fiscal impact is enormous, right? And what I see at this point are a few steps. First, let's come together to agree on what needs to be in this database, and who needs to have access to it. Then, and I think that is free, right? Then you start working with Octo and others to say, okay, what exists out here? That starts to come with costs. So before we get to the cost, I believe that we can be on the same page about what needs to be in this portal and who has access to it. And that's what I'm trying to get us to. That's what I'm going to be in the coming weeks or months, so that we can move this along. To the extent that the agencies don't agree or don't want to do it, those roadblocks can be significant, because they could say, this is going to cost us $1 million or $5 million or what have you. And then we have to come up with that money in order for the process to move forward. So I wanted to not get stuck. I wanted to move along. So we will work through that after this hearing. On the inspections. Jesse, I know everybody's calling on you, but you mentioned in your testimony that it used to take days from people being matched to a housing voucher to getting into a home. When was that and what was different?
That was when DC had first rolled out PSH, so the program was much smaller and it was all either housed within DHS or DHS would contract out with TCP to do eligibility determinations, inspections, rent payments, things like that. I think when the program grew, DHS, in a way that makes sense, thought DCHA was better equipped to handle rental payments and inspections and the actual housing portion of PSH than DHS was. And that may have been true for a time, but when we're looking at 82 days to approve an application and, you know, months and months of delays, I think it's time to reevaluate that hypothesis and see if we can go back to a world in which everything either lives under DHS or is at least mainly owned by DHS and some subcontracted out. The main thing right now the DCHA is doing that's taking a long time is eligibility determinations, but due to the significant and good changes that the council made in the BSA a few years ago, the only thing that they're really determining eligibility for at the Housing Authority is income. And that's something that DHS does for SNAP applications. That's something that DHS did for state EC, and it's something that they should have the capacity to do. I think this would both streamline the PSH process and also shrink the scope of DCHA to focus more tightly on public housing and federally funded programs so that they can hopefully get back on the right footing to meet their core commitments.
So DCHA is involved because they already do inspections for federal housing program for Section 8 and LRSP. Is that right?
That's right. And I'd be curious to see if the new Department of Buildings that was created, or if there are other agencies that can also do inspections, or if providers can do inspections. I know that's something that some of our friends have brought up. I know I need to think more about that, but I think it's an option. I think when we're faced with 6 to 9 to 12 months delays, everything needs to be on the table. I think we have to come together and admit what we are doing right now is not working to end homelessness as quickly as it should, and we need to explore alternate solutions.
Does anyone on this panel know whether DCHA is required to do the inspections for the federal programs?
I'm not sure whether I have an LRSP. And they're required to do my inspection because it's through Pathways to Housing BT. I still do not have the moving on voucher, so they're required to do my inspection. So they're doing it virtually, but I didn't have anyone, like there was no one here at the apartment complex where I live, said they had time to do the inspection. So I knew the inspection had to happen or I would have been homeless. So I just got certified online myself. I just thought real quickly when to get certified and said, hey, I'll do it with you. And they were cool with that. DC Housing Authority was cool with me doing it with them.
Interesting.
And I'll defer to my colleagues, but I do believe that DCHA is required to do inspections at the federal level because I think the federal level is their main charter, and that the inspections that they do for DHS is through a contract that they have with DHS, which we're asking to be reviewed. At least Jesse's asking, I'm also asking that too. So to see exactly what our options are.
And Councilmember, I see
Yes,
on the witness list that Adam Mayer and Christy Respress from Pathways are testifying later. I think they would have some insight into this question as well.
That's my hand is up. Adam Mayer at Pathways has been talking to the Housing Authority for some time about extending the permission that the federal government gave Pathways to do inspections during COVID with federal dollars to the local program as well. They have the expertise and the technology.
I'm sorry, who has the expertise in technology?
Pathways to Housing.
Okay, they've done it before. Okay,
I'm sorry, I'm with Pathways to Housing and had to do my own inspection. I'm grateful for Pathways for the foundation, but no one was available to come help me that day, and I still had to get certified and do it myself. And I'm a consumer at Pathways to Housing.
Right. The Pathways did have permission from the federal government to do certain inspections, and they have the capacity to do it and have offered that to the housing authority that has not accepted that at this time. So I
Okay.
think we're all speaking the truth. Thank you.
On Nahama, on the cut, you mentioned your testimony to the Housing Production Trust Fund. Well, actually, before I get to the cut, on the Housing Production Trust Fund, is most here know, the law requires that 50% of those funds be spent for families in the 0 to 30% area median income range. The agency does not meet that. DHCD says, well, we fund those programs primarily. Fund housing for people and families in that income range primarily through other programs. Do you believe that DHCD can meet the legal requirement of spending 50% of their funds on the 0 to 30?
There are people with more expertise than I about the RFP and how it's laid out. But my perspective, having observed the whole process from when the different agencies in DC first came together to have a memorandum of understanding to pool their resources, their limited resources for affordable housing, and then issue a consolidated RFP. My impression is that the RFP probably should be tweaked so that there are even more preference points awarded to applications that target people at 0 to 30% AMI and give them a higher chance of succeeding in the competition for limited funds. Linda, thank you for nodding.
And I will say on the Housing Production Trust Fund, which is really DHCD, the significant reduction in funds there, significant basically zeroing out vouchers, reduction in funds for legal help for people facing evictions, cuts to SNAP. The number of cuts just in the jurisdiction of this committee, it is not possible to fill those buckets, particularly within the budget in the agencies under the jurisdiction of this committee. So I made a note to myself, but Nahama, you concluded your testimony actually with what I was going to say, which was, please talk to other members of the council about the importance of this of these programs, because we are going to need other committees to send money for housing and human service related issues. When I chair the Committee on Government Operations, and I really just give a lot of credit to my committee director, Sean Hilgendorf, found money in our agencies. They didn't want to lose that money, but we knew we had to cut things in contracts and buildings and leases in order to send money for housing and human services. Now we have housing and human services, and we need to make sure that colleagues are looking everywhere, because there are a couple things that we just have to get right as a city. That is education, housing, and safety nets. And we have to make sure when we have smaller budgets that we are prioritizing the right things. We've been for a long time taking a scattershot approach. I'd say there's been no clear goal or plan for the city. And so with money flowing, you could just kind of throw a bit everywhere and hope things work out. We can't do that anymore. We really have to be focused on the most basic functions of government and the people who have been left behind. So please do talk to other members of the council about these issues, even though they fall primarily under the jurisdiction of this committee.
Councilmember White, may I say one final comment? I think that's why
Yes.
we appreciate you picking out a common thread of the portal that we all spoke about, because we do have to be focused. And I think that clearly that's one thing we all agree on. So I feel like things like that, we're starting somewhere where it's a common thread instead of trying to tackle every single problem at once. I feel like slowly but surely we can make these these smaller improvements, that'll eventually, it'll take longer, but it'll pay off.
I think that's right.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of the requests we have for DCHA don't actually cost money, right? Like people answering their phones or answering emails in a timely fashion, that shouldn't have a fiscal impact. Certainly other things do, but the core competencies of the agency, I think, are already funded. They just need to be held accountable to do them.
I agree, because I know I do not have 84 documents that need to be uploaded. And I've made phone calls and I've been on hold for hours to the point where I just hang up. Because how long can you stay on hold?
That's right. So on the federal pieces like Social Security, please do call Congresswoman Norton's office to get their help in cutting through that bureaucracy. They've been helpful for me on those issues. And I used to work in her office and used to assist people with things like that. So please do give them a call.
Thank you, I will.
Excellent. Well, let me thank everybody on this panel. It's really, really helpful discussion for me. Look forward to working with you all in the coming weeks to just make progress on key things. So we'll keep working to move things forward. And I appreciate you all being a part of this hearing today.
Thank you.
We're going to move to our second panel of public witnesses, starting with Nikki Smith, co-lead of the Women's Initiative and People for Fairness Coalition, William Jordan, member of the Park Morton Equity Team, Misha Petway, president of Potomac Gardens Family, LaShawn Adams with I Adams Properties, LLC, Dr. Shanetta Malik Sapp, CEO of the PMS of the City Realty, Kira Colin-Torres, co-owner of From Here Realty, Sunny Desai, managing attorney at Legal Counsel for the Elderly, Kayla Kelly, lead organizing with Hilda Homies, Patricia Malloy, former president of the Resident Council for Lincoln Heights, Daniel Del Pielago, organizing director for Empower DC, Linda Brown with Greenleaf, Sean High, president of the Resident Council at Park Morton, Dietrich Belt, president of the Berry Farms Tenants and Allies Association, Karen Settles with Stoddard Terrace, or PMs of the City, a correction from an earlier title, Karen Settles with Stoddard Terrace, Kenneth Council, president of Fort DuPont, Kevin Petty, CEO of the Amazing Gospel Souls Incorporated and Philemon Mission Transitional Facility, Adrian Lynch, a voucher holder, Amanda Korber, Director of Community Engagement and Advocacy and Housing at Legal Aid Society of DC, Eleanor Hart, Chair of the Affordable Housing Group at DC for Democracy, and Deirdre Brown with DC Women in Politics. And as always, just give us a couple minutes to get everyone promoted. Nikki Smith, you are up first on this panel. Welcome.
Thanks. I'm sorry. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
I can. You can begin and welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White and members of the committee. Today, I'm speaking about mental illness and how it can keep you from getting housing and keep and how you won't know about housing. So I'm going to speak from somebody else's point of view. I want to tell a little story. Okay. Walking toward me, her beauty is overwhelming. I promise I will love her till death do us part. 10 years later, I'm losing love and learning anger. Cancer is the crook. I have been told in 6 months I will not know love, is what I heard. The pain I'm in is turning into anger. Who can I blame? The government? The government should have a cure. Why? Why me? Why my high school sweetheart? Why can't my higher power hear me? He has turned his back on me. 4 years later, there's I speak on food, but he doesn't help anything. Most states he doesn't accept the blanket. The man just lays on the ground. His light is going, but his life is not. The man has been on the street for so long, he doesn't remember living or being happy. Even if he is not aware of love, he needs it. The love I speak of empathy, housing, and a care seeker to help those who are lost in their head have a chance to live life. This is a man with a story that you wouldn't know. So I'm trying to testify for him. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is it's not over. I know I'm different, you know, I don't use a lot of the words people use, but I do know them. But I figure if I come from a different point of view, that you will understand and you would hear me, because I understand that you just hear all that. Sometimes there's 90 people, and it takes a long time, and sometimes they can get a bit boring, I would say, or you might lose interest. I want to make it so you never lose interest, and always testify for you. Thank you very much, Mr. Robert White.
Thank you so much. I always appreciate having you, and your voice and perspective are important and bring a unique lane to this work. So thank you very much. William Jordan, you are up next. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is William Jordan. I first want to thank Ms. High and the residents of Park Morton for allowing me to be a partner and an advocate for them. It's been a long battle, a long fight, actually going back to 2006. And so I really have to thank them both for allowing me to participate, but also for their willingness to continue to fight and battle for what's right. To move into my testimony, I don't know if you remember, but years ago, Dean Smith was the coach of North Carolina, and they had this offense called Four Corners, where they would basically get in four corners, run out the clock, and then make their offensive move after delaying the process. This is one of the reasons that they came up with the shot clock, is to force teams to actually play ball rather than stall. And what I would say is that my experience has been in working with the residents is that between the housing authority, the council, the mayor, groups like Appleseed, the ANC, they have this game of playing four corners with the residents, especially when it comes to empowerment and budget issues, where they stall, and then all of a sudden things happen. A good example is no more than a few weeks ago. You had a press conference talking about a need for cultural change at the housing authority. But I don't know whether it was a week later where they jammed through 3 emergency contracts at the last minute. So how can we have culture change where they know they can delay millions of dollars in construction contracts, wait, jam them through, and all the council has to do is say, well, I have no choice but to approve these. But when I went through the contracts, I said, maybe the council put in Section 3 requirements in these contracts to ensure residents are employed, to ensure residents have contracts, to ensure that all those things that should translate into resident benefits were in the legislation. Well, I couldn't find it. And it's unclear, given the bifurcated process, where part of the housing authority is federal and part local, is how do I enforce? How do we follow up when this game gets played over and over and over again? Next example. Last year, I was very optimistic, working with your office, Brianne Nadeau's office, DSB, and all of those, the deputy mayor's office, we came up with a $300,000 demonstration project to allow residents to save with matching funds. Here we are, over almost a year later, nothing has happened. Nothing. We were promised by DSB that last month they would have kicked the program off, and it hasn't. So in this coming year's budget, the mayor has cut or decided not to renew it because we have no program to prove that we can continue that kind of effort. In May of last year, in Resolution 2219, the Housing Authority committed to funding a resident council, funding Section 3 programs, and all of these things to help residents. And as of this date, there's no dollars to back up that thing. We've been playing games, going back and forth, doing little things to move it forward. So I just wanted to make this point. The voucher program, we can go down the list. Everything I've experienced in working with these residents, I can tell you the inside story. Why it doesn't work, it always goes down to a game. So I'm going to end that, but I just wanted to say that the last thing, the Housing Authority is going to push through administrative plans, changes to their MT Move to Work program. And if you look at their resident outreach, if you look next to Park Morton, it says 0 residents attended the engagement. Now, you know that makes absolutely no sense, because if we were really engaged, you would at least have 2 people there, myself and Ms. High. So if it says 0, you know there was absolutely no honest effort to engage the residents. So I'll end it there. I'm going to ask you to get serious and require the resident councils and the resident entities approve money that the council is giving into the Housing Authority. Until you do that, the game will continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Misha Petway, welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White. Good morning, everyone assembled.
Good morning.
So I just wanted to touch bases with you. Today, we haven't seen any benefits from the investments that have been made into our communities, into our public housing communities. We don't have the bare necessities, and I'll just speak for my community. We don't have the bare necessities to complete maintenance work orders, such as cover flow valves and caulk and things like that. Those are bare necessities for our community. Not the only necessities, but bare necessities that the Housing Authority does not have in place in our community. And it's still an overwhelming amount of work orders, mildew, mold, and water damage. The blitz that I spoke to you about at the last hearing that was ongoing is non-going. Where are the results from this blitz? I personally would like to see the work orders and pictures from the work that the DCHA is saying has been completed at Potomac Gardens family. While we constantly hear management say it's on my radar, work is still being incompleted. Just the other day, I walked my property from an appointment and saw maintenance sitting on the wall. And I said, are you all working today? There's a lot of work that needs to be done at Potomac Gardens, and it's not getting done. While I understand that everybody needs to take a break, at 4 o'clock, your shift does not end. From my understanding, the Housing Authority works at least to 4:45. So there is much needed work that could have been getting done during that time. I'm also asking DCHA to be fair and just in their dealings with the residents. I have a resident right now living in an apartment which has been deemed as inhabitable and was approved for an emergency transfer that has now been denied, and no one has begun to do any work in her home. How much longer do we have to live like this? While DCHA is looking to rehab all of our common areas for the walk-ups in Potomac Gardens, we still have to live in uninhabitable apartments, and that's unheard of. The residents have complained several times. They want answers. We want to know, when is the work going to begin in our homes, not just to our common areas? Thank you.
So much. Sunny Desai, welcome. You are up next.
Thank you, Councilmember White, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sunny Desai. I am the manager of legal counsel for the Elderly's Tenant Advocacy and Support Practice. In our work, we help seniors throughout DC, many of whom are customers of DCHA or are looking for housing. I'm testifying today to highlight some of the same concerns that I raised at the performance oversight hearing. At that hearing, I highlighted a few stories of our clients who were unable to get simple things done with the DC Housing Authority. Things like making sure that the documents were submitted timely, despite multiple attempts to send them to DCHA, not getting confirmation that they had received them. These issues are still present today. There has been little to no movement on the cases that I highlighted to you at the performance oversight hearing. I did get, I was put in touch with someone at DCHA to tell me more about these problems. And after my response was sent, there were promises made to have a meeting, and I'm still waiting to hear back. DCHA, as you may know, has promulgated new rules that will create even more bureaucracy, that will place a high emphasis on tenants and applicants to submit things timely. And I have no confidence that that increased responsibility will be beneficial to tenants and applicants. There is a greater emphasis that will be placed on submitting documents timely. However, as we know, and other panelists have testified, there's never a confirmation received that something was received. Earlier panelists also identified a need for a portal or tracking submissions. Those issues are present not just in PSH or other programs, but throughout DCHA. I'm a big favor of technology, and I believe an online portal will be very beneficial to track these things, but there is a low-tech solution. And for many seniors, sometimes that is the only solution. DCHA needs to allow folks to submit documents in person, get a timestamp. They have 2 offsite locations open currently. However, those are by appointment only. And I highlighted to Director Donald the need at another meeting, the need for folks to come in without making appointments, just to walk in to submit documents, get a timestamp. And she indicated that that was perhaps not a good idea because they don't want a flood of people just showing up. However, that's how we did business a lot of the times prior to COVID. And that is how a lot of housing authorities conduct business. There needs to be an ability for folks to go in person, talk to somebody face to face, and get an update. That is something that all agencies, all institutions that deal with customer service allow for. This is a budget oversight hearing, and there's been a lot of talk about the repairs needed to public housing properties in particular, and repairs are badly needed. And more money allocated towards repair is a good thing, but how confident are we that the repairs will be properly done? As you identified, Councilmember White, at a recent press conference, there's a story after story of misconduct. There's Director Donald said there was only 1 or 2 bad apples. However, how many bad apples do we need identified before we conclude that there is something wrong with the structure, with the root of the tree? These, in our experience, anytime we try to contact DCHA, even if we receive a response at surface level, we never solve the actual issue. Getting a meeting with somebody at DCHA for legal advocates especially has been very, very challenging. We have quarterly advocates meetings. However, those are limited agenda, and we often, our concerns are often noted, but never acted upon. It's almost getting to a point where we're frustrated beyond, we're not sure what to do. So whatever oversight authority this council, this committee can exercise, we greatly urge them to do so. Thank you again, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for being with us. Patricia Malloy, welcome. You're up next.
Good morning, Councilmember Robert White and Committee on Housing. My name is Patricia Malloy, former Lincoln Heights Resident Council President, relocated to one of the off-sites under the New Community Initiative. I am asking the council not to increase DCHA's budget without stipulation. Reason, I'm speaking on behalf of Lincoln Heights. The property needs major repairs to units due to age, plumbing, heating, windows, flooring, and electrical upgrade. Also, maintenance staff need training to maintain the upkeep and to repairs to the upgrade. Materials need to be ordered in advance to accommodate emergency repairs. Property should be able to have petty cash or some type of way to purchase things like washers for sinks, wax rings, and etc. Majority of the time, staff has to come out of their pocket and purchase things from Home Depot or Lowe's to complete a request. How is the budget for the property calculated? Who monitors how much money is being spent to maintain the property? The increase should not be used for bonuses nor salaries. Stipulations should be put in place as to how the money should be spent. Why is it that occupied units are not being done? Some units within the property have shades, some have blinds. Hallways, when you enter the building, peeling paint, steps chip. Work being done by the contractors should be monitored closely. DCHA is responsible for maintenance to all units, regardless of whether people live in them or not. That is not being done. Within Lincoln Heights, there is just so much turmoil. You have residents trying to figure out why they bring other people to our property, fixing up units that they are going in, leaving us in uninhabitable condition units. Public safety is a key issue. Why have public safety? They're not on our property all the time. Funding public safety should not be done through the DC Council. Public safety should find other sources of income. The residents of public housing is not reaping the benefits of the council funding DCHA's public safety. Really, they are not reaping the benefits of DC Council approving money for maintenance. If the council is approving all this money, why are residents living in deplorable condition? Who's from the council is tasked to make sure the money that the council gives or allocates is being used in the units. They are not. The residents are crying out for help. And to me, DCHA's main concern is maintenance. Maintenance. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you so much for being with us. Daniel Del Pielago, welcome. You're up next.
Good morning, Councilmember, and thank you for holding this hearing this morning. My name is Daniel Del Pielago, and I'm an organizer with Empower DC. We work with public housing residents around the city. As you well know, this wayward agency continues to fail many of its clients by not providing safe and habitable living conditions. I just recently spoke with a public housing resident who shared with me that she and her family have been relocated 3 times because of living conditions, and now on her 3rd transfer site is still experiencing adverse living conditions that threaten the well-being of her family. We believe that the mayor's investment into public housing repairs is a move in the right direction. We hope that this funding is secured and used wisely. From what we understand, the past administration's analysis put forth a price tag of plus billion for to repair the existing public housing stock. This does not seem to jive with what the public narrative of the current administration is. I would hope that this committee would request an actual analysis of what is really needed to repair the existing public housing stock. We also understand that DCHA is currently inspecting all its public housing units, so getting this information should not be hard. This would better allow for this committee to get a true breadth of what is needed and hold DCHA accountable to fulfilling its mission and truly deliver on what they say they are going to do. Real-time data is needed to ensure that we have a clear picture of what is really needed. This is even more important as this agency prepares for a change in its executive director. Many do not feel comfortable that this agency is back on course, and in times of change can be challenging for any organization. So having accurate data, clear goals, and a concrete plan to achieve these goals is more important than ever. We call on this housing committee to do what's in their power to ensure that DCHA is using city dollars to truly improve the lives of public housing residents. Lastly, although not directly related to the budget, I want to flag this for the committee. DCHA's board will be voting this week on changes to its ACOP and administrative plan, the guiding policies for public housing properties and voucher holders respectively. A host of changes are being enacted and or reenacted that voucher holders and public housing residents will need to abide by. Many are concerned that these challenges will put many residents at risk of being lease non-compliant and add to the existing eviction emergency the city is faced with. We hope this committee will review these changes and use its powers to disapprove of any changes that add any layer of pressure for public housing residents and voucher holders. We recently convened a meeting where we talked about these changes with public housing residents, and the public housing resident asked a very simple question: how will these changes benefit us? So we really encourage this committee to review those changes and potentially even have a roundtable hearing on it. So we thank you, and that's my testimony for today.
Thank you very much. Next public witness is Sean High.
Good morning. I
Good morning.
apologize for being late. Proverbs chapter 22, verse 1, a good name is to be chosen rather than great riches, and favor is better than silver or gold. When it comes to the budget, money is always given significantly to developers. No budget is given to the resident councils or tenants associations that do all of the footwork in our communities, whether directly in or vouchered out of the communities. There is no budget for the low-income resident-owned businesses that are HUD Section 3 registered and need to cover fees to obtain their certified business enterprise CBE, women's business enterprise WBE, disabled-owned business enterprise the DOBE, or any business enterprise certifications. Despite the displacement of many of our residents and myself, I continue to fight for what's fair and just for Park Morton residents. We deserve our 40 acres and a mule too. And those of us that are pushing hardest forward should be allowed to have a stake in what's rightfully due to us and the generations that follow. I also want to speak about how maintenance needs to be timely in order to keep buildings from going into disarray. Unbeknownst to many of you, Park Morton has historically turned 63 years old in 2023, and I hope that someone from this committee and my community will help me to preserve a portion of our Park Morton home by repairing it when repairs are deemed necessary. So invest in our housing, invest in us, invest in our future. Thank you very much for your time today, Council Member.
Thank you so much for being with us today. Dietrich Belt, you are up next. Welcome.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Yeah, sorry, I missed it the first time you called. Okay, so the budget hearing, I heard that there was money allocated to public housing in some kind of way. Can you tell me how much? And when you get a minute, or when you get time. And I wanted to know, but what does it mean for the residents of Berry Farm? We want to know like how long is it going to take for us to return. I really want to get back to my community, to the Berry Farms community, where I'm living at now. And I feel like I'm being discriminated against because I'm a public housing resident, and it's not one of the public housing. It's like it's a private, or it's separate from, it's not under DCHA housing, this property. And I really feel like there's a lot of residents that are there that are public housing. We're not getting the maintenance done. We're not being taken serious when we say we have issues going on in our unit. So yeah, I would really need some help with that as well. But I just want to know about this budget and how much money was put in for this year, and how does that affect the residents getting back to properties that are being redeveloped? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just very quickly on that question, Dietrich, in local funds, there are for next fiscal year proposed $185.5 million in operating money, $54.3 million in capital. So basically for repair and maintenance. I don't believe that's enough money, which I've been clear about. But there's also federal money, and I'm trying to get a better understanding. That's a large part of the reason for today's hearing, is to understand how much money the agency is receiving in its budget total, and where and how they're prioritizing it. So you're asking the right questions, and we'll be getting into a lot of that with the agency. And do want to thank you for being with us today. Kenneth Council, you are next. Welcome.
Good morning, Councilman White. Thank you for having this meeting. I have, 4 questions that I want you to ask the director. As you know, I was over DC audit and finance. I was the chair for years. Last year, Ms. Donald said that a portion of the surplus budget will go toward the development projects. Whether these projects include the development over 20,000 units that we need to, that's still on the waiting list. It's a high number of unused units that we've always been, and we've always had an issue and still have one up to date. The units should not go to the developers, or they should always go to the residents. 2, what is the amount of the surplus? When DCA tells a lie and say that the related documents, and they have not come up yet as far as the sale for the 1133 building, as well as the incentives, where does that money go? What's the incentive of it? And when are we going to see paperwork to say that it is right? The bonuses, the ED bonus and the bonuses that she gave everybody, there's money that's still flowing that the constituents should be getting, not the board, even as far as the new board that has come on. How much that these subsidiaries and how many subsidiaries have been added, if so, but the ones that we have in place now, what are and where are these funds are going? We need to know the answers. And we need to know and have proof and paperwork to show where the money is going with these added subsidiaries. A lot of the answers that they've been giving, as you know, is very ambiguous. They hold the paperwork, if there is any paperwork, and even as far as the constituents, is factual. We have units in certain areas that are still boarded up where people have literally died or have moved away and they still have not been bulked out. So we need to be careful about our staff because they are not trained to go in where someone may have passed away, and they're asked to do that. So their jobs are at stake. That is a factual question. The person that's over PMO, Miss Eth, there's not getting enough, and some of the staff is being shortchanged. They're moving some of the staff back and forth from different properties to help, which makes the property they've been moved from neglected. And we're talking about simple things as trash, pickup, even as far as the upkeep of the yards and everything. It's crazy. We need some clarity, and we needed answers by today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Amanda Corber, welcome. You're next.
Good morning, Councilmember White. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Amanda Corber. I work at the Legal Aid Society of the District of Columbia. I just want to start out by saying that I've been working on, with DCHA clients and DCHA advocacy since I started at Legal Aid in 2015. And it probably is not surprising to hear that sort of the state of the agency has never been more discouraging or demoralizing than it is today. And so I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today about possible paths forward. I'm going to talk about three things. So first, I want to talk about how the mayor has allocated no new funding for vouchers to pull families off the wait list. We're coming up on a big anniversary. DCHA closed its voucher waiting list on April 12th, 2013, just 2 days shy of 10 years ago today. 10 years later, there are still 30,000 families on that list waiting for their chance at affordable housing. These are families that have waited at least a decade, but for most longer, for the district to make good on its oft-stated commitment to providing affordable housing for DC residents. And the need for affordable housing is not captured by that 37,000 number, right? Because since 2013, no one has been able to add themselves to that list. That means that people who were minors in 2013 or people who have come to need affordable housing since 2013 aren't on that list, and they also desperately need affordable housing. For them, it's not a matter of waiting decades, they may be waiting their whole lives. And so despite all of this, there's no new funding in the budget to pull people off that wait list. And at the same time, DCHA seems to be preparing to purge that waitlist by changing its waitlist rules. So currently, DCHA contacts families when it has a voucher available for them. If the family doesn't respond, they're placed in what's called inactive status. This means that if they later contact the agency, they're restored to their place on the waitlist. This is the least DCHA can do, given how long they've made folks wait, and given the fact that the agency is nearly impossible to reach. It's nearly impossible to get somebody helpful on the phone to do things like update contact information. And yet DCHA has announced plans to change that policy. In the moving to work plan that it proposed, it seems that they're going to be sending letters to people on the wait list requesting that they update their information, not to offer them vouchers. And if families don't respond within a certain number of days, they're going to be forever removed from that list. To me, this means DCHA is sending a clear message with its policy. It's more interested in clearing its wait list, making itself look good than in actually housing people. And so in short, our ask is simple. Fund vouchers to pull families off the wait list, and also urge DCHA to not change its policy regarding inactive status. Again, I think that's the least it can do for people who have been waiting decades. A lot of folks have talked about public housing repairs, so I'll be brief and just say that I agree with you. It's great the mayor has allocated funding. We all know it's not enough. And DCHA at this point should know how much money it needs to repair and maintain its public housing stock, given that it said it has done an audit of every single unit. I would urge you to ask DCHA to share how much money it actually needs so that the council can budget accordingly for this year and for future years and make sure that residents are living in safe and sanitary conditions. And then the final thing I want to touch on is not necessarily budget related, but I would be remiss if I didn't talk about it. The fact that it appears to me that DCHA is using the urgency of the political moment of its crisis to push through changes, programmatic changes that focus on residents having more obligations, but don't focus on and don't share with the public how DCHA is working to improve itself. We've heard from some folks today about the administrative plan and the ACOP that the agency is pushing through. They've overhauled entire program rules, given folks 45 days to comment. in many instances chosen the most draconian policy possible that that HUD kind of gives the authority to choose. And so I just, urge the committee to really ask DCHA hard questions about why it's making the choices it's making and why it seems to be holding residents more accountable than itself. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Eleanor Hart, welcome. You are up next.
Good morning, Chairman White and other members of the staff of the committee. My name is Eleanor Hart, and I chair DC for Democracy's Affordable Housing Group. DC for Democracy, often called DC for D, is an all-volunteer grassroots organization with over 700 members. We are also proud members of both the Fair Budget Coalition and the Way Home campaign. We are glad that the DC government is providing funds for urgently needed public housing repairs. And we are eager to learn that these repairs are improving living conditions for current residents and making it possible for more people to live in public housing. We are also pleased that the FY24 budget has significant funding for vouchers, yet it is not enough. The reduction of $192,000 in tenant-based vouchers and $9,000 in targeted affordable housing for individuals needs to be reversed. The budget also needs to include $10 million to provide permanent supported housing for families. Vouchers are an invaluable and essential tool in preventing homelessness. They can and will be more effective if the Housing Authority reduces delays in distributing vouchers and connecting voucher holders to the housing they urgently need. The Housing Authority must also end the wasteful practice of paying higher rents for units occupied by voucher holders. With more than 8,000 units of public housing and 13,000 vouchers, the Housing Authority has the capacity to provide safe housing for over 20,000 of our city's most vulnerable residents. We are counting on the oversight of this committee to make sure the Housing Authority fulfills this capacity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And final for this panel, Deirdre Brown, welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Deirdre Brown. I'm speaking on behalf of DC Women in Politics. We're also a member of the Alliance for Improvement of Public Housing. The Alliance wants to ensure that the revamping of the District of Columbia Housing Authority Board leads to a transformation in the system so as to secure safe, sanitary, and secure housing for public housing residents and those who need public housing and voucher holding tenants. The main priority, we believe, should be focused on getting the approximately 30,000 residents off the wait list by putting more funds into the renovation of the units that are currently offline. To accomplish this, we're asking that the budget include more funds towards repair and renovation, and we're asking that that be increased to approximately $98,000 million. In addition, there are 3 areas that we believe should be addressed today by the director in regards to the September 2022 HUD report. The first being the critical problem of undertaking of bringing occupied and vacant housing units into compliance under HUD standards in DC Housing Code. As the report outlined, many of these units are vacant, unoccupied, and the ones that are occupied, some are not in safe and sanitary conditions. We would like to know what the timeline is for remediating these housing code violations and getting the vacant units ready for occupancy. The second is we would like to know how the agency is going to undertake the overhaul of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Is our understanding that by the report put out that DCHA does not conduct annual rent reasonableness assessments, doesn't perform rent reasonableness determinations in accordance with the HUD rules and regulations, or ensures that the rent burden on new tenants does not exceed that authorized by HUD rules and regulations. So accordingly, we're requesting answers to how this system is going to be overhauled and what the timeline is for that as well. And then the third critical problem is the overhaul of the public housing wait list. As some have mentioned today, the new proposed rules for getting off the wait list are just going to not put people in housing. Is going to exacerbate our homelessness and unhoused problem that we have at the moment. For these reasons outlined above, we're requesting immediate revenue enhancements to the budget so as to accelerate maintenance, capital repairs, and regulatory compliance, and to ensure that DCHA is providing public housing residents and voucher holders with opportunities to reside in safe, secure, and sanitary homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much to everyone on this panel. Something that came up in a lot of testimonies that I'm going to start with is maintenance. So let me start with Misha Petway. With regard to Potomac Gardens, has the inspection blitz happened at Potomac Gardens yet? I think the agency is doing an inspection blitz of all units and spaces over. I think it's 16 weeks. Has the inspection for Potomac Gardens happened yet?
Not that I'm aware of. I haven't.
Okay.
I haven't seen any notices about it.
Okay. Hopefully that means it hasn't, because if you're the resident council president there, I would hope that you would be aware. But I'm also concerned if you don't know when it's happening, it's supposed to happen in such a short amount of time. I'm concerned that you haven't gotten any notification. So that makes me really concerned.
So if I can chime in, Councilmember White.
Yeah.
So there have been a number of inspections done at Potomac Gardens since last year.
Yeah.
And the residents and I are concerned that with all these inspections, when are they going to start getting the work completed? And that has been an ongoing topic.
Makes sense. I hear you on that. That's let me try to make sense of that. I didn't realize there'd been a lot of different inspections, but if I'm living there and I keep seeing inspections and I'm not seeing things fixed, then I'm going to be really frustrated. You mentioned in your testimony that I think someone requested an emergency transfer. Why was the transfer requested?
So I actually sent you an email over the weekend. The resident reached out to me frustrated and furious. And I sent you an email with the pictures of mold, black mold in the bathroom, in the tub. It's in the kitchen, under the cabinet. She hasn't been able to use her cabinets for more than a year. Councilmember Allen actually walked through this apartment back in October, and he was able to see some of the very things. The work that maintenance does is not acceptable work. It is not work that I'm sure they wouldn't even want in their own home. Even if a contractor went into her apartment and did that work, it is not acceptable.
And you said that it's been this way for how long, to your knowledge?
She's been complaining to myself, and I've been talking with people for at least 6 months, but she said it's about a year that she hasn't been able to use like her cabinets and her refrigerator. I'm sorry, in her kitchen. She had to nail them together or nail them closed so the rodents couldn't come through, and then there's black stuff all in them. It's really bad.
And all right, I'm looking at the photos now. It is bad. So, all right, I'm trying to see the date. Okay. Do you know whether there was a work order put out for these issues?
Yes, there have been several work orders.
Okay. Have they been, to your knowledge, closed out, or are they just sitting there waiting to be addressed?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. Are there is this issue at all typical of things that you are seeing today at Potomac Gardens, or do you think this is isolated?
No, this has been a typical thing at Potomac Gardens. We have seen this in some other apartments as well, maybe not to this great extent, but bad enough.
Okay, but over the past year, work orders have been put in and this is just sat this way.
Yes, as far as I know, the work orders have been put in, and I constantly remind the residents to put the work orders in. And if they have not gotten any results from the work orders, they can let me know, and then I'll reach out to management on their behalf. And I have reached out for this resident a few times.
What does management say?
Sometimes it's on my radar. Sometimes it's, I'm gonna let the foreman know, I'll get the foreman involved. I've already assigned it to someone, and I'll just speak for my own apartment.
Yeah.
And I mentioned this at the last hearing. So there had been a water leak in my bathroom above my toilet. Maintenance came in to repair the toilet, the ceiling after some time, but they haven't completed the work. And it's been since maybe November, December, since it's been this way. And this, all I see is this blue sheetrock. And I'm just like, when is this going to be completed? And the manager is on my radar. I've already assigned it, but you all have time to sit around at 4 o'clock when you could be doing some of this work.
Right. All right. I'm sorry this is happening. I have a lot of concerns about maintenance and serious concerns about the proposed maintenance budget, but this is a process issue as well. So I'm going to be asking a lot of questions about that, and we'll try to get these issues addressed quickly. On sort of this conversation of maintenance and a comprehensive approach, which I think is necessary. Daniel Del Pilago, you mentioned the need for a robust assessment of what's needed to repair the public housing stock. This is something that was done by the prior director. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I mean, I remember going to the meetings over the whatever summer, whatever year those summers were that were held at different properties where they talked about this, and they hired, if I'm not mistaken, a third party that did this. So it exists. I don't fully understand why the current administration is kind of undertaking the same task when I believe they had a starting point, to get the work done. My understanding is currently that they're only doing inspections, not actually repairs, but they're doing the inspections to then set it, like that would be their next step. But, I understand that this stuff takes time. It's not, a quick sort of thing, but I don't believe they're moving with the alacrity that is needed.
Okay. Yeah, and the figure from that previous assessment was about $2 billion, if I remember it correctly.
And if I'm not mistaken, then director Garrett said it would be, several million every year that maintenance is deferred.
I think that's right. Okay, my staff's correcting me. 1.03 billion, still a big number, but that's right. Which is the reason that I requested of the mayor $100 million a year. We have to move with a sense of urgency here. On another thing that you mentioned in your actually, let me come back to you. Let me stay on the no. Where are we? All right. So another thing you mentioned, a couple other people did as well, is the policy updates that the board is voting on very soon. Do you have specific concerns that you want to share now or following this hearing with the policies? I understand the timeline issue. I think that's right.
Yeah.
But are there any other specific issues?
Yeah, I mean, I think all of it aggregately is really can stand to hurt public housing residents. I know many of my colleagues on here we have forwarded your office as well as other council members, the Board of Commissioners and the director themselves, the comments we had on the plan. I think overall, though, we are looking to task an already wayward and apparently overburdened agency with more work. So we've heard, the first panel just laid out they can't really meet their core competencies. Imagine, so just one specific one that I looked at very specifically was the 96 hours of community service that residents need to do. I'm a big supporter of community service. I think it's important. However, to tie that to being lease compliant, to not have a very clear plan, HUD stipulates that residents are needed to be made aware of this this mandate, either at the time of lease up or at the time of recertification. So I'm just thinking, how is this agency going to sit every one of its residents down and explain with real clarity what they have to do? That is one of the things that they're going to update. So, the last we heard at a meeting they held this past Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken, at an education symposium, is that they plan, as soon as it's voted, if it's voted affirmatively, all those policies begin now. They did say that there would be some time to, for them to build their capacity to enforce and manage them. But I'm not holding my breath that comes anytime soon. And I just would hate to see another layer of potential eviction levers in a city where, the evictions are just, really piling up. And of course, once again, as I mentioned, a resident very clearly said to us at a meeting we really recently had, how does this benefit us? None of this benefits us. It just puts more responsibility on us. And really, we don't see what they, meaning the housing authority, is doing to make our lives any better.
Understood. Have you communicated this to the board?
Yes, as I mentioned, we did send our comments into the board, all of our concerns around capacity, around the aggregate effect that these changes would have. So hopefully, there were some questions that I found were good questions that the board was asking at this recent symposium I mentioned. I hope that, there's many residents, as I understand it, are calling for this. Public housing leaders, presidents of the resident councils are asking that this be tabled. I don't think that that's a bad idea. I think this needs to be tabled before there's any, movement on it.
Thank you. Beatrice Belt, you mentioned that you and maybe some other former residents of Berry Farm are not getting maintenance done where you are now. Have you let the housing authority know of these issues and concerns?
I just figured that because it's not a DCHA property, I don't even know who to contact.
Interesting. Okay, do you, all right, what I need to find out, doesn't necessarily have to be here, is whether you and others that you're mentioning have vouchers, because if you do, that would be the first agency.
No, I don't. I'm a public housing resident. So things is voucher holders and public housing residents.
Right, but you're not at Berry Farm anymore. So did the housing authority help you find the place that you're at now?
Yes, they did.
Okay. All right. Let's start with them. Let me ask that you contact the housing authority and keep me updated on your progress, because I don't like the idea that folks may not be getting maintenance or having concerns met, and I'm concerned that people don't know where to go with these complaints. So I think the housing authority is the appropriate place, but keep me updated as to how things progress so that I can assist as necessary. And what I'm going to do actually is the housing authority should be watching this. Ms. Phelps. So let me ask the Housing Authority to touch base with you. They should have your contact information. If not, they can get it from my office. And if you would, Deidre, keep me abreast of what's happening. So if you don't hear from the Housing Authority, I'd say by the end of this week, would you let me know?
Okay.
Thank you so much. Patricia Malloy, you mentioned one of the issues you mentioned, very legitimate, and I've heard some general concerns around this as well, as public safety. You were suggesting DC Housing Authority police are not working. Can you be more specific?
Okay. The residents feel just putting one car on, the majority of the time when the housing police come around, they might put one car in a parking lot, but the officer doesn't get out. Or maybe the officer will go to the rental office, come out and sit in the car. They don't walk the buildings. Not all the buildings have locks on the door. You know, it's only one officer. What can one officer do if something breaks out?
There's only one officer there?
Yes. And it's not daily. But what can that one officer do? And the first thing they would say is call 911.
Sure.
If we have a police department, why can't you call DCHA's police department?
Yeah.
But if you go to 7-Eleven, you might see a couple of them sitting there, you know, drinking coffee or whatever. But if the district is funding, we're helping to fund DCHA's police department, you all should have a say-so, because the residents sure don't.
I appreciate that. I do have some information, some questions and concerns around the DCHA Police Department that I'm going to get into. So this is really helpful. You mentioned maintenance issues as well. As far as for your question of who on the council is from the council's tasked with making sure the money is being used in the units, that would be me in this committee. Also is the board, the DC Housing Authority board. So I want to encourage you. I hear you loud and clear. I'm keyed in on these maintenance issues. Please be vocal with the Housing Authority board on this issue as well. As their governing body, I want to make sure they are getting the information they need to do their jobs well. Please,
Councilmember White, excuse me for interrupting. How can you contact anyone on the board when you don't know how? The previous board, we did have their emails where you could send them emails. I wouldn't even feel comfortable sending the Star board anything, because this is just my personal, and maybe I shouldn't say it this way, but I feel they're in the hip pocket of the ED. We are defeating the purpose. Some things are confidential that you would like to discuss with Commissioner Skinner, Commissioner Blackson, as the rest of the Star board. But who can you trust? Nothing is confidential.
That's a real concern, and I'm going to need I hope that the board will hear and respond to this. I'm also just went to the website to see how I can find contact information. I cannot immediately find a way to contact the board members, so that is another concern. I know Commissioner, and I think we'll hear from at least one commissioner today. But I hear that concern. I think that's a very important concern for the board to address. I appreciate you saying it.
You see, the residents for Lincoln Heights, the residents don't feel comfortable. Think about Oversight. I do go over there every other day. I get more phone calls. I've gotten 5 phone calls already this morning about an issue of no one's answering the phone. X, Y, and Z. And I'm saying today is Monday, be a little patient. Give them until tomorrow or Wednesday to clean your buildings or whatever, but be a little patient. They shouldn't have to hear that from me.
Yeah.
They should be able to hear it from management. But 2 residents that called me this morning and saying no one's answering the phone. It's going straight to voicemail. HMA 2 is not answering or not in. On a Monday, someone should answer the phone.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I missed this. What number are they calling?
The 202-724-8534 or 8535. It's going straight to voicemail. No one is answering.
Okay. Yeah, apparently my office is getting some calls about this as well from other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, I would offer a suggestion.
Please.
If management or the HMA is not available, every management office should have a receptionist or secretary to answer the phones between 8:15 and 4:45.
All right, I appreciate that. We are let me figure out what's going on with this phone number. And DCHA is watching now. So Ms. Malloy, I hope that you will hear from them soon so that they can understand who's trying to reach them and you can connect them. This shouldn't be required. Like, you just shouldn't have to show up to a housing committee hearing to reach somebody. But we'll get to the bottom of it. That's why we're here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Couple other issues. Nikki Smith, I appreciate your testimony. I didn't interrupt you because I heard enough parts of it to follow and get the gist, but it did go in and out. Could you submit written testimony? You may or may not still be with us. All right, we can reach out to you. William Jordan, you made some good points. One of the points you made, your characterization, the housing authority jammed through housing contracts at the last minute. They did come at the last minute. There is a cost to delaying those contracts that don't fall on the people who I'm sorry, 1 second, Mr. Jordan. Nikki Smith, could you send your testimony in writing?
Yes, I may.
I appreciate
you to hear me. I really wanted you to hear me though. Thank you.
Why don't we do this? Can you say it again?
Right now?
Please, if you don't mind. Take your time. Take your time.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, hey, do you want me to come back to you in like 1 minute or you?
I'm good.
Okay.
So I said I was speaking on mental illness. How can help you get housing? How can keep you from getting housing? Because you're not aware of what's going on. I'm speaking from a young man's point of view. Good morning, Councilmember White and the members of the committee. My name is Matilda Smith. Walking toward me, her beauty is overwhelming. I promise I will love her till death do us part. 10 years after I'm losing love and learning anger. Cancer is a crook. I have been told in 6 months I will no longer have love, is what I heard. The pain, oh my God. The pain in me is turning into anger. Who can I blame? The government should have had a cure. Why me? Why my high school sweetheart? Why can't my higher power hear me? He has turned his back on me. 4 years later, there is a man that's just here, walking, not speaking. His mind is blank. People offer him food, but he doesn't acknowledge anything. Most days he doesn't accept a blanket. The man just lays on the ground. His light is gone, but his life is not. The man has been on the streets for so long, he doesn't remember living happy. Even if he is aware of love, he needs it. Even if he isn't aware of love, he needs it. The love I speak of is empathy, housing, and caretaker to help those who are lost in their heads have a chance at life. Trust me, no one wants to die on the streets. This is a man with a story that you wouldn't know, so I'm trying to testify for him. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Nicola Smith. I apologize.
Thank you very much. I hope that you still will submit that in writing so it can be part of the official record for this hearing and so that I can read it again. I really appreciate that testimony. There's more than one way to testify, and this one was one of the clearest testimonies I've gotten. So thank you for that, and I think others need to hear it as well. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, the contracts, so the council could have delayed the contracts. These were for a maintenance blitz, and a lot of this panel has spoken about maintenance issues. And so, you know, you're right that contracts do get jammed through the council because they come at the last minute. We are between a rock and a hard place. But generally, what we recognize is that the cost of delaying those contracts isn't going to fall on the people who submitted them late. They're going to fall on other people. I'm trying to hold the agency accountable to say, look, you got to change your practice and your culture. As we do that, what I want to do is not harm the people that I'm here to try to help. Do you have a recommendation or a wish that the council would have handled this contract submission differently?
Yes. So first is, I don't believe the premise is true, that if you hadn't jammed them through, that people would have been hurt because of not jamming them through. And that's not correct. Because the timeline is broader than what we're talking about, right? So whether it's this month or 30 days from now, it's not going to make a difference, right? And the only reason it would make a difference is because the system that you're putting those contracts in can't respond within that time frame anyway. So my recommendation has always been, there are tools that HUD and the Housing Authority and the city can make themselves avail to really make these things work better. So one is, some dollars need to go to the resident council, right? So that they can hire a contractor and get certain things done. I mean, that's what you've heard from those people who are presidents. There's certain things they can get done if they had the authority, and they can be trained. And the Resident Management Corporation is an entity HUD has to empower residents to participate in the maintenance and management of their own properties. So there's a mechanism. So part of the money should go from the council straight to those entities. And then those entities can do some of those small emergency repairs. Now, what does that do? That could be wasteful, but what that does is puts pressure on the agency to become more efficient. So if you don't want the resident councils to do everything, then they will do it. So there's a push-pull that forces the agencies to act if you empower the residents. So whether that's in every aspect of life, we should be maximizing the ability of the resident councils to act on their own behalf, and money coming from the city, at least a portion of that money, should go directly to those entities. If those entities don't exist, then funds should go to those entities to get them up to that capacity to do that. And then we won't have, 50% of what we deal with, which is fixing mold and minor things. Some of those things would be taken care of, right? So you just don't have a system that can work that way. So the answer is, that's why. Second, it's a pattern, right? I've been dealing with this for long enough to know. That's why I brought up the four corners analogy. They're purposely delaying to create an emergency so they can act without oversight. And I know that's the pattern, right? Because I've seen it time and time again. And so the council has the power to empower residents to do certain things. And that's what has to happen. If you don't do that, then it's never going to work, because residents have to have a role. And again, the resident council presidents that you've heard here have been clear, they're competent, they are more than capable of helping their own residents if they had a certain amount of resources. So that's my stance on this.
Sunny Desai, so one of the parts of your testimony is that, and we touched on some of this already, the DCHA policy changes are going to put more work on the housing authority. And a lot of people are suggesting the housing authority is struggling on a number of fronts already. That is logical to me. I'm still looking into the specifics, and I know that that your organization and others have reached out to the committee, so we're processing and understanding those. One of the other things you mentioned sort of at the top and bottom of your testimony, really concerning to me, but also in line with what we heard from a couple other people, having a really difficult time communicating with the housing authority. So I don't want housing committee hearings to have to be the place that people have to come to get a response. But I'm asking again for the housing authority to not touch base with you to say that we'll meet, but to set up a time to meet. Because I don't want to sort of hear again, I don't want to hold another hearing and have you come and say, we haven't met. There are a few things that you have mentioned that you need to meet about. Who do you need to meet with at the housing authority?
We were approached by Hamare Gebreus about setting up a meeting. They asked for some further information from the clients that we highlighted at the performance oversight testimony, which what we provided. And I think the meeting was supposed to, we planned on scheduling a meeting about 2 weeks ago and still waiting to hear back. And I understand this budget oversight, performance oversight season is not the easiest time to meet. However, it's another instance of us communicating with the DCHA and not getting a sufficient response back, which is a few years ago, prior to COVID, Legal Counsel for the Elderly would send one person to DCHA headquarters, and we would essentially hold office hours. And it was a collaborative endeavor where DCHA staff would send seniors to us that needed help just with the process. It could be as simple as just, this person needs help getting documents together for recertification. That collaboration has ceased, essentially. And the last time the advocates had a meeting with Director Donald and her staff, I emphasized the need for somebody just being able to walk up to a DCHA employee and just get a simple question answered. And the response I received was essentially, we can't do that, we would be overwhelmed. But that's how the DMV works. That's how many government agencies work. So
what did they recommend if that didn't work?
To set up an appointment at one of their locations, or essentially, folks are welcome to come in person and drop off documents if that's all they need to do, whether they have an appointment or not. The worry there is similar to just sending an email. We're not sure that those documents will make their way to the right person, the right office.
Yeah.
So it's not something that we.
And what about the other aspect of it? If you need to meet, setting up an appointment, is that a process that will work?
I hope so. We in all honesty, we haven't gone down that road either. Simply because, well, two reasons. One of the locations, we've heard anecdotally from some of our clients that they're uncomfortable going to that location just for safety reasons. I don't want to say yes or no that whether that's accurate or not, but we've had a client decline to take us up on that. And another location, the one near Greenleaf, was difficult for a client to get transportation to that location. So I understand their headquarters are moved and undergoing construction, but they are holding events at libraries, or they were the lease of events. So certainly there's the ability to hold events across the city while their headquarters reopens, but some sort of walk-in ability. Because we also get a lot of clients who say, you know, my voucher is expiring end of this week, or I have a deadline to submit documents tomorrow. You know, what do we do? It certainly helps to, and the new regulations that are being proposed place a very big emphasis on submitting things timely. And if they don't, the consequences are severe. So it's going to be very important that the core competencies, the simple functions that DCHA is supposed to do, happen like clockwork.
So, you know, I'm hesitant if I think that there has to be a systems fix, and maybe setting up appointments is the right thing to do. They still have to figure out something around documents, because it could be devastating if somebody drops off documents. You don't know where they are in the process. Months later, the agency says we never got them. I mean, that's a big issue. Also, not the most difficult thing to solve for. So hopefully the Housing Authority is looking at systems fixes, and we'll continue to work with you on that to make sure that if DCHA is proposing new processes, we'll work to make sure with you and others to make sure they work for people.
And one other thing I just quickly wanted to highlight was Potomac Gardens. We are working with Potomac Gardens Senior as they are going through, or should be going through, a RAD conversion soon. I noticed in DCHA's testimony, Director Donald mentioned that they are going to use funding from various sources to address repairs, including the RAD process. And we have a lot of concerns there as well. We've heard from folks in Potomac Gardens that are concerned that they certain things that they need to be done won't be done. And there's talk of a MOU between DCHA and Potomac Gardens tenants to ensure that some of these things are done, but then we get into enforcement issues. Years ago, the DCHA board passed a resolution sort of enshrining the right to return, right to proper repairs. That may also not be sufficient. So we would love to engage with DCHA more on how we preserve the residents' rights if the building is undergoing RAD conversion.
I appreciate that note. It reminds me that one of the concerns I have, and it's something that we have to work through, and I think this stems from distrust, which is the reason I really just hammer away on this issue of transparency and improving credibility. There are a lot of processes that are broken at DCHA, and it seems like every time they propose a change, people are saying, don't do that change. We can't keep things the way they are. We just cannot. We have to do things differently. And so I'm for each issue, I'm trying to understand, does the new proposed process make sense? But I think it is all clouded in distrust. And that's one of the biggest reasons that I just see no path to progress without improving trust with the Housing Authority. I mean, there are other things that have to improve as well. Communication, systems, management.
Right.
But
well, when you've heard already from many folks, when your phones don't get picked up on a Monday morning, when your documents get lost, when your emails don't get returned, it's hard to trust. It's hard to build trust that way.
Yeah. I appreciate this very much. Amanda Korber, speaking of which, DCHA wait list. We do have to get through the wait list. Can't leave it there forever. But you said in your testimony that DCHA's current process, people will be forever removed if they don't respond. My understanding is that people will be restored to the list in their spot if they contact the agency down the line. Is that your understanding as well?
That's the current process, but they're proposing to change that.
Gotcha. All right. Have you heard of it? Someone reached out to my office. It's been less than 2 weeks. I don't know if it was last week or late the week before, but they sent a copy of a letter that was dated for late last year, postmarked for this month, for last month, March, and said, hey, we've tried to contact you twice. This is our last time trying to contact you. Respond by this date or you'll be removed. And that date for the removal was prior to the postmark. Have you heard of issues like this?
Yes, there have been for years now, very serious. I mean, right, there's issues with mail in the district generally, no doubt.
Yeah.
But DCHA seems to have a particular problem with mail. We've seen many instances of folks getting letters with like due dates that precede the date that the letter was postmarked. I don't know like what, clearly something is happening from the time the letter is generated to like when it gets to the mailroom and goes out. I don't know what, but that is a very common thing that we see in here.
Okay. Yeah, I've really been eager. If I didn't see this letter, like I would have been skeptical.
Yeah.
But when I saw it, my first question, well, I was very disappointed for the person who sent it. But it made me wonder whether that's prevalent and what other issues we may be missing with regard to purging the list. And so we got to do it differently, but it has to be done right.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I think, you know, what you just said about how if you hadn't seen it, it would have been hard to believe. I think that gets to a lot of, you know, you were just talking about how people are wary of these like big changes that are going to impose strict deadlines and all of that. And a lot of it goes to this, you know, we at a meeting recently with the agency talking about how our clients have these experiences, but if that person had thrown the envelope out with the postmark, right, and then contacted DCHA and said, I didn't get this letter until after that date, you know, passed, our clients don't get believed. And I'm not saying that about, you know, I'm not like, I understand why that would be a hard thing to believe because it seems like such a basic thing an agency should be able to get right. But a person shouldn't have to save like every envelope they ever get from the housing authority to ensure that like they're believed and their mistakes get fixed and they're not like sort of held liable for mistakes of the agency. And so I think that, you know, that's a really great example of why people just have a lot of concerns with these changes that are being proposed, because the simple thing like mailing a letter on time is just not happening.
All right. All right. I appreciate it. So much of this reminds me of DC government some decades ago, you know, and so I know that this can be fixed, but it really is going to take a lot of change and willingness to change. Okay, I really do appreciate your perspective. Shanta Hai, very quickly, on the desire to preserve, I think, some of the units at Park Morton. It was that part of your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm guessing that's not something in the current proposal. Is that right?
No, it's not. It is desired to tear the entire site down. And right now, 651 Morton Street, which is the only standalone building at the top of Morton Street, and all of the buildings on Park Road have been torn down. And my former building, as well as the former the former maintenance / management building is scheduled to be torn down. I recently went through there. They've fenced it off and ready to demolish.
You made this preservation proposal to the housing authority or anyone else?
I had spoke about it once to Empower DC. I had spoken with Daniel once and asked him if it was possible to get in contact with the historical preservation to figure out if we could preserve a portion of Park Morton
for historical purposes, especially my building, because it had the original resident council office and community room where a lot of the events and everything happened historically at the property. So yeah. But
All
that
right,
didn't
I appreciate, that caught my ear when you said it, because I had not remembered hearing that recommendation before, and I know that there was a lot of work that folks did. We were able to do some preservation at Berry Farm. So I need to think through this. I know plans have been moving for some time, so I think it would be difficult at this point, but I need to do some thinking about that. And I appreciate the various aspects of your testimony today.
Thank you. Thank you for your time too, sir. I appreciate it.
And let me just say to Eleanor Hart and Deidre Brown, a lot of the issues in your testimony overlap with goals of this committee, but also things that we're hearing from other witnesses. So I really appreciate you both being part of this discussion. We've got to cover gaps in our programs to Eleanor Hart's testimony. And we have to, I believe, put more money into maintenance, understand the timelines and metrics for getting units into good repair, and understand how we're going to overhaul the voucher program and processes. So these are things you'll hear me get into with the agency as well, and things that you'll hear updates on from the committee. So thank you to everyone on this panel for being with us. We're going to move to our third panel of public witnesses, starting with Christy Respris, President and CEO of Pathways to Housing, Cynthia Davis, Executive Director of DC Family Child Care Association, Carol Holly, Public Witness, Robert Harvey, Associate with Mothers Outreach Network, Dean Hunter, CEO of Small Multifamily and Rental Owners Association, Keith Carr, CEO of Thomas D. Walsh Property Management, Barry Madani, CEO of Solid Properties, Felipe Ernst, CEO of Ernst Equities, Leonard Edwards from Bread for the City, Candace Johnson, Public Witness, Francois Sims, Public Witness, Kitty Coley, Public Witness, Victoria Gray, Public Witness, Patrice Ali, member of the Fair Budget Coalition, Witness A, Public Witness, April Davis, the Fair Budget Coalition, Angela Hicks, and Public Witness, and Cynthia Spencer, Public Witness, Yukiko Nakayama, a partner at Puma Investment, and Luther Lacey, community advocate with CNHED, Community Voices Working Group, and People for Fairness Coalition. And give us a moment to get everyone queued up, please. Christy Respris, welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Hi, good afternoon. Okay, not two screens. Here we go. So hi, Chairperson White and staff. I do want to thank you for taking on this role as committee chair. We really appreciate your accessibility and your choice of really talented, approachable, and compassionate staff. As you know, my name is Christy Respress. I'm the president and CEO of Pathways to Housing DC, where our mission is to end chronic homelessness for people with serious mental illness and other complex health challenges using the Housing First model we brought to the district in 2004. We now serve over 3,500 people a year across all of our services, including street outreach, integrated health, behavioral health, and housing. We currently serve over 810 tenants in our Housing First program, funded by a combination of DCHA, DBH, Medicaid, DHS, HUD, and VA dollars for rents and supportive services. And Pathways is a proud member of the Way Home campaign and active in the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity, DCHA Provider Working Group, and CNHED working groups. I want to start by thanking Hammer Garias and Jennifer Sabasco and Director Donaldson for their partnership with the Housing Authority after many years of negotiating to obtain desperately needed funds to administer the LRSP Scattered Site program that we have to end homelessness since 2008. It's now been included in the mayor's FY24 budget. This addition to the budget puts the Housing Authority in compliance with the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act of 2020 for our contract. And I urge the council to ensure that all district agencies comply with this legislation. I also want to thank the Housing Authority for including new rental adjustments in our LRSP contract in the mayor's FY24 budget. Because our contract did not increase for 15 years to align with market increases and increases in allowable rents, we've had to reduce the number of people served annually or limit moves to units with the same rent. LRSP is a really important tool, so thank you for these changes. I want to thank the providers and residents and advocates who've testified before me. Pathways is fully in support of the Way Home campaign's budget recommendations. While I understand the concern that we're struggling to utilize the vouchers available in this current fiscal year, that concern should really urge DHS to consider capacity building recommendations shared by providers. For example, in the midst of the staffing challenges that we have now, DHS just announced last week that they would no longer be including hiring and retention bonuses in our permanent supportive housing contracts. The same is not true of the recruitment bonuses still included in the budget for police officers. Instead of excluding new PSH vouchers from the new budget and dropping that, we need to pull both levers at the same time: capacity investments and PSH expansion. A lack of investment in PSH vouchers in 24 puts progress towards ending homelessness at risk and leaves hundreds of individuals and families without a place to call home. Ramping up current capacity ensures that we won't lose momentum towards our goal of ending chronic homelessness. Our approach to developing policy and budgets when faced with declining revenues must be both fiscally sound and morally compassionate. After almost 20 years working at Pathways, we're aware that in serving our clients well, we must be good stewards of finances, and we must operate compassionately and efficiently. I'd like to offer a few suggestions to help meet these goals. We know that vouchers must be used quickly and efficiently to end homelessness and strengthen our community. The whole city suffers when one person is experiencing homelessness. We have the resources, both the locally funded vouchers and the rental units. What we don't have is a timely and efficient process. You've heard a lot of testimony today, really around eligibility inspections. We have to change this. The logjam is at the Housing Authority, and breaking the logjam means we need to examine our existing policies, scanning the housing space for best and promising practices. The good news is that LRSP is a locally funded program, so we actually decide what the policies are regarding eligibility and inspection. There's precedence for nonprofit organizations to conduct their own housing inspections. You were asking about this earlier, council member. To my knowledge, the district receives over $23 million annually from HUD's Continuum of Care Supportive Housing Awards. To my knowledge, none of the initial or annual inspections for this programs are done by the Housing Authority. They're all completed by the agencies receiving the funds, whether it's the Community Partnership for the Prevention of Homelessness, Pathways, or one of the many other great nonprofits testifying today. Similarly, HUD Continuum providers also determine rent reasonableness and program eligibility. These policies should be reviewed for their applicability and replicability for the LRSP program. And in the interim, the DCHA should consider outsourcing inspections when needed to external certified inspectors. The safety and security of residents in supportive housing is our top priority. Oversight for these changes could be conducted similarly to HUD with regular audits and reviews. I am mindful that I'm over time, and I'll submit the rest of my comments in writing.
Thank you so much. Robert Harvey, you are up next. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White, and the rest of the committee. I'm appearing again. I was supposed to appear before DMPED, and I actually didn't reschedule. So I reworded my testimony a little bit. I want this to be kind of like acting critical thinking. For everything that I say that is positive for the government, for the city, I would like for you to put a plus down. If it's something that is negative and detrimental for the community, a negative. And if it's something that I say that I'm quoting, it's from an article that I pulled from some of the recent references to the budget. And so just questioning the research. But in 2014, then Mayor Vincent Gray had a budget of $12 billion. This year's budget, the mayor is asking for $19 billion, which is $7 billion difference. It's one mayor, it's 10 years. 50,000 people a year are pulled over by police, and $6 billion in traffic court fines are charged. Only 5% of those fines are contested. Hold on one second. No, in this New Year's budget proposal, the mayor extended $1 million to the Stronger Families, Stronger Futures program. This is out of a budget of $19 billion. Miriam's Kitchen, quote, we're deeply troubled by the mayor's Bowser's proposed budget because it fails to meaningfully address chronic homelessness. At the beginning of her current term, she told my community that she was going to bring 1,990 affordable housing units west of Rock Creek. To this point, she's only 3.5%. This guy that stays over by Kenilworth Avenue, his quote is, they're supposed to listen to us. They're supposed to represent us. They're supposed to do the things that we ask them to do. Why would you go and do something clearly don't want when there's a list of things that we do want you to do? This is Jeffrey Kim, and he's referencing the $22 million that you guys are investing in that pedestrian bridge that you're rebuilding. African-American homes in the U.S. metro areas are being devalued to the point of $156 billion in America, cumulatively. In your budget, I'm asking that you guys incorporate $68 million toward housing service, human service, and guaranteed income policy, basically. The mayor's total budget drop was 1.3% from 23 to 24, but the critical human needs programs were far more deep and severe, ranging from 20% to 50%, in the case of ERAP, 80%. So in conclusion, this is my conclusion. In closing, the district residents are still experiencing significant economic hardship. We're still on the cusp of this pandemic. The new budget is adding 342 new traffic cameras that you guys planned 2 years ago. These cameras are expected to generate $580 million in revenue over 4 years. The mayor is proposing to redirect this revenue. Budget Director Jennifer Reed says without redirecting those funds, the district could face a debt cap to the capital street improvements program, which is where this money is supposed to be going anyway. So why all of a sudden do we have to repurpose this money? It should be going toward housing, or some of it, a portion of it. In 2019, a study was done by DC Policy Center, which shows cameras are disproportionately distributed across the city. They're strategically concentrated in communities of color. DC fines are more per capita than anywhere else in the country. A collateral consequence of unpaid fees and fines is that if you owe more than $100 in unpaid tickets, you're disqualified for getting an occupational license. The plan for these cameras has been in the works for 2 years. Business tax breaks are set to increase to $6.8 million in 2027. Mayor Bowser's new budget would dramatically jump to $41 million in tax breaks the following year in 28. DC Physical Policy Institute says property tax breaks are the wrong mechanism to convert building to housing and may well be giving public funds away to develop. We are already looking at who are already looking to pursue residential conversions. The mayor's budget locks in future spending that benefits commercial developers while making major cuts to emergency rental assistance. It also fails to invest in proven strategies to end chronic homelessness with backtracking on promises to DC families by ending baby bonds. This was something that was started during the pandemic in 2021, less than 3 years. She's already given up on the program. We need to seriously question her sincerity in this effort. An analysis of Thrive program said that guaranteed income program, it benefited people's mental health, their stability. They were able to pay for their medical bills. It's a lot of things you guys could do if you, like the other gentleman said, put the money into the hands of people that are actually engaging in the communities and having to take up for the council when people are not showing up. some of the building directors or whatnot, what may be, or some of the leaders in the community. But you guys really need to think about what you're going to do with these traffic cameras. How can you guys be adding 382 new traffic cameras and not telling anybody about it? This is not public conversation.
Mr. Harvey, I do not want to cut you off. You're about a minute
that's
and a
it.
half
Thank
over your
you.
time.
Thank you.
I appreciate
Yeah,
you. Thank you. Dean Hunter, you are up next. Welcome.
Hello, council member. Hello, council member. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Dean Hunter, CEO of the Small Multifamily and Rental Owners Association, a trade group representing small landlords in the District of Columbia. I want to make a couple of quick points. Of course, my computer crashed just before I testified with my written testimony, but we'll get that in. A couple of quick points. Number one, we want you to understand that the Housing Choice Voucher Program is a small landlord program. Of the 7,126 providers in the program, 6,568 have 10 units or less. 6,508 to 10 units or less. Only 550 have 10 units or more. So the program is predominantly dominated by small landlords, people that rent out a house or a condominium, small apartment buildings. Second point is that 99% of these landlords are providing quality, affordable housing. They're not the slumlords that are being depicted in the Post and the media. They're not the slumlords that of properties you've been touring and tweeting about. These people are providing quality housing, and it's affordable housing. And we'd like to invite you to visit some of these properties of the landlords who are doing things right. The third point is these landlords are not being overpaid. The fact of the matter is these small landlords haven't had a rent increase since 2019. They're renting out their house, their condo. How could they be overpaid? I have to push back on this Post narrative, because if you don't push back, it's accepted as truth, and it's not truth. Number one, we pointed out before that their analysis was flawed because they counted rent control units, right? And the solution is not just changing the law to say vouchers are going to match rent control units. And we're very pleased that you didn't co-sponsor that legislation, because once you do have the hearing you promised to have, you're going to see that it's a disastrous piece of legislation. The second reason the Post was wrong is because when they did their story, they looked at rents that was conducted from a rent survey during the pandemic. Yes, there were record vacancies and delinquencies. Rents were lower than they had been in years. So you can't use the numbers for the pandemic to now say that landlords are being overpaid. The fact of the matter is that landlords, small landlords, needed a rent increase, haven't had one in 5 years, and they need more support. We need a program. We need funding cut out like they do with DHS, so that when tenants move out and cause damage to units, landlords can be reimbursed. We need to coordinate enforcement with the agency so that the tenants who are responsible for paying a small portion of their rent actually pay their rent. You know, I don't know who's being overpaid. They're not my members, right? I have small landlords, got people with 1 unit. I have large landlords, people with 1,000 units. They're not being overpaid. We do agree. No one disagrees that there needs to be a rent reasonableness program. It's federally mandated. It's done in other jurisdictions. It's not rocket science. And we believe that it can be done and will be done. It should be done in a manner which is not disruptive to the rental housing industry and is really fair to all providers. With that, I end my testimony, and again, want to extend my request to you. We'll put it in writing that you participate in a small housing provider town hall meeting, either this summer or after the budget. Thank you.
Very much. Barry Madani, welcome. You are up next.
Hey, thank you very much, Council Member White and members of the committee. My name is Barry Madani. I'm the CEO of and founder of Solid Properties. We manage approximately 1,000 units of housing in the district. 35% of our portfolio is voucher-based tenants. We provide management, oversight of quality housing throughout the city with a concentration in the Southwest, Southeast, and Northeast. I want to speak with my time to a number of concerns that is leading to an ecosystem that I think is hampering DC's housing environment and providers' ability to provide good housing. 40% of DC's housing is provided by small landlords who manage 1 to 20 units of housing. Real estate investing involves risk. It's inherently built on uncertainty. Most deals are designed on thin margins with a long-term outlook, and real estate operators depend on moderate rent growth over the years to remain solvent and fight rising expenses. Without those margins, The investments will not come, neighborhoods and housing will not improve. Rent control caps prevent investment in and improvement of old dilapidated housing. Real estate modeling is complicated and considers many factors. On the subject of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, the narrative that DCHA overpays landlords is categorically untrue. Most neighborhoods in DC command below or at market rents for Housing Choice Voucher tenants, in some cases by up to 40% below market, as proven out by DC's own recent 2022 fair market analysis. This is further exaggerated as voucher rents have been frozen, as Mr. Hunter pointed out, since 2019, despite a historically high inflationary environment placing undue stress and financial burden on landlords to keep up with their escalating expenses. There are also real additional costs to providing voucher housing through complying with regulations and inspections that don't exist with market rate units. It requires more staffing. We have annual inspections, biannual inspections. The repairs from inspections are almost always the responsibility of the landlord, regardless of whether the tenant caused them, removing smoke detectors or damaging units or breaking doors. It's always the landlord who picks up that cost. There are many more good landlords than bad ones in the city. Just the good providers are not newsworthy. We are the most important partner in helping the district meet its housing needs. New regulations are frequently spurred by news stories highlighting a few bad actors that end up hurting the good ones. And over the past decade, tenant advocacy groups funded in the millions per year through our tax dollars have pushed through policies and regulations that, although well-intentioned, have today culminated in an untenable ecosystem that promotes and even encourages abuse. Evicting a tenant, even one who is blatantly violating their lease and being a nuisance to their neighbors and the wider community, takes on average 12 months in DC, by comparison to Maryland, which is 3 months. Whether it's for non-payment of rent, using their unit as a party zone, damaging the property, harassing other tenants, noise nuisances, it doesn't matter. As an example, landlord delinquencies are also at an all-time high, and I'll give you 3 examples without naming the buildings. Building A, which we manage 105 units, has $272,000 in delinquent rent. 16% of our tenants are non-paying. Building B is 66 units, has $147,000 in delinquent rent. 10% of our rent roll is non-paying. And building C, 49 units, $145,000 in delinquency. 20% of our rent roll are non-paying tenants. ERAP is most often used as an annual fund to pay tenants rents that have the means but choose not to pay because they know they can make the application. Even DC's own housing provider, DCHA, is not immune to these issues, as has been evidenced recently. There are no sticks for bad actors, only carrots. And the greatest offense that this ecosystem commits, however, is that it hurts the many good tenants that want to live in peace and quiet by tying the hands of housing providers and keeping them safely and comfortably housed. In a small building of which there are thousands, the behavior of a very small minority spoils housing for all and even spills into the community. I think it's important that the council member works closely with housing providers to find balanced solutions that can help create a safe and sustainable environment for tenants, and one that is financially feasible for those providers. The cost of not doing this is that investment dollars will continue to flow out of the district, and issues related to safe and quality housing will be exacerbating. The Housing Choice Voucher is underfunded, and further reducing the budget and changing the rules around the placement of voucher tenants will create a larger backlog of tenants who won't be placed in permanent supportive housing, as providers find ways to circumvent them due to the increased cost and restricted income. I thank you for your time.
Sims, you are up next. Welcome. You're on mute.
Yes, good morning, Councilmember White. To quote Tupac Shakur, there's always money for the wars, but no money for the poor. I am a resident of a permanent housing program. I'm fortunate to have acquired housing through
Let me pause you, Mr. Sims. I want to make sure I hear your testimony. You're going in and out. I could hear you introduce yourself, and then you started going in and out.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, still a little muffled. I'm not sure what's happening.
My microphone is on. Okay,
All right, I'll turn my volume up and listen closely.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, yes. Basically, I'm just going to make a few points. We live in an expensive city and a capitalist society, so there should be incentives for social workers to get people into housing. Because there's I always hear that there's a shortage of social workers. I read somewhere that in ancient Chinese medicine, doctors were rewarded for keeping a person healthy. In today's culture, it seems to be the opposite. Many nonprofits that help the homeless complain about not being able to attract talent and keep employees. As part of hiring a social worker, there should be a recruitment bonus like the police get. For each client that needs housing, there should be a bonus attached. And to provide those wraparound services, there should be a set bonus for each successful evaluation. Social workers should be rewarded for keeping a person housed. Also, there are people that are willing to work and have experience being homeless. I understand dependence on those with degrees and licenses, but these need to look for those with more experience than credentials. Nonprofits and government should find a way to give these social workers teams of peer workers to handle their caseload, to help handle their caseload, that is. Doctors have nurse practitioners, lawyers have paralegals, and librarians have assistant librarians. What do social workers have? It just makes sense. And also regarding DCHA, DCHA has been corrupt for decades. They're probably watching this meeting, some of them, and sitting back laughing. I hope you're ready to go the distance with DCHA. Because I recall that when the former mayor and council member, Marion Berry, tried to contact DCHA, they ignored his calls. As the gentleman said earlier, they played a waiting game. They know that there are no consequences for them, and they know that your council terms to serve are short. And as you can see from the previous testimonies, it gets even more complicated and even more weird with what's going on with DCHA. I hope you're ready to go down that rabbit hole, Councilmember White. You can see you're going to be in for a fight. DCHA is known for being wow. And even as you uncovered, you have employees, that's giving voucher holders to certain landlords. So, it's not just the computer systems that's an issue. The employees are also an issue. There's no need improving the computer system if people don't even do their jobs and answer the phones. I mean, people are complaining about just common repairs to their units, mold growing, and the DCHA police not even doing their jobs. I mean, it's ridiculous. Something has to be done. I'll be available to answer any questions. Thank you for letting me testify.
I appreciate you being with us. Kitty Coley, you are up next. Yes.
Good morning, Chairman White and members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Kitty Coley. I am a disabled senior, and I want to discuss my voucher and why programs like ERAP are important. The dysfunction at DCHA is not localized. It is the root of the corruption that makes affordable housing a near possibility for those playing by the rules. Corruption, it's never been systematic because a fish rots from the head down. as evidenced by the recent scandal of DCHA staff at the highest levels, including stealing vouchers from seniors and disabled. Taking away the ERAP program in any form would make a bad situation even worse for those clients dealing with the toxicity of this corruption. I'm going to give some personal examples because that's what I know best. Customer service. My first phone call to inquire about housing vouchers was abusive. When they told me the waiting list had been closed for several years. Annual inspection. Last summer, my voucher was in jeopardy as DCHA inspector didn't call on the appointed day. The second time he called at 9 a.m. and informed me there was no one on property, so I had to certify online as an inspector, ASAP. Within the hour I passed, emailed the certificate to him and did my inspection. The property manager did inspections for my neighbors later that morning and told me not to tell anyone she was there when I spotted her. Understand, 3 strikes and you lose your voucher. This is stated in every letter that was sent to me. And this is the type of thing I've been dealing with. I won a lawsuit with the help of legal counsel for the elderly because in my previous place I lived, I had a unit-tied voucher and I was overcharged and I was refused rent receipts. After that, I had retaliation and it has escalated to dangerous levels. My case manager referred me to a private person their agency used instead of ERAP. Both times he increased the amount we agreed upon, causing me financial hardship. Now ERAP might not be there for me whatsoever. I also want to include something I don't have on my testimony. Before I moved here, I reported my situation to Office of Inspector General because my voucher and move-in was interrupted at the last step. And my core services case manager wanted to move me into a hotel and then a homeless shelter. I refused. So today I have been tracked into a miserable no-win situation. I cannot imagine aging here. I'm asking the council for either a tenant-based voucher or preferably a permanent voucher that is portable after 1 year so I can choose a less volatile environment. Thank you.
Watch. The next public witness is witness A. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairperson Robert White Jr. I'm a public witness. I was a secondary victim of domestic violence for more than 2 decades, basically for my entire life, almost my entire life. I want to see budget increase for domestic violence housing program around 18.6 million US dollar. We got it from the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. So I lived in Ward 5, Washington, DC. And now I'm staying with friends for a little bit in Maryland. The physical, emotional, and financial abuse for a while because I immigrated to the US. Now that I'm here, my abuser still stalks me through multiple people. I face housing instability as the result, and I'm at a high risk of being homeless. I've been volunteering with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, known as DCHA, and asked to be included in today's hearing because COVID-19 pandemic has been detrimental, not only to me, but also to children and adolescents as victims of domestic violence. The pandemic is still going on, and DC cases worldwide have spiked. DC is no exception. I want you, Committee on Housing, to increase the housing budget for survivors because the pandemic has disrupted many people's lives. I've been redirected to many organizations, more than 20, probably ever since I seek help because they didn't take a single person household or because there was no housing available. The only organization who was willing to help is the District Alliance for Safe Housing, known as DASH. However, DASH always reassessed my need multiple times and ended up referring me to other organizations. The whole process ended up discouraging and disempowering. But thankfully, my sister place offers me a voucher. And then right now, I'm moving forward with W.C. Smith But again, the process is kind of like been daunting. It's almost like 2 months, and I don't know, where this gonna end up. So to help others like me, the increased budget is necessary so housing providers can deliver adequate needs of victims. When you grant this request, providers will be able to bring on 15 new units of scattered site transitional housing with supportive services for survivors, regardless of their family size, immigration status, gender, sexual orientation, age, and other identifiers. Even though the previous threats are no longer here for me, but the residual effects of trauma on my mental health and first gender-based violence can be happening over the life course of women, girls, and other minority groups. Resiliency is needed for us to build our life back. However, if this service provided cannot meet survivors' need, it would be impossible for survivors to bounce back. We must have a safe place we call home because housing is everyone's basic need. I'd like to see this change reflected on the fiscal year 2024 budget. I'm still today struggling to get stable housing and know just hard that makes it for me to rebuild my life. Remember, youth are the future of our society. Adequate and fast response to domestic violence is needed so that we can thrive into healthy adults who can ultimately contribute back to our communities. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you again.
April Davis, you are next. You have to accept promotion. If you see a button that says accept promotion. April Davis, if you can hear me, I need you to accept promotion. All right, let me move to Angelia Hicks. Welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White and everyone in attendance. My name is Tangela Hicks. I'm a DC resident. I'm also a DC advocate, and I am a community advisory council member with Legal Aid of Washington, DC. I lived in public housing for 27 years. My experience with DCHA while I was in public housing was great, actually. Anything I needed help with, they were there for me. They even on behalf of myself and my family, almost took my slumlord to court about 3-4 times. Whenever I reached out with other resident issues, they were on it. I left public housing in 2014, and since then, I've seen the big drastic change and everything. It's hectic out here. I received a voucher from DCHA in 2016, and since then, every time you turn around, I'm about to lose my voucher, and it's not because of anything that I did or my case managers. My case managers have been awesome. It's always been someone higher up in the chain messing up something with my case. And 3-4 times I was almost homeless if I didn't get the help from legal aid. Anytime I tried to do things myself, I was always pushed around, or this person gonna get it, that person gonna get it. One time, they even stated that they didn't even know me. Basically, I moved into an apartment on my own. They never gave me a voucher, so I had to fight to get my voucher reinstated. Twice there was rent owed up to like 14,000 to the property managers, so I had to move. I was even became homeless while I was fighting for my voucher. Here recently, with my inspection, I almost failed because me and my landlord was trying to get a get a reschedule for my inspection, and we were like passed around. But just so happened, the inspector teller wound up calling me months later in December, and I just so happened to answer the phone and was able to do my inspection. But she stated, had I not answered the phone, I would have been a no call, no show, and I would have lost my voucher. One thing I can say with dealing with DCHA in the past and the present, the compassion for the people has changed. It's not the same. It's it's basically certain people get help, certain people don't get help. With my testimony that I submitted today, I also put receipts with it to give a visual of what I'm talking about. But I also want to insinuate that as I'm going through these things, there are thousands of other DC residents going through the same exact things with the voucher program. And a lot of people don't have that push to keep fighting. A lot of people, they don't have someone like myself that can direct them to one of the legal nonprofits for help. A lot of people just throw their hands up um, with it, and it's a lot of homeless people out there. It's a lot, and the public housing, the voucher, and the certificate program are very well needed out here. We need those services, and don't get me wrong. Even though with all the different little mishaps that might happen, there are myself and other residents that are very grateful to be able to have the opportunity to have a place to stay and to have someone help them in their time of need. But it just seems like the compassion of wanting to help someone or wanting to do the job is gone. Like I have an autistic child, and I state this to them, like I have a child that's autistic. He's on the spectrum. They don't care. They don't care nothing about that. They'll be quick to put me back in the street with my last two kids. And I'm like, that's crazy. And I just keep sending people to Legal Aid, Bread for the City, different legal groups to try to help them, because if you try to do it on your own, there just isn't any help. But I do, like I said, I am grateful for them. There are great people within the organization, but there are the same similar amount that just act like they do not care. We need them. We DC residents, we need them. We need the help, but a little bit more compassion, more trying to get to hear what a person is trying to say, and instead of just throwing them back into the streets, like show them some love to try to help them maintain what they have or to get something, you know, better or what have you. It's just hectic. But that's all for me today.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for being with us. Cynthia Spencer, are you here? Okay, and let me try. Okay, there we are. Yukiko Nakayama, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman White, a member of Committee on Housing, and thank you for giving me opportunity to speak today. My name is Yukiko Nakayama. I'm a partner with Kuma Investment. Kuma Investment is a small housing provider. Since 2008, we have been providing affordable housing to housing voucher tenants. I will request an increase in the voucher and subsidy budget of 181.4 million budget, which is flat. So we need to increase the budget. For example, we have a property in the Southeast DC. The building needed substantial capital investment since we purchased it. Yet our rent was $1,275 in 2008. And after 5 years, it's still $1,275. Although the median market rent is 1,538 for 2 bedrooms. And the DCHA rent for 3 bedroom is 1,703, while the market rent is 1,901. I understand there was media claim that DCHA is overpaying the housing provider, but that's not all the case in all locations. Like us, many small housing providers are suffering. During the COVID pandemic, many no-housing voucher residents stopped paying altogether. We recover some of the lost rent, but we have to write off remaining amount, which was about 31,000, which is a substantial amount for small housing provider like us. We also increased operating expenses due to the inflations. The property tax has doubled on some properties. We cannot keep operating our affordable housing due to the lack of increase on the rent by DCHA and the increasing expenses. We also had some rapid housing voucher. We prefer not to evict the tenant if they cannot afford to pay the rent when the rapid housing subsidy ends. I would appreciate it if DCHA could increase a concrete pathway and funds for them to get into the permanent program for both our rapid housing voucher participants and the housing providers. We also had seen increasing severe damage from the tenant. In one case, we absorbed nearly 30,000 in damage to the properties. I contacted DCHA, but they told me to take the tenant to the court. I would appreciate if DCHA could create a fund to rehabilitate the house to provide affordable housing to the next tenant instead of owner bearing all the cost of damage by the tenant. We also have seen increasing behavioral mental issue from the tenant, maybe stemming from the COVID lockdowns. In our case, 2 tenants are fighting constantly, creating a hostile environment for whole building. I would appreciate if DCHA could increase the fund to staff mediation service and then hire counselors. And then again, thank you so much for the time to speak today. Thank you.
Very much. Luther Lacey, welcome. You are next.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can. Good afternoon. Glad to have you.
All right. It's afternoon now. Yeah. Good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the committee, DC residents. My name is Luther Lacey. I'm currently a member of the CNHED Community Voices Working Group, community organizer, advocate for People for Fairness Coalition, and a member of the Capitol Hill Towers Tenants Association. Being new to advocacy, I'm an individual with 25 years of lived experience of being chronically homeless, all the while dealing with mental health issues, substance abuse, and incarceration. In 2008, after having enough of the constant back and forth, the physical wear and tear, the psychological warfare from sleeping in the streets and facing jail time, I surrendered. And with the help of APRA, outpatient mental health, substance abuse treatment from some, and transitional living at RAP, I now have multiple years recovery. I'm speaking to you today because in my short time in advocacy, I've witnessed a great need for continued housing service for those individuals who remain unhoused. As a person who spent multiple years in the model rehab / SRO program, I am proposing that this body will consider the implementation of 4 housing centers set up throughout the city that will serve as a bridge to permanent, supportive, affordable housing. With the recent end to the PEP-V program, there will be a great need for facilities designed to house individuals while they are in the waiting process of being awarded their housing. These centers would have on-site case management from Department of Housing Authority, DBH, and DHS. One of the issues that myself and others who were residents of moderate SRO housing was that there was no smooth transition to permanent housing. I'm proposing that during the current reshaping of DCHA that this oversight be addressed. Once individuals have been placed in these centers and are receiving rental assistance, hopefully, from the Housing Authority and or HUD, it would seem that the ability to move on to a permanent housing situation would be seamless as those individuals are already in the system. Also, while housed in these centers, residents will receive the services and support needed to successfully thrive in their independent living, permanent, affordable housing units. Of course, once individuals are selected for their housing, the units will need to be re-inspected and new unhoused individuals will be brought in. This, of course, will require that DCHA addresses the absurd wait times that have been reported by those who have found housing and are simply waiting on units to be inspected and signed off on or not. Individuals should never die sleeping outside while waiting on a unit to be inspected. These housing centers can be a great way for those who are unhoused to stop having to sleep in the streets and have a safe place to reside. And it's proposed that each person have their own living space, a room preferably. This can be accomplished through either acquiring existing buildings or by building new state-of-the-art facilities. The city spent an extraordinarily amount of money housing individuals in hotels during the public health emergency. As these proposed housing centers expand, hopefully across the city, there will never be a need to house individuals in hotels ever again. People who are unhoused, been displaced, veterans, and returning citizens would always have a place to go. This isn't the only answer or the end of our fight to end homelessness in our city, but I believe it is a stepping stone and a necessity if we are to continue to undo years of the tedious process and slow progress in getting affordable housing that has plagued our city for much too long. Yes, I believe that housing is a human right. We must continue to make it a priority until every unhoused individual receives a place to call home. Thanks for allowing me to share my testimony, and I look forward to working with you all. And I included some bullet points on my support for CNHD's call, some suggestions for the council, and it's in my written testimony. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. And appreciate you being with us. Let me run through a few questions for this panel. Point of clarification for Christy Respers. Did you say that there are HUD programs where inspections are done by third parties?
Yeah, what I was sharing, council member, is that the HUD continuum of care dollars that are awarded every year for supportive housing, so it's permanent supportive housing, not funded locally, but by HUD. Those subsidies, those rental assistance dollars, the provider, so for example, Pathways has 5 of these HUD contracts between DC and Maryland. We, as the provider, the recipient of the contract, do rent reasonableness, eligibility determination, and inspections. And that's not unique to Pathways. That's the HUD SH supportive housing providers. The Community Partnership for the Prevention of Homelessness manages the continuum of care, and I'm sure they would be really happy to speak with you about that process. But that's the precedents that I'm talking about. So the supportive housing programs are treated differently than the voucher programs. And I think some of the concerns understandably are around oversight, right? How do you maintain oversight? The housing authority, we want to make sure that people do a good job of doing inspections, not just passing anything, but there are ways to create accountability, certify people, and we'd love to talk with you more about that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, Dean Hunter, your position is at 0 or close to zero landlords are being paid more than market rent by DCHA. Is that right?
Yes, I'm saying that there hasn't been a rent increase in 5 years. The overwhelming majority of landlords in the program are single-family homes and condominiums. So I don't know who's being overpaid. Somebody, the Post is finding using these 1 or 2 incidents comparing with rent control, but no, we don't find that the overwhelming majority are being overpaid. There does need to be a reasonableness program. There does need to be that. And I have confidence that Brenda Donald can implement a program that's not going to be disruptive and capture that small minority that is in fact getting overpaid.
Okay. All right. So, okay. I wanted to make sure I understood your testimony. I mean, even the agency now admits that some folks are being overpaid. We are not. No one, I hope, has an interest in landlords being underpaid, as one witness testified may be happening with some of their properties. But we also have an interest in making sure people aren't overpaid. We want to make sure the rent reasonableness standards and policies make sense.
Agreed. And I'm saying that 90% are being underpaid. From Puma Investment, her testimony, right, Nazimi's testimony, and our experience, 5 years without a rent increase. If people were being paid the absorbent rates we're reading in the Washington Post, a lot of people would be retired. Here's one question while I have you. What is the number of people that leave the voucher program? We keep talking about this 30,000 waiting list and act like we got to find more money and stop overpaying people to house people. How many people actually ever leave our vouching program in compared to other jurisdictions? And many landlords aren't going to be glad I asked that question. Right.
I don't know the answer to that, but but we have various voucher programs and some like called permanent supportive housing. And so some people should rely on the fact that they'll be able to keep that voucher for various reasons. Some people should move through the program and create space for others. So it's not supposed to be a one-size-fits-all thing. Fair question, because we want to make sure we're tracking our work to make sure we are helping people. Barry Madani, quick question for you, if you were able to hang on. You mentioned a few examples of significant unpaid rent in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, that's not a good thing. It's not a sustainable thing. Are there concentrations of, I understand that this has happened, something that happened across the city. The examples you raised seem to indicate that there are some places where it's concentrated non-payment of rent. Is that so? And if so, do you have thoughts on why that would be the case?
Yeah, sorry, I had to get off camera because I had to just drive to an appointment. But I mean, the reality is that, during the pandemic, there was this tendency for people to sort of stop paying rent. And then the Stay DC program kicked in and sort of, assisted a lot of those tenants by sort of making them right and covering, up to 6 months of rent. But right after that, people just continued to stop paying. And it's both at the market rate and at the voucher rate. On the voucher level, it's tenants not paying their portion. And one thing we've been talking about is that, for example, DHS Rapid Rehousing actually pays the full rent amount to the landlord and then collects the tenant portion from the tenant and holds the tenant accountable to the program, versus burdening the landlord with the collection of that amount. And a lot of tenants have been using ERAP as a means to sort of catch up with their delinquencies. But ERAP got capped last year due to budgetary constraints. And then also ERAP shouldn't be a carousel for people to use to basically dip into on an annual basis to pay rent that they could have otherwise paid. And as far as the concentration, I'm not sure. What do you mean by that specifically?
You mentioned that not all of you mentioned some. I didn't write down all the amounts, but they were in like the $200,000s and $100,000s of dollars. Is this a typical amount of unpaid rent, or these?
I mean, what happens is, there is an across the board a very high level of delinquencies. And it's exacerbated by the fact that once a tenant, is behind on rent, 2, 3, 4 months, you then have to take them through, a eviction process, right? But you got to give your days of notification. I think it ends up being at around 90 when all is said and done, and then you got to go get a court date, and the court date's usually up to 4 or 5 months out. We recently filed in March. We got June and July dates for those tenants. Well, those delinquencies continue to escalate, in that time period. And then once you get to court, last year the council passed a rule whereby a tenant can basically apply for ERAP, and as long as they do it within 48 hours of the court hearing, that court hearing gets a stay basically, and that gets extended again. Now with the court backups, you're back to another 3 or 4 months. So all in all, when you add all these timelines together, that whole ecosystem is what's really contributing to some of these high delinquencies. Whereas the tenants know that a lot of them understand that the process is very long and they can continue to stay there and hopefully look out for a handout at some level, whether it's ERAP or some other program that can basically right-side them. And in the cases where they can't, then the eviction process happens, but it happens so far in the future that the landlord is left unable to collect that money, and it's robbed the property of its ability to pay expenses and all that kind of stuff.
Which I think is a great education, council member, if I may, for the ongoing desperate need for continued shallow subsidy programs for people to bridge that gap, right, in this incredibly expensive market. I'm sorry for jumping in there, but this illustrates that need over and over again.
There is. There are a few problems in there, and that is absolutely one of them. There's some people who there's a wage issue. There is a gap between what people can pay and what the market is demanding, and if that gap exists every single month, then the alternatives are people being evicted or us paying less money through a shallow rent subsidy program. ERAP is supposed to be for an emergency, but a lot of people just don't make the enough money. You need the shallow rent subsidy program. Yukiko Nakayama, did you say in your testimony that you have a building where the rent is the same now that it was in 2008? Is that right?
2018. After 5 years to 2023, it's still 1275, where the market
let me ask one
rent is
additional
much
question on
higher.
that. So so now what you're getting is lower than the market rate.
Much lower. Right? Yes.
Okay. So why continue to rent through the voucher system if they can't provide market rate on your building?
I think twofold. One is the eviction process in DC is extremely difficult. So we rather want to do any evictions, and then we prefer steady housing subsidy income also. So we like to keep the building like lights on, even the rent is really kind of low. So that's one very steady income. Also, the second thing is, I think increasingly like fair housing laws and everything, we treat everyone equals, and then there's a lot of issues. You cannot just refuse the applicant just because they're the source of the income. So that's twofold.
Yeah, which you can't do legally. But all right. So there was another issue you raised that is of real interest, at least to me. You mentioned that there was damage to one of your properties. You gave one example where the damage was about $30,000. Was this from a rapid rehousing tenant or voucher tenant?
This is a permanent voucher tenant who resigned like 1 year, but I have to replace brand new hardwood floors. The drywall was destroyed, damaged. So I have to throughout the house, I have to kind of fix all the holes and everything. And then the door was, taken down, and then everything else I have to kind of repaint it and then repair. So it's cost nearly 30,000 damage
And
to just one house.
DCHA has no fund for damages?
They have no fund. DCHA has no fund.
They don't. I asked many times. They don't. They just said take the tenant to the court, which I know the tenant doesn't have resources, so it doesn't make sense.
Okay. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna ask DCHA about that. I would, think that there'd be some fun like this. For Luther Lacey, I appreciate your testimony. It really is a powerful testimony, and just want to recognize what you've done and continue to do. And I'm glad to hear your voice in the advocacy space. People with lived experience have the best insights into what we need to be doing. For the recommendation you made around housing centers, 4 of them around the city, for really what is transition. I don't know if you've seen the new 801 East Men's shelter compared to what it used to be. How are the housing centers that you are mentioning different than, say, where the more modern shelters for single individuals? What's the difference between them?
One of the things that, in my experience, when I was in, because I was in the SRO, and that's why I tried to make a distinction. I don't want to call it SRO because a lot of times you get a tendency to get stuck there. Housing authority, you call housing authority to ask where you are on the list, and they'd say, well, you already housed, because they're giving assistance in paying your rent. And that's one way it differs from the shelter, because you're actually getting assistance from housing. And so that's why I said the transition, it seems like if you already in the system for housing choice voucher, why not just move that person to a permanent supportive unit and then bring others in? Like I'm in an in-house voucher now at Capitol Hill Towers. So if my name did come up on the waiting list at DCHA, well, they'll say, oh, he's already in the unit. We don't need to reach out to him. And I think that's not fair, because come on, I may be in the unit, but it may not be tenable. It may be leaky roofs, rodent infestation. So I mean, it's a lot of things I think need to be addressed. But the difference is that we'll be getting assistance from the housing authority. I think that's the difference compared to being in the shelter.
Okay, thank you for that. Tangelia Hicks, I really appreciate your testimony as well. Let me get clarification on one thing. Where's your case now?
Where is it? What you mean?
So you mentioned a lot about helping others navigate the process. Are you trying to work with the housing authority as well?
I mean, I will if they need my help.
Okay. Now, when you say, you spoke in your testimony, you said that the compassion is gone, and you spoke about some of your own experiences with the housing authority. What would compassion look like now to you from the housing authority?
as if they care. Like if I have an issue going on and I bring it to you, if I have an issue going on with my voucher and I bring it to you, the urgency to get the situation done is not there. The time frame of getting it done, and it's just like, how can I put it? How could I put it? It's like if you was to come to me and say, Miss Tick, I'm having issues, and I say, okay, well, what's the problem? And you tell me the problem. My goal is going to be to try to fix that in a timely manner, not sit on it. Not act like it's not important to me because it's not my situation. When the issue is brought in front of me addressing it instead of pushing it to the side. And even if like with me, I keep receipts. And when I say receipt, anytime I deal with any agency, organization, program, I keep paper receipts, which means that if I go inside and you giving me a ticket, I'm gonna have that ticket and I'm gonna write the date on it. If you give me a receipt with your stamp on it, I'm going to keep that too. So when I go to these different agencies and I say, hey, look, I got this issue. They say, okay, well, let me look into it, Ms. Hicks. Then they'll say, oh, well, I don't see that. And I'll say, well, I got a receipt. They will bypass my receipts like it means nothing. But this is a receipt I got from your agency. Like, for instance, when I first got my voucher and they got everything mixed up, they actually said that I was never in the system. They never gave me a voucher. But yeah, I had papers from 2005 on up, 1990 something, right? But they still would not honor those receipts. And I'm saying, okay, look, I need housing. I can't be homeless. I got a child with special needs. They cared nothing about that.
Sure. I appreciate one
And one more thing. When over the years of me testifying, I always say to you all that I don't get upset when things happen because I feel as though the universe is using me. Because usually when things happen to me, I don't just get things fixed for myself. I get things fixed for other people. So that's one reason why, I got tough skin about it. But there are thousands, I'm not saying hundreds, thousands of DC residences goes through the same things that I've been going through since 2016. And if they don't get legal representation, they're back in the streets. Like since I had the voucher in my hand, I've been back in the street. I had to fight to get my voucher reinstated.
Let me touch on a couple other things. I really do want to thank you again for sharing your testimony. And I take your point. The things that you are experiencing are things that other people are experiencing. So we need to fix them for everybody. Right. That's the viewpoint I take on this as well. So I really appreciate it. I don't have follow-up questions, but I do want to just note a couple of things. Robert Harvey, you're right, as the budget has increased substantially, we just have not seen a lot of clear progress. And this is something we need to be very attuned to. Francois Sims, I appreciate your recommendation on incentives for social workers to through housing. Need for recruitment bonuses. One of the things I'm trying to do is get more social workers through a program I want to fund. I'm hoping this year through the University of the District of Columbia that would allow DC residents and people who work in DC to get their master's in social work for free through UDC, because we have a pipeline backlog. We got to get more people into this field, particularly more people who come from the communities that they want to help. So I appreciate your focus there. I share it, and your recommendations are really good ones that I'm going to be thinking through. So thank you. Kitty Colai, thank you for sharing your experience as well. I do understand your desire for a tenant-based voucher or PSH voucher. As you are working with the agency, and have issues, let me know so I can be of assistance. I can't tell them who to approve for vouchers, but I can try to make sure the process works as it's supposed to. Witness A, thank you for your testimony. We heard some really good testimonies in some of our previous hearings as well about the need for more funding, both for housing, but also for survivors of domestic violence. And this is a gap that we've got to figure out as a council. And I'm truly grateful for you sharing your experience with us. We're going to move to our final panel of public witnesses. We will start with Jenna Israel, DC community organizer with Jews United for Justice, Ann Hoffman, a volunteer with Jews United for Justice, Lori Leibowitz, public witness, Shira Markoff, a volunteer with Jews United for Justice, Michelle Eichen, volunteer with Jews United for Justice, Martin Mellett, vice president for external affairs at Jubilee Housing, Christy Gardner, a secretary for the Client Advisory Council Board at Bread for the City. And the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition, Karen Settles, Maria Jackson, legal and advocacy fellow with Mothers Outreach Network and the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition, Christina Gibson, member of Community Voices Working Group and the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development, Leon Wells, public witness, Alicia Smith, public witness, Shauna Stewart Gray, Community Voices Group with CNHED, Craig London, board member of DC Housing Providers Association, Therese Crawford, president and CEO of District Influencers, Britt Ruffin, director of policy and advocacy with Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless, Skylar Hinat, public witness, Harry Garral, president of Van Ness South Tenants Association, Kim Farmer, public witness, Datisha McKeechin, outreach fellow at Mothers Outreach Network and member of the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition, Russell Brown, chair of the Housing Providers Association, Sheila White, guest leader at Miriam's Kitchen, Andrew Anderson, guest leader at Miriam's Kitchen, Sharon Harris with the Mothers Outreach Network and DC Guaranteed Income Coalition, Tiffany Blakeney, with the legal and advocacy fellow with Mothers Outreach Network and DC Guaranteed Income Coalition, Michelle Alexander, public witness, Commissioner Patricia Stamper, ANC 7C06, and Commissioner Carolyn Zagranizinski, ANC 2F08. And give us just a moment to get everyone queued up. Jenna Israel, welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Council Member. Good afternoon. My name is Jenna Israel, and I'm a tenant in Ward 1. I'm also a DC community organizer at Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. JUFJ is a member of the Way Home campaign and the Fair Budget Coalition. My testimony today will focus on the funding for and quick implementation of public housing repairs and housing vouchers by DCHA. Last week, many Jewish folks in DC and around the world, including myself, began the celebration of Passover, which continues this week. During this holiday, we remember the exodus of our ancestors from Egypt. It's a holiday about oppression, about liberation, and about the necessity of speaking truth to power. The central figure of the story, Moses, goes to the Pharaoh keeping the Hebrews enslaved and demands, "Let my people go." He returns to Pharaoh over and over again with the same demand until Pharaoh relents. It is in this spirit that JUFJ comes back to the DC Council year after year in budget season to speak truth to power and demand the the necessary funding to move us to liberation, to create a DC where we've ended homelessness and everyone has a safe, stable place to live. JUFJ and our partners are asking for $60 million in the fiscal year 24 budget for DCHA to use and use quickly for public housing repairs. As you know, council member, many DCHA properties are in appalling conditions. It is unacceptable how slowly and how poorly repairs have been done, both where tenants are living and suffering the consequences of unhealthy, unsafe living conditions like illness or injury, and where tenants could be living. Vacant units DCHA cannot use to house the many residents who need housing. As DCHA also helps to administer housing vouchers, we think this hearing is an appropriate venue to again advocate for $36.6 million for 1,260 permanent supportive housing vouchers for adults, $17.33 million for 800 local rent supplement program tenant vouchers, $58.4 million for 1,920 targeted affordable housing vouchers, $18.87 million for 480 permanent supportive housing vouchers for families in the fiscal year 24 budget. These programs have track records to prove their effectiveness in getting people housed, keeping people housed, and putting us further down the path to ending homelessness in DC. In fact, the mayor's own strategic plan to end homelessness, Homeward DC 2.0, calls for these PSH vouchers in fiscal year 24, and we do need them. Moreover, DHS and DCHA must quickly use the housing vouchers the council has already funded to actually house people. After Moses demands his people's freedom the last time, after the Pharaoh relents, what do my ancestors do? They seek out a home because they know having a home is a crucial part, a core part of liberation. JUFJ looks forward to a fiscal year 24 budget that moves us toward a DC where everyone has a safe, stable place to live. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
So much for being with us. Ann Hoffman, you are next. Welcome.
Thank you. Chairman White, members of the committee, thank you for providing the opportunity for me to testify today as a member of Jews United for Justice. And I'll leave out what we are because Jenna already told you that. My name is Ann Hoffman. I was a member of the Board of Commissioners of the DC Housing Authority from January 7 of 2021 until the effective date of the bill creating the new STAR Board in 2023. I believe I was removed from the board by the mayor and council because I asked too many questions of the Housing Authority staff. Since I'm no longer in a position to ask questions of the executive director, I hope you will ask the questions that I would have asked. Unlike members of the old DCHA board, you have the power to compel answers to these questions, and I hope you will do so. Jews United for Justice and our partners hope you will allot at least $60 million per year for as many years as you can for repairs to occupied units in the public housing properties owned and or managed by the Housing Authority. I won't go into what's awful about them. We've heard it, we've seen it. Along with the allocation of funds for repairs, you should require the executive director to provide you a copy, of the most recent inspection report of every occupied unit and the date by which repairs in every unit will be completed. And then you should hold the authority to that schedule. You should also ask whether the work in each case is to be performed by employees of DCHA or whether the work is to be subcontracted. And if the latter, what company hired under what contract will be performing the work. In every case, you should require the occupant of the apartment to certify that the work has been done to their satisfaction, and that as of that date, no further repairs are needed. A similar certification should be required of a higher authority within DCHA. Contractors should not be paid until DCHA confirms that they have performed the work that was assigned to them. DCHA has had a habit of claiming that repairs have been made when the resident of the unit says they have not been. And I learned near the end of my service on the board, there was no verification that work had been performed before contractors were paid the contract price. With respect to unoccupied units in public housing, the director was required early in her tenure to report to the board monthly on how many vacant units had been prepared to be leased and how many had been occupied. Toward the end of the time I served on the board, those reports were no longer being provided monthly. I have not seen such reports in the minutes of the meetings of the STAR board. You should be demanding that such reports be submitted to the board and to you every month with the address of each apartment that has been made habitable, what efforts have been made to lease it to new tenants, and the outcomes of such efforts. The reports should indicate how many vacant apartments remain on the properties at the end of the month. As apartments are being made ready, additional residents are moving out, often leaving their apartments uninhabitable without at least minor repairs. So vacancies increase as well as decrease. The fact that only 75% of DCHA's public housing units were occupied was one of the major objections in the HUD report. JUFJ notes that these hundreds of unoccupied apartments could well accommodate some of the hundreds of unhoused DC residents we see all around the district. Again, as above, you should learn whether the work was done by DCHA employees or by subcontractors, and if the latter, who the contractor was and what contract they worked under. Some higher authority at DCHA should be required to verify that the apartment is ready for a new occupant, and that verification should precede payment of any contractor. The executive director and her staff told the board months ago that the goal was to have authority staff trained to be able to perform all the repairs and rehabilitation of the public housing units eventually. You should ask whether this remains a goal or is the intention to continue contracting out much of the work. Finally, you should inquire how the tens of thousands of repair orders backlogged in the maintenance department at DCHA are being handled currently and insist on a schedule for how routine repair requests will be handled going forward. DCH policy used to provide that emergency repairs should be completed in 24 hours and all repairs should be completed in a slightly longer but specified. That did not happen. One reason, according to HUD, was that maintenance workers refused to go to some units at night because of fear of crime.
Ms. Hoffman, I hate to interrupt. You are 2 minutes over time, and I wanted to let you go. I will have questions though, so I'll come back to you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Can I just make one last point?
Okay.
I hope that the committee will recommend clawing back the bonuses, the bonus awarded to Director Donald for fiscal year 2022, and consider doing the same with respect to the other high-ranking employees of DCHA who receive bonuses.
Thank you very much. Lori Leibowitz, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember White. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here today as an individual DC resident, but I'm also a legal services attorney who has been representing public housing and voucher tenants regularly since 2015 and interacting with DCHA as an advocate since 2006. Before I start what I was going to say, I wanted to address two things that came up on previous panels. One is this issue of rent reasonableness and annual rent increases that folks on the last panel talked about. Rent reasonableness for initial lease up and annual rent increases are separate processes at DCHA. And while DCHA is looking into the rent reasonableness process for initial lease up, as far as I know, they're not doing anything about revisiting its policies and procedures for annual increases. And it's important to talk about those things separately. Second thing that came up on the panel before that and several times is this ACOP and admin plan revision. I'm probably one of the few people in DC who's actually read the entire proposed revised ACOP and admin plan. And in addition to very specific concerns about things in it, it is not a finished document. When we talk about trust with the agency, the document looks like, here's HUD requirements, here's DCHA policy and response. It looks like a worksheet. It looks unfinished. It doesn't look like well thought out, well crafted, well written policy. There are things that there are unfinished sentences. There are places where it says delete this part. There are places where there's just no policy written and it's unclear what part of the federal policy DCHA is implementing or not. DCHA didn't include, HUD put out new regulations pursuant to federal law. None of those are taken into consideration. So, in addition to like the just concerns about policy decisions, these documents are not ready for prime time and don't show a lot of thought. But what I actually came here to testify today about is that I'm really concerned about what is happening with DCHA's public housing waiting list. The agency appears to be purging the waiting list without telling anyone what they're doing and without engaging government or community partners. DCHA is changing a number of policies and practices at the same time, and the net result of these changes is that over 15,000 households, approximately half the waiting list, risks being removed from the list without any due process. How is this happening? The first culprit is these waiting list events that the agency is so proud of. According to the data DCHA released in early March, they have invited 17,636 households to events over 7 months, but only 2,171 households, about 12%, have attended. This is because DCHA is only inviting people by sending letters to their last recorded address. There's no effort to email, call, or text people. Social services agencies are not being engaged to help find people or help get the word out about these events. Most people on the DCHA waiting list are housing unstable by definition. Their addresses change. They bounce between apartments, family, friends, shelter. They've all been on the waiting list for at least 10 years, and updating one's contact information with DCHA is not easy. There's no web form. The phone doesn't get answered regularly. And when people do actually receive these letters summoning them to an event with little notice, and they can't attend because they have to work or go to a medical appointment, they try to call DCHA to say they can't come and can't talk to anyone and can't get their appointment rescheduled. At the same time, DCHA's newly proposed ACOP creates a policy that would kick people off the waiting list if they miss 2 interviews. And I specifically asked and was told that these waitlist events count as one of those 2 interviews. The newly proposed ACOP would also eliminate the longstanding DCHA policy codified in local regulations to place people in inactive status. This was talked about earlier. DCHA has done waitlist purges in the past, and it's not unreasonable to do a waitlist purge or cleanup, but there's a fair and reasonable way to do it. Last time DCHA did a waiting list purge, the agency worked closely with the Social Security Administration, with the DC Department of Human Services, and with homeless services providers and other community organizations to get updated addresses and to ensure that everyone who still wanted to be on the waiting list knew what was happening and was able to update their contact information. Given that only 113 people have received housing through the waiting list events, the current process and proposed policy changes seem to just be a way to get people off the waiting list, not to get people into housing in a fair and transparent way. The council must ensure that the Housing Authority maintains its waiting list in a fair and equitable manner. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Shira Markhoff. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Shira Markhoff. I've lived in Woodley Park in Ward 3 for the past 10 years. I'm a member of Jews United for Justice, JUFJ's DC Leadership Council, and Housing Security Working Group. JUFJ is a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC and Maryland. JUFJ is also a member of the Way Home campaign and Fair Budget Coalition. My testimony today focuses on the need to fund voucher programs that help end chronic homelessness. My volunteer work on this issue with JUFJ is inspired by a rich tradition of Jewish activism and solidarity with marginalized communities on economic and racial justice issues, including right here in DC. A core value guiding my testimony is that every person has inherent value and no one should go without having their basic needs met, which includes having safe, stable, and affordable housing. A budget is a set of moral choices showing whom and what we value the most, and DC's budget should reflect the inherent worth of each and every resident, by ensuring everyone has the dignity of a place to call home. Every day as I walk around DC, I see unhoused people trying to survive. It's deeply immoral that residents of a city with such abundance and wealth do not have a home. I'm also deeply disturbed by the inhumane treatment of unhoused residents in our city who have been forced out of encampments without adequate time or resources needed to help them get housing before their encampments are dismantled. Rather than addressing homelessness, that policy ends up further destabilizing residents, eroding trust with support workers, and just moving encampments from one area of the city to another. Instead, DC needs to fully support and invest in important programs that are proven to help people experiencing homelessness get and keep housing, as well as supporting those who are at risk of losing their housing. Specifically, I am asking the council to appropriate $36.6 million to provide 1,260 permanent supportive housing vouchers for adults. Research and real-world experience show that these permanent supportive housing vouchers, which uses the Housing First model, is the best way to end chronic homelessness. In DC, over 95% of individuals in this program stay housed after their first year. In addition, I urge the council to provide funding for other important housing voucher programs, including $17.3 million for local rent supplement, tenant vouchers, $58.4 million for target affordable housing vouchers, and $18.8 million for permanent supportive housing vouchers for families. The council must also ensure that these vouchers are used quickly so that our unhoused neighbors can finally get the housing that they deserve. The delay in distribution of so many vouchers in the past that have been funded in the past is really truly unacceptable. The council has the opportunity to use this year's budget to get us on track to a future where no one is homeless. I strongly believe that DC will be a better place for all of us to live if we ensure that our neighbors have the resources they need to live their lives with dignity and stability. And this starts by funding vouchers at a level to match the scale of the needs of the local residents experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony on this important issue.
Thank you so much for being with us. Michelle Eichen, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the committee. My name is Michelle Eichen and I live in Ward 4. I am a member of Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing racial, social, and economic justice in DC. I am here today to emphasize the importance of public housing repairs. I am asking the council to allocate $60 billion to the District of Columbia Housing Authority for public housing repairs. As a renter who cares deeply about the dignity and livelihood of all my neighbors, I know this funding is crucial for an equitable and healthy DC. I believe housing should be available for all and that this housing must be upkept as a safe and quality space with residents actually seeing meaningful repairs in their units and buildings. My passion for this belief is rooted in the Jewish concept of tikkun olam, which translates to repairing the world. To fulfill this action of repairing the world, we must begin with repairing the homes in which our communities reside. Not only is this important for an equitable society, but countless studies have shown that poor housing conditions are linked to poor health outcomes. To invest in our public housing is to care about the health outcomes of our community. In my house in Petworth, my housemates and I dealt with an infestation of cockroaches in our kitchen. During the months-long period of time when we were dealing with these bugs, we felt a constant unease and anxiety in our home. We felt scared of potential diseases, and obviously these bugs weren't paying their share of the rent. It took months before our landlord took our issue seriously, and we were fortunate enough that he eventually called for bug control. Unsurprisingly to us, the issue wasn't fixed after one visit from exterminators, and they returned multiple times to try a variety of solutions to rid of our infestation. Our needs were eventually met because we were able to advocate for ourselves with our landlord, and because he knew he was required to provide these services or he could lose us as tenants. Public housing residents who are low-income people and disproportionately Black and Brown DC residents are often not so lucky. Public housing residents lack this direct access to their landlords and don't have the kind of leverage that we as private renters have. We must prioritize upkeep of public housing to ensure the health, dignity, and livelihood of all occupants. I'm asking the council to allocate $60 million to the DCHA for public housing repairs, and we need to make sure that this money is used for repairs and quickly. If we fail to invest this money in our budget, we will be forcing our neighbors to deal with the inadequate housing conditions, leading to exorbitant and preventable negative health outcomes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for being with us. Martin Mellett, you are up next. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon, Councilperson White and members of the committee. My name is Martin Mellett. I'm the Vice President for External Affairs for Jubilee Housing. I'd like to comment on a critical program managed by the Housing Authority, the Local Rent Supplement Program, particularly project and sponsor-based portion of that program. For 50 years, Jubilee Housing has developed and managed affordable housing communities in the Adams, Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Mount Pleasant neighborhoods, while also providing supportive services to our residents. We've completed the development of over 300 units of deeply affordable housing with services at a combined investment of over $100 million. And over the past 4 years, Jubilee Housing has acquired 5 buildings and a parcel of 5 lots designed to add about 200 units of additional housing and services for both returning citizens and residents in need of housing. An essential tool in creating this housing in thriving neighborhoods like Adams Morgan is the Local Rent Supplement Program, or LRSP. Currently, Jubilee utilizes about 145 LRSP subsidies in our housing portfolio, approximately 52% of the portfolio. In reviewing the DHD and DCHA budget proposals, we observed that an additional $9.7 million is being proposed for new project and sponsor-based LRSP. This allocation is part of a multi-year commitment to ensure that sufficient rental subsidies are available for projects seeking to house residents. These funds will be allocated to projects in the current pipeline and possibly projects that will be approved in the upcoming NOFA. Under the arrangement between DHCD and DCHA, the funds will be transferred to DCHA when the project is ready for rent-up. Without a clear view of the pending pipeline and project completion dates, it's hard to comment on whether these funds will be sufficient for the city to reach its trust fund mandate of 50% units dedicated to residents at 30% MFI. What is clear is that without sufficient project and sponsor-based LRSP on an annual basis, we'll continue to miss the legally mandated trust fund production requirement. So Jubilee Housing, along with CNHD and other advocates, have advocated that the trust fund be increased by another $100 million to $200 million. Assuming the council was able to reach this important goal, we believe that the proposed $9.7 million in new project and sponsored LRSP will be insufficient to reach the 50% MFI role. Therefore, we recommend $15.6 million for that. Regarding DCHA budget, project and sponsor-based budget, we note that the proposed budget is basically a flat budget, an increase of $50,000. Many organizations who have executed long-term service contracts for either sponsor or project-based LRSP have not seen any annual increases since execution of the contract, some of which are 10 or 15 years old. While the contracts have language permitting these annual adjustments, DCHA has maintained that without additional budget authority, it's unable to make the adjustments. We self-manage our properties, and it's very much aware of the annual increased cost for labor and materials to keep our properties clean and healthy. And it's clear that $50,000 is not increase, will not support any meaningful annual increases for the existing project and sponsor-based units, which currently list at about 1,500 across the city. We recommend that additional budget authority be approved that will allow DCHA to adjust these long-term service contracts for project and sponsor base. This is a budget hearing, but we also wanted to include some of our comments from a previous performance hearing on operations. Sufficient funding is as critical as the agency's ability to ensure that the program operates smoothly to the benefit of both the tenant and the owner of the unit. We've included several of our comments in our testimony. They include the creation of a formal LRSP submission process, coordination of unit inspections, and for those of us who are experiencing long-term service contracts as they come to the end, we need to figure out a way to make sure that those contracts get renewed efficiently. Thank you for your opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Maria Jackson, welcome.
Sorry about that.
No
Hello,
problem.
can you hear me?
I can,
Okay.
welcome.
All right. I don't read that fast due to my disability, but I'm gonna try. I'm from Mother's Outreach, and I would like to say a couple of things. My name is Maria Jackson. I've lived in DC all my life. I'm also an advocate for Mother's Outreach Network and a part of DC Coalition. I live in public housing since the mid 2000s. I moved 5 times. Now, I put in safety issues where I lived at over numerous amount of times. I have the records of bullet holes, water coming through my bed from ceiling, feces coming through the tub, the drain, the toilet, and it would not stop. So it ran through the whole apartment. I have the video. Including my mold going through the bathroom, my children's room, and I have 2 kids with asthma. I kept putting in, I had to put in, I kept putting in, transfers, but nobody would respond to me until, mold gets to you. It's how I ended up in trauma care, sir. I'm in a wheelchair. They did not know what was wrong with me until they found out I had this concussion. They didn't listen to me until I got a lawyer, housing. I know a friend that also got shot, and she's constantly putting in moving things. She has the pictures of the blood wounds. Her family is not safe. I'm just flabbergasted over the fact that y'all say y'all want us to feel safe where y'all move us to, but when we come to y'all to speak with y'all ourselves, y'all are not listening. But we have to get a lawyer for y'all to listen. Let me tell you a story. I had my kids out when they was young, and a man came on a scooter and shot one man, and he got the wrong man. So he came back and shot the other man while my kids are outside. Mind you, I'm in a wheelchair. I had to get my kids inside the house. So I had to literally push them inside the house because they wanted to watch. But now I live in a building on the 9th floor. I've been stuck in the elevator over 10 times. I asked them about the fire. What was their fire drill? They said the sprinkler system. What I'm asking you is, what would y'all do if it was a sprinkler system? Would y'all help? Would y'all help with the? Would y'all help with our replace our electronics in here if it do go to war if it does get damaged? I have a lot of experience there with DCHA not getting things fixed. Only time to get things fixed is when it comes to inspection or you have a lawyer. And for this year's budget, I'm just hoping that y'all can, I'm just wishing that y'all have enough money to get everybody units fixed up because it's terrible. And dealing with the sewer system is very terrible. I would like to make sure everybody get their units fixed up and don't have to get to the point where y'all have to get lawyers involved.
Very much.
Thank you for listening to my testimony, sir.
Thank you. I
And
appreciate you
counsel.
being with us.
Yes, I'm a parent of 4. I understand.
Yeah, I
Thank you.
understand. Our next public witness is Christina Gibson. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, Chairman White, as well as others on the committee. My name is Christina Gibson. I am a member of the Community Voices Working Group at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development, also known as CNHED. And I am a resident of Ward 8. I first experienced homelessness at the age of 15 years old. I left home after dealing with abuse and quickly realized how difficult things were for someone in my predicament in the district. After facing homelessness, I lived in a shelter for 2.5 years before getting housing. I remember creating a vision board and telling myself I would never give up. I was and still am very determined. I've seen a lot during my journey while being displaced, which led to my passion to advocate. To advocate. I am dedicated to giving hope to those who are still in the same situation I once was. That is why I chose to work with CNHED and why I'm testifying today, to urge you to support CNHED's budget requests. By making these changes, you have the power to change lives drastically. Our district can benefit from the positive changes needed for our displaced citizens or those who live in that anxiety. I am standing before you as a walking testament that people can change their lives after receiving housing, and what that could possibly do if we had more permanent housing for those living in the district. I recently graduated high school with a 3.0. I have been accepted to UDC where I plan to continue my education. I'm a bright young lady who just needed to be given a chance, just like many others here in our district. We need more money in the Housing Production Trust Fund so that people in similar circumstances to me do not live in unstable housing for many years. Homelessness is not someone else's issue. It has a ripple effect throughout the community. To end homelessness, permanent affordable housing and programs are essential. Furthermore, the #1 producer of generational wealth in America is homeownership, and requiring that tenants have the first opportunity to purchase makes a world of difference in leveling the playing field for those who lack access to generations of wealth, specifically those like me. As a resident of the district, I am concerned about the elimination of TOPA rights within the downtown area. TOPA is our first, in most instances, our only line of defense is to preserve affordable rentals and increase opportunities for home ownership for low-income tenants. We cannot reach 12,000 new affordable units by 2025 if low-income renters are not afforded the same rights as the more financially privileged. Thank you for your time and hearing my testimony. I'm also so grateful that I finished early because I wanted to add a few things, hence why I was nervous, excuse me. But I don't want to point out who I heard it from because I don't want them to feel like targeted or anything, but I wanted to shed light on what was said. So this person stated that tenants are not paying rent, and a lot of tenants use ERAP and Stay DC, saying it should be used, saying this is used as a payout method, and probably looking for handouts with these programs. I want you to look at my testimony and use me as an example. I received rapid rehousing and was housed, after living in the shelter, and I really didn't agree with rapid rehousing because I felt like it was a setup for failure. I moved into this unit and I knew in a year or two I wouldn't be able to afford market rent, being as though I didn't have a high school diploma, and the jobs that I was getting, I was not able to sustain, being able to afford a life for me and my children, So I love what you said, sir, when you said, a lot of people can't afford it. And I think that's the problem. A lot of people can't afford it. It's not that we're choosing not to pay or using these programs as a handout, because we don't want handouts. We want to be independent. We want to be able to afford our rent. And most of us are working very hard to get there. So yes, sorry, I went over. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony and thank you for the additional context. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Leon Wells, good afternoon and welcome. Leon Wells, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Excellent.
Can you see me? Oh, can you see me now?
I can. You can proceed with your testimony.
I'm a member of the Community Advisory Commission at Legal Aid, and I just want to lend my testimony to the vouchers. I applied for a voucher about 22 years ago, and as of yet, I still haven't received any response. No, let me back that up. I did receive a response maybe about 15 years ago, and it was for something that I didn't apply for, that did not suit my need, and my son's needs, and therefore I made them aware of that, and I haven't heard I haven't gotten a response since. That's been over 22 years ago. And that's all I'd like to say at this point.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you're with us. This is voucher issues is one of the very important things that we are trying to get to the bottom of. So thank you so much for being with us and sharing your testimony.
Thank you.
Christy Gardner, welcome.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Christy Gardner.
Thank you for being with us. You can begin your testimony.
Yes, I'm presently I'm the secretary for the Client Advisory for Bread for the City. I am an advocate for Washington, D.C. for the senior citizens and those with disabilities. I'm presently living in a unit that I've been here over 8 years. I'm very can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay, great. I just want to make, my girlfriend was telling me that you couldn't hear me. So to speak up, at any rate, I'm on the board of directors for the Community Grocery Cooperative. We're trying to open a grocery store in Ward 7 and 8. And I'm former board member of the Douglas Land Trust. Actually, you're Mr. White?
Yes, Robert White.
Right, I took a picture with you at the last year's Juneteenth event at Bread for the City, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, but at any rate, I am I'm disabled now. I'm waiting to have surgery on my hip. I've been on the voucher list for over 20 years and haven't received a response from them in reference to my voucher. I am behind in my rent. I do need assistance. If you can show me which way to go. But right now, I love where I live. My neighbors love me. I love my neighbors. So I really would like to stay where I am. Can't think of anything else.
You received money, but something happened.
Yeah, I went through the DC Stay program and they approved my application, but they never sent the money. It was supposed to come December 7th, never got the money. And then from what I understand, ERAP said they rejected it, but they did not tell me. So I want to know if I can go back in the system and get the recording, because the girl told me that I was approved. And now I'm, I go to court on June the 8th for my apartment, and I need to get some assistance. So that's my testimony. And I'm with Guaranteed Income. We're trying to give income to people who, like myself, who needs assistance. And it needs to be funding. I think we were asking for like 86 million But getting back to myself,
ERAP, did you do
ERAP gave me a little bit, and then I need, before my electricity goes up, I need my Pepco bill as assistance for my Pepco bill. So that's pretty much my testimony. Yeah.
Thank you so much for being with us. I'm going to turn to questions after we finish this panel of witnesses. So let me turn now to Shauna Stewart Gray. Welcome.
Hello and good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
Yes. Hi. Good afternoon, Councilmember White. My name is Shauna Stewart Gray, and I am thanking you for giving me an opportunity to speak to you all today. I am a member of the Community Voices Working Group SC in HED. I am a lifelong resident, and I am a mother to 3 special needs children, a wife to an amazing husband with disabilities, and I am a daughter and daughter-in-law to residents who are elderly and disabled in their 70s. So for me, having to navigate and understand policy to get the help that my family needs is a daily life struggle that sometimes makes things very difficult. Hold on for one moment. Housing has been something that has plagued my family my whole life. Being homeless as a child to 2 working natives here in DC. I was again homeless as a single adult working, and then again as a mother. I have learned a few things, and I share with various agencies as much as I can, and I hope that it helps them change the policies and let you know how it affects us in our everyday lives. I have worked with and talked with the CLC of the Capital Area Food Bank. I have also worked with the Washington Legal Center for the Homeless on Housing Insecurity and People's Power Action. And I currently sit on the CAG of the FRSP at DHS. Because I was on rapid rehousing and I have told them of the horrors of their program and how it affects us from the time I got into the program until now that I'm no longer in the program. And I'm still being left with a debt that I can't move forward because I can't get anyone to help me with the legal situation of making that debt disappear. So it has caused great risk to my family at times. So I don't take this lightly when I ask, because these overall issues affects us all as a community. As a member of CNHED's Community Voices Working Group, I fully support their budget requests in this time of extreme economic uncertainty. As a person from a historically disadvantaged background, I support CHNED's call for the council to increase the HPTF budget to from 100 million to 200 million, to allowing pipeline and new projects to continue to develop much needed affordable housing across the district, to support the preservation of affordable housing by adding 10 million to the Housing Preservation Fund and ensure that renters at risk do not face housing insecurity and eviction by funding the Emergency Rental Assistance Program at least 36 million. I'm hoping I got a couple more moments because the reason why this is so important to me, I have been in an apartment for 5 years that, from what I understand, should have never been able to pass inspection. I have had more than $12,000 that has been enforced upon the property that I stand in from DC Housing Authority. They gave them at least 8 different fails to the property, and they also pulled my rapid rehousing voucher from my property. But because I am still living here and we were still in the midst of COVID, I now have accrued more than $60,000 in debt on evictions. At this point, I can't move. And if the ERAP program no longer exists, for people like me who finally received their targeted affordable housing voucher, which believe me, it took me 3 years to get, I can't move. Because now, because of the rapid rehousing culture, I am not only left with the debt that I can't move forward from because they will not give me a neutral I'm sorry, way to, say that I am not owing any money, a neutral reference. I can't receive a neutral reference, nor can I use my TAH voucher because some of the rentals that we're trying to find go around and ask really bad, wild questions as far as how to get housing. Like for instance, to say that you need to make $20,000 or $40,000 per year in order to get this apartment, when if you're a mother that has disabled children, the likeliness that you make that is not possible, but they won't accept your voucher. I have seen practices being used that has kept my family here on both ends that I have not even been able to, with the best help from government, help me. So I'm hoping that if we're able to at least help those that are in emergency situations, that the increase to homelessness will not keep that way. Thank you for your time and have a great one.
Thank you so much for being with us and for your testimony. Craig London, you are up next. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. My name is Craig London, and I am a board member of the DC Housing Providers Association, DCHPA. We have more than 2,300 housing provider members, of which roughly 1,000 members actively connect with us every month. Our members operate properties that house an estimated 50% of the voucher tenants in the city. Thank you, Councilmember White, for making these hearings interactive with your thoughtful questions to the panel members. The DCHPA has never before been active politically, but there seems to be a growing anti-voucher movement in the media and amongst several council members. We are a sleeping giant that has been awakened, and we have been pooling our resources to support our tenants and our properties, and we are committed to strongly supporting council members that will strengthen the voucher program. I have a couple comments and then some questions for you, Councilmember White. One quick one here is a zero cost way to improve the voucher program. Inspections should be more strict and not less strict, with a greater emphasis on distinguishing between a landlord caused failure versus a tenant caused failure. The second comment is the panel number one, there were several people that complained about the portal. My experience with the landlord portal has been that it's pretty good, not perfect, but some of the comments made from AOBA really don't make any sense. I personally logged in more than 1,000 times, and the new message center is a welcome feature. I would say that the biggest customer service improvement that could possibly be made with DCHA is to reestablish the landlord walk-in days. Those are the absolute best ways to solve problems that are eventually going to get solved, but in a lot less transactions. I do have some questions for you, Councilmember White. I'd like to know if you support Councilmember Fruman's bill that eliminates the rent control exemption for subsidized units. I'd like to understand your general opinion on this topic, and if you think that subsidized units should be exempt from rent control as they have been for decades. And if not, have you studied the devastating impact on the voucher program that will occur if this rent control exemption is removed or limited? I also have another question to know if you are aware of the many beneficiaries of rent control that earn more than $100,000 per year, because this form of affordable housing is not means tested. Another question I have is to know if you are aware that when a tenant signs a lease, there is no way to force the tenant to leave the unit until the end of a judgment through the court and a marshal service conducts an eviction. Also, I did want to ask a question regarding Ms. Nakayama. You asked her, why did she keep renting to a tenant if the rent is too low? I didn't really understand that question because there's no way for the landlord to do anything with the tenant if they're not happy with the rent. It's short of eviction, which cannot occur unless there's a lease violation. So I see you're back here. So the main question I really want to understand from you, Councilmember White, is the rent control exemption for subsidized housing units. What is your opinion on that? What do you think of the Fruman bill that was recently announced? And in general, do you support maintaining this exemption?
Thank you for your testimony and your questions, Mr. London. I will have questions that I'll move into after this panel, and I'll respond to some of what you asked.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Skylar Hinnant, welcome.
Hello, my name is Skylar Hinnant. I'm a neighbor and friend to several residents of public housing in Northwest DC in particular. I've been extremely lucky to get to know these residents mainly through organizing and church ministry, and then later bear witness to their interactions with DCHA. So working with folks on the Park Morton Equity Council, some of those folks spoke earlier, and also at Kelly Miller, it's been sort of an eye-opening look into the city's disinterest in maintaining its current housing stock in any meaningful way. I've spent a lot of time at the Kelly Miller public housing complex, and I've sort of been bowled over by the criminal living conditions that people there have been subjected to. Some units have had leaks for months, causing massive amounts of water damage. Others deal with broken locks and doors, which leads to really dangerous break-ins. One resident, upon asking DCHA to come paint over some drywall repair and ceilings, he was shipped 10 gallons of white paint and told to do it himself. And this is an elderly person. Additionally, when DCHA tells residents that they're not going to come do important maintenance work at night because it's too dangerous to be there at night, they're sort of admitting that they don't want to step foot in these housing complexes due to conditions that they themselves have fostered, which is crazy to me. There really needs to be room in DCHA's budget going forward to address these hazardous issues rather than leaving residents to fend for themselves, because the city would rather demolish it than maintain it. I also wanted to speak, speaking of the future of Kelly Miller, the redevelopment process is still extremely opaque for these residents. The timeline around the complex's demolition is a total unknown for people who will be most affected by it. Kelly Miller needs a firm and transparent roadmap for residents during the redevelopment process, and they really need that immediately. As we've seen in places like Park Morton, which is nearby, refusing to do right by the most vulnerable members of our communities after the city upends their lives leads to tremendously harmful displacement. So Black working class residents of the city they can't really spend years waiting in limbo while the city debates whether they'll allow them to live in the neighborhoods that they were born in. If the city would rather spend money redeveloping these communities than maintaining them, they need to provide equitable opportunities to those they claim to serve. This is an abstract issue for many of us, some people on this call, many people in the city government, but for the people who are living in public housing, it can be a literal matter of life and death. So DCHA really needs to treat these issues with that level of gravity and urgency. Thanks so much for letting me speak, and I'll stick around for chatting as well.
Thank you so much. Harry Garral, welcome.
Chairman White and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Harry Garral. I'm the president of the Van Ness South Tenants Association, representing residents of 3003 Van Ness, a rental apartment in Northwest DC. I'm also a member of a group of 8 tenant association presidents and other community activists who represent thousands of DC residents of apartment buildings along Connecticut Avenue and Massachusetts Avenue. Chairman White, I'd like to thank you first for your recent efforts to try to limit the rent increases in rent stabilized buildings this year. I know you pushed hard for that. We were very disappointed that Mayor Bowser blocked your efforts, but we do commend you for that. I'd also like to thank Councilmember Fruman for the legislation that he introduced that would protect rent stabilized units by restricting the rents that could be paid for voucher residents in those units to the rent stabilized price. In both cases, those bills would slow increases in the cost of rental housing. DCHA's policies are doing the opposite, accelerating increases in the cost of rental housing. This is a result of DCHA's systematic, deliberate, severe overpayments for apartments rented with vouchers. In our neighborhood, for example, DCHA frequently overpays by $500 per month or more on a one-bedroom apartment, or almost $1,000 per month for a studio. A recent investigation by the Washington Post finds that DCHA's overpayments may exceed $12 million per year citywide, and we think this is a conservative estimate. According to HUD, such overpayments waste taxpayer money, they squander funding needed for housing vouchers for other low-income DC residents, and they drive up market rents. Extreme overpayments also incentivize landlords to discriminate against DC residents who don't receive housing vouchers. They remove thousands of apartments from rent stabilization. They incentivize the conversion of apartment buildings into quasi-public housing. They encourage absentee landlords to buy up condos to profiteer from housing vouchers. And they provide windfall profits to predatory landlords. Those who are most harmed by DCHA's extreme overpayments are the tens of thousands of senior citizens who disproportionately occupy rent-stabilized units of DC Older's apartment buildings. DCHA submitted written testimony for today's hearing. However, the testimony says nothing about DCHA's extreme overpayments. This single issue could severely impact DCHA's budget. There is no estimate in the testimony of how much DCHA is overpaid. No mention of how DCHA will correct its systematic practice of overpayment. No mention of whether it will claw back overpayments from landlords. No mention of how it plans to repay the federal government. In short, the number one factor affecting DCHA's budget is missing from DCHA's testimony. DC council members should ask DCHA some tough questions about overpayments. They should be careful not to accept DCHA's responses at face value. For example, last year, DCHA said that those who reported overpayments were spreading false information, and that claim proved to be false itself. In the current situation, DCHA has a high incentive to understate the amount of overpayments. It has a high incentive to grandfather existing overpayments, and it has a high incentive to continue to overpay by fudging estimates of market rates. Council members should be careful to scrutinize DCHA's methods. In the past, it has used the accounting firm Novogradac to analyze market rents. Novogradac is an industry insider. Not surprisingly, its estimates are extremely high. I'd like to thank you again for your attention to issues of high rents in DC. And I hope that the council will continue to focus on the issue of overpayments at DCHA. Thank you.
Ruffin, you are up next. Welcome. I cannot hear you, even though you're not on mute.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Britt Ruffin, Director of Policy and Advocacy. The zealous community advocacy and council's commitment, DCHA has received $50 million in the budget for the last few years for repairs. And the last couple of years, the mayor has actually added it into her budget. It's not the requested $60 million that was previously identified as the necessary amount. However, something is there now as a standard. The key now is making sure the significant repair and maintenance needs are actually being addressed with those funds and that residents feel that investment. We are extremely disappointed to see no new funding for vouchers in the mayor's budget for FY24, none to fund the important DHS LRSP programs, and none to pull residents off of the existing wait list. Generally, every year, the lack of funding for tenant-based vouchers that are unattached to services continues to disappoint. It also perpetuates an ideology that pathologizes poverty while dismissing the real challenges of systemic racism, capitalism, and income inequality. Each year, DC simply becomes more unaffordable, particularly for low-income families. There remains a crucial need for investment in these vouchers so that people have an opportunity to secure safe and permanent housing. We join Fair Budget's request to pull families off from the wait list and for an increase in voucher allocation to support housing needs for returning citizens. The fact that DHS and DCHA have continued to have streamlining issues and failed to get resources out quickly should not be the burden of residents waiting for housing. Residents shouldn't continue to be punished for agency implementation failures. And DC's budget continues to grow, but still low-income residents continue to have to fight for basic resources. DCHA is the largest landowner in the city, the largest source of DC's large family and accessible units. Public housing population is nearly all Black, and over half of seniors, and those are half are seniors or those with disabilities. Currently, 95% of residents in DCHA properties are within the 0 to 30% AMI range. So public housing in DC is the only true deeply affordable housing in the city, and the only housing that remains solely for those who can't live in DC otherwise. These facts should be the foundation for any future plans and or updates to public housing properties or policies. In an attempt to address HUD report criticism, DCHA recently released over 1,000 pages of proposed policy changes to its fundamental program operations. The fundamental changes will significantly impact current and future DCHA public housing residents and voucher participants. Legal Clinic, along with several of our colleague organizations that you've heard from today, have submitted joint comments to address our major concerns with the policies and process. It's important to note that while these proposals are broadly referred to as new regulations, they are in fact broad policy recommendations produced by a third-party contractor. They were not released in DCMR regulation form and failed to even expand or include the literal language that DCHA's own employees would need to know in order to implement the proposed policies. And so these shouldn't be accepted as standard regulations. We can appreciate Director Donald's desire to want to urgently address HUD concerns and make things better and make some progress before she departs. However, agency failures over decades led to this situation and circumstance, and immediate implementation of a third-party policy recommendation is not going to fix the issues that residents deal with daily. In fact, it can make things much worse. So the goal should be to not simply to check the boxes, but to actually make things better, not just appear to make things better. Generally, DCHA can't adequately and appropriately implement its current program policies, as is evident by all the testimonies you've heard today from advocates and residents. So thinking that an urgent implementation of program policy, new program policy, is going to make things better for residents, while the same lack of institutional and housing program knowledge and core agency incompetency exists, defies logic. DCHA constantly aims to raise the stakes for residents and applicants with dire consequences, but never aims to hold itself accountable by addressing its institutional training and staffing failures. DCHA must address its own abilities to implement policies before it proposes to replace them with new ones. This committee and council has to utilize its oversight abilities to do everything within its power to protect district's lowest income residents and fund the access to housing in DC. Fundamentally, creating and preserving deeply affordable housing, ending homelessness, achieving racial equity can't be consistently touted as DC priorities if the budget funding doesn't reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. DCHA McKeechin, welcome.
Hi, my name is Allegra Hayden, and I'm going to be reading on behalf of DCHA McKeechin. Thanks. And yeah, I am a staff member at Mothers Outreach Network, which is a part of the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. Ms. DCHA McKeechin is an outreach fellow with Mothers Outreach Network, and I will be sharing her testimony today. So she says, my name is DCHA McKeechin. I have been a resident of Washington, D.C. for 44 years, and I am a member of the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. The coalition has as its mission, among others, to build a permanent guaranteed income program in Washington, D.C. while preserving existing social insurance and safety net programs. Some things I would like you to know about me and my story are, I am a single mother of 3 children, ages 22, 12, and 11. I'm also grandmother of 1 who would be 2 in June. I love spending time with my family and friends. I am unemployed, but am currently receiving SNAP, SSI, and child support benefits for my children. I currently live in public housing. I feel that the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition's program is a tremendous help for moms like me who just need a little extra support to be able to do things I want to do with my children. I'm truly grateful. The district's FY 2024 budget should demonstrate its commitment to communities of color disproportionately harmed by policies and practices that place their families at economic risk. I request that DCHA please work with DHS to request appropriate additional waivers to include the FNS waiver through USDA for privately funded guaranteed income programs, and moving to work waivers at DC Housing Authority to protect them from increased rent levels and protect their eligibility for public housing and vouchers. I'm asking that the DC Council fund additional guaranteed income programs, $13.5 million for guaranteed income pilots and $6.5 million for a hold harmless fund for 750 households over 3 years, paid $500 monthly. The hold harmless fund would primarily cover housing costs. I am also asking that the DC Council establish a fund to protect families who participate in guaranteed income pilots. And there are some additional asks in the letter. I am picking out the ones which apply most directly to housing. And the final ask here is, and finally, we thank the council for the work it has started doing to protect benefits, but the work is not done, and we hope that you will ask for any and all waivers needed to protect other benefits that may be at risk, such as housing and SNAP benefits. This is important to me because this extra income would help to provide the necessities I need to help make ends meet for my children and myself and give me a little more stability, which I feel I need in my life. Being a person with the health issues I have, it can be very hard to maintain both my job and a healthier lifestyle by keeping up with my appointments. The extra funds from a guaranteed income program would help my family just by knowing that I am receiving the income and I don't have to figure out how I'm going to get this or do that, or where I'm going to get it from, would be a blessing for me. I truly appreciate you taking the time to hear what I said today. It means a lot just to be heard and or considered. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Reading this on behalf of DCHA McEachin. Russell Brown, you are next to testify. Welcome.
Yeah, how's it going? Thanks for having me here. So I had prepared remarks, but a lot of the landlords who actually are part of my organization with Housing Providers Association, which is a 5-member board that represents all of the smaller landlords in DC who participate in the low income housing. Craig London is also a member of a board who spoke earlier. And since a lot of my points have already been addressed by other people, I just want to kind of go over some of the other things that people have said throughout here that I want to make sure that everybody kind of understands everybody else's position on things. So I know Mr. Garral, Harry Garral, kind of talked about how landlords are getting overpaid in some areas of DC. And I wanted to kind of educate him a little bit on it's a lot of times when people say that, they'll look at all of the rents that are in their building. They say, okay, unit 304 is getting $2,000, but hey, this voucher tenant is paying $2,500 here. And the way that they find out what the rents are going to be for a particular area is not necessarily going to be that granular, where they're going to look in your building and say, okay, this is what the rents are. They look at an average of the entire neighborhood, the legal subdivision of where you live. So even though it might seem like they're overpaying for a neighborhood or overpaying in your building, they may not be overpaying for the entire legal subdivision. So I wanted to make that point, make sure he understood that. I also wanted to talk about what goes into renting a unit to the DC Housing Choice Voucher Program. Number one, 90% of the times, a tenant cannot move in the middle of the month. They have to move in on the first of the month. And in order for them to move in, there's a lot of paperwork that you have to submit. And when I say a lot of paperwork, it's a lot of documents you have to gather, put together, submit, and then you have to wait. So on average, if things go really, really well, you might take 4 weeks for all of that to happen. And then let's say you get finished on the 6th, you have to wait another month. So that means you're going to have your place empty for 2 months after you find a tenant. So that's not even including how much time it took to find a tenant. And so there's costs associated with all these things. And so when you look at the rates that Housing Choice Voucher Program is paying, you're just looking at the top line. There's a lot of things that go on underneath that. And if you say, okay, these rates need to be exactly equal to the market rate, no landlord is going to want to do the program, because these things, including the inspections that you have to do, including the annual inspection. You got to do an inspection when they move in, inspection when they move out. all these things are costs that get added into landlords' budgets. So I just wanted to make sure that they knew how the whole program worked, because I understand that some people just see it from the outside. I also wanted to talk about how I've been part of the Housing Providers Association since 2009. So it's been 5 directors since I've been a part of this organization. And I know this is probably more addressed with some of the earlier panels about, the budget, but a lot of the problems can be solved, funny enough, with empathy and understanding. Just like you, Mr. White here, I know you don't agree with a lot of the stuff some of the people are saying here, but you're listening with intent. You're saying, okay, let me consider your point. And you're coming to us with a attitude of collaboration. The Housing Authority could really benefit from that. They used to have that, actually. I've offered on several occasions to be almost like their ombudsman, because the landlords essentially elected us on the board to represent them. A lot of times the landlords come to me and say, hey, I'm having trouble here. Can you help me figure it out? I can't figure it out. And I've been with the program for 14 years. And the reason why I can't figure it out is because there's no set policies. They'll say this is a set policy. You ask for a copy of, okay, show me what a set policy is. That way, when landlords, because they say Housing Authority says they get overwhelmed, right? So I'm saying, okay, I'll take some of that off you. I'll be kind of like, just show me where your policies are. I can be that stopgap. This doesn't exist a lot of times. So a lot of problems can be solved with that. I also want to say transparency would be great as well. I know the portal is supposed to kind of help with that. I would say the portal needs to don't reinvent the wheel. I would just say take another step forward on that portal. Whereas somebody submits some paperwork, we can see where we are in that queue. Landlords can see where they are in their queue. And if the person who's assigned to that paperwork, they can be tracked. How long are they taking to move all of their projects along the way? Because right now you just submit it and you just have to sit there and wait. You have no idea if anybody's even looking at it. I don't know where my time is here, so I'm gonna try to hurry up. I also want to say that this is not we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Department of Buildings, they're already kind of doing something like this where they're tracking customer service, how well their employees are doing in terms of problems when people call in. Also, a lot of people mentioned that the Housing Authority used to have a landlord walk-in day. That solved a lot of problems. Somebody said earlier here that they don't want to do it because they said they would get overwhelmed. The reason they're getting overwhelmed is because they don't have the set policy. So set the policies and then have one manager. And before this ends, I want to give, I know everybody here is complaining a little bit, but I want to give them their props because Hamer, they have an ombudsman now named Wayne Waller. And these people actually do exercise a lot of what I'm talking about, a lot of empathy, let me try to figure out what your problem is. But the problem is, I don't know if it's not like a private corporation where one person can affect and change anything. It's a lot of bureaucracy. And I just think they need to have people in positions where they can control more of the processes of their department. I can't see my time here. Sorry. Am I over?
Minutes over.
The
info was good. And then when you said you were going to say some good things, I didn't want to stop you there because I know the agency is getting beat up on it. If you had some good things to say, I had a lot of good stuff to say about it. But I do have some questions, so hopefully you can hang on for a bit.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Andrew Anderson, welcome. You're up next.
Good afternoon, panel. I hope you can hear me well. I would like to take this time for my testimony as it relates to an important issue, which I believe a lot of the panelists have already expressed. Well, I'm going to extend that to the relationships and the transparency between DCHA and caseworkers as it relates to the clients or consumers who have already received their vouchers. My direct experience, first of all, dealing with a person who's a returning citizen after doing 24 years in prison, I'm very happy to be or have an opportunity to have housing through DCHA, Permanent Supportive Housing Program. But I've encountered a lot of problems along the way. One is having the transparency to having a caseworker who actually believes or wants to help and assist. And helping me dealing with problems, dealing with the unit that I'm currently in. As been expressed earlier by other panelists, the issue related to DCHA and the transparency and being able to get through to them, either by telephone or by email or whatever, has been problematic. I have experienced that already. It is a very important issue for me to express the problems that I'm having to DCHA. But it seems to me the only reason why they would want to return a call or just initiate conversation is to try to get me to recertify, which is a requirement by me anyway. I have to recertify for that permanent supportive housing voucher. But that becomes the only concern that they have. When I express any other concerns regarding my unit or the issue of being able to transfer out of my unit to a brand new unit using the existing voucher that I have no, it seems to be the communication drops off. Me having the ability to go through my case manager to obtain the same results with DCHA through communication, basically it has the same result. There's no real communication. And so that worries me a lot. I've been in my unit now for approximately about 2 years now, 2 years and 1 month. And I've been requesting for no other reason except to be able to transfer out of my unit. I'm right now currently living in a studio apartment, and I requested basically to be transferred to a 1-bedroom unit because I felt I've been here long enough, and I should have that opportunity. But as the conversation was assumed and my communication with DCHA fell apart, my case manager experienced the same thing. So my basic issue is basically having the transparency with DCHA and have an opportunity to communicate directly with my case manager. Right now, currently, that does not exist. And I think that is becoming problematic for not just me, but a lot of tenants or individuals who've expressed that issue already. It is imperative that DCHA changes or open the door
Mr. Anderson, try turning off your camera and let's see if that brings your audio back. Mr. Anderson, can you hear me? All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna turn to Tiffany Blakeney, and if Mr. Anderson returns, we will resume, give him a couple extra minutes. So Tiffany Blakeney.
Yes, hello.
Good
Thank
afternoon.
you for this opportunity. My name is Tiffany Blakeney. I have been a resident of Washington, D.C. for 36 years. I currently reside in Ward 6. I'm also a member of the D.C. Guaranteed Income Coalition. I think that the district's fiscal year 224 budget for housing should be used to provide more vouchers and build more affordable housing properties. This will allow residents that want to move a chance to, and people that need housing a chance to get it. Public housing should be a stepping stone to the next level after a certain amount of time, I feel. Housing should also use a huge portion of the budget for repairs and safety. I have a couple of ideas that I want to propose around safety and repairs. First, I feel like you all should designate a budget for programs for current employees that are like cleaning the properties. For instance, some of them are like young, 22, 23, young men, young women, or any employee that's interested that may want the opportunity for the position of maintenance to have access to on-the-job training for building maintenance. This, I feel, would allow properties to have more employees for the repairs. Inside of that same budget for repairs, I feel like you all should set aside money for the paid salary of the amount of people needed for each property. For instance, if a property needs 6 people, but they only have 1, or they only have 2, you know, I know you guys know these numbers, so I don't have to speak them. I feel that if you know how many workers are at each property, your repairs will be at a low level versus the outstanding levels that we have today. So if you all can make those positions available, I think that will I think that that will set an amount that the repairs will be low. I'm sorry. Now, second is a safety program that allows, give me 1 second, my phone is having some issues. My second is a safety program that allows officers to walk around in groups of maybe 5 or more, followed by reinforcements on bikes, maybe with officers. I get the idea of stationary vehicles and cameras present. However, those are usually used after a crime has already happened. I feel like the enforcement that I'm proposing will allow MPD to be in action before it happens. Okay, let's say that's too much money to make that possible with your negotiations with MPD. DC Housing has its own offices that are only in senior buildings or some apartment buildings. In the housing developments, they only like ride pass, and you see MPD more than you see the housing offices. I've lived on the same property for 17 years and I do not feel safe. I love the inside of my home, and outside is beautiful, but it's really not safe. This is an ongoing problem in mostly all of housing developments on a daily basis. So I propose that housing take a part of the budget to pay for salaries for someone that's willing to really protect and serve to keep us safe. A lot of things happen when a rental office is closed. Management and employees go home after to their own place and don't really have to deal with half of the things that residents do. Don't get me wrong, things have been escalated to a point where they can happen any time of the day. So please set aside money to pay for some safety concerns that are currently outstanding as well. This is a personal experience to me. I have applied for a safety move. I was just denied. I have an 18-year-old, he's disabled. I have a 7-year-old who cannot play outside. We do not play in the neighborhood. We don't go to school in the neighborhood. And I'm really asking for help. And then allow me as a working mom that is speaking for the communities, that's helping the communities to have a choice to choose where I want to live, even if it's not affordable to me. I just have a little bit left. I'm asking if you can think of it this way. The money used for these things will be beneficial to residents and employees. Think of it as an investment that brings more income to you and less problems that can be created by spending the money on things that are needed, like manpower. You know, the more workers you have to solve these problems over time, you won't have to invest as much into these programs because the complaints go down and then the crime goes down, so you can focus on spending money elsewhere, in my opinion. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I hope I have impacted you all's decision on dispersing the money for housing fiscal year 2024. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very impactful testimony. Thank you. Karen Settles, welcome and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. White. I first want to start off by saying that your transparency actually does surpass a lot of what we experience in the city. And I appreciate that from the beginning. Your previous press conference was extremely transparent and respectful. But I need to emphasize what I've been emphasizing for the last few years, is that when the council gives money for repairs or whatever they're being used for, that they need to secure a resident task force to be able to oversee that and report directly to you as the person over housing, and to the council, of course. The other thing is that I'm actively promoting a gun clinic, which hopefully in the near future, we will have one in a couple of the public housing spaces. But it is all about sometimes money with promoting it or whatever. But money is not, we need people power. I put it like that. As far as safety is concerned, and as far as the move to work is concerned, I'll say this over and over. We participated in the move to work project through HUD since year 2000. And from 2000 to now, in the best interest of residents, I have not seen much happen. I would like to make a request that your office review move to work in its intensity, because some of the things that I see in violation is many human rights being violated, which is one of the principal rules of the program or participation of the program, is that people's human rights should not be violated. And I feel that that should be leverage for the council to or not to give money to the housing authority that's unaccounted for. So even though I can't say whether they use it for what they say they're going to use it for, I won't do that, because I have a spirit of cooperation that I feel we can get along and we can do better. But I don't see these a list of the things that the housing authority have not met, all the way down to the provisions they met on. Well, they met at my property, but I can tell you it was not thought through. It should have been a listening session. I recommend that you do a listening session on those same matters, and also a teachable moments. Use the teachable moments to tell residents what the process is. It's not in writing. There is a process, even after the deadline date of what we're talking about, as far as the move to work and the HUD provisions that are in violation. There's still some more process to go. Most residents are not aware of that process. And honestly speaking, from the pandemic, some of that stuff been changed, but who knew? We need to be more sensitive to access for residents to be able to make intelligent decisions as to their lives, frankly speaking, in the things that we do. And I look forward, Councilmember White, to you doing like you normally do. You do teachable moments, and don't nobody have to tell you to do that. But we need it to be a catch and effect. That it's not a secret. This is public information. And it's too bad that you can't find out, or I tried for a couple of years to find out what specifically are the rules for the Housing Trust Fund, because I have some ideas about that. But you can't get real answers. Nobody knows. That is really unfair to the residents of public housing. It's unfair to you, the council. We need to be more in touch. And lastly, I'll say, with the level of disconnect that we have with the residents and the authority itself, it seems that we should be at the United Nations about now, because the level of human rights that are being violated only lead me to feel that we need to be in a receivership. Now, receivership is not something that I'm promoting. It's something that we need to line up things, because somebody has to do it. Even if we don't have receivership, we need to know the people who are servicing us, because I think the whole thing is twisted now. The service work that the workers at the housing authority do for residents should never be thought of as intimidation or any of that stuff. We should be able to expect service. We should be able to expect safety. We should be able to expect certain general things that is to be provided to residents. And I have more to say, but I don't want to use up my time. I would like for you to come out and do some listening sessions, please.
So much. Let me go back to Andrew Anderson. Your communication dropped off. I think you're back. You were, interestingly, talking about communications issues with the DC Housing Authority. You had then said that your caseworker had a similar issue, then we started losing you after that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, internet issues went out, they go in. So, but I'm back now. And so I'd like to pick up where I left off. And I know my time is short, so I'm not gonna. So myself and my case manager, we've experienced communication issues with DCHA regarding having an opportunity, me as a consumer, with a voucher to be able to transfer out of a unit that I'm already in. So this ongoing non-communication has been, the attempts have been numerous. And so the frustration level has now gone up to the point where there's really no workable strategy. And so DCHA for not just regarding me, but other consumers has been frustrating, being able to have direct contact with them. Again, the phone numbers that they give us to call either don't work or they just not willing to answer. Again, we understand DCHA is busy. but that should not exclude avoiding, issues with consumers or case managers. I'm no different than any other consumer with the voucher. We're all having or experience problems with our units. We'd like some resolution from DCHA. But again, DCHA, has their own issues that they have to work out. I just hope that they will be able to have some level of transparency. I think it's imperative that they have that with case managers and consumers. Because, we have enough on our plate as it is. And so I think it's imperative that we have some direct communication. When we have a problem with our unit, we shouldn't just have to go to our landlord and say there's a problem with the unit. We should be able to have communication and be able to express those issues directly to DCHA and get some type of suitable, workable answers. Don't just, these are empty promises you're telling us, and you're not being forthcoming with workable solutions. So that's what I'm asking DCHA to provide, workable solutions. I think it's imperative as a consumer that we get that. I hate to come out of my pocket paying for my own repairs, like paint and stuff like that. Doesn't make no sense. But again, we need workable solutions for problems that exist right now. Thank you for my time.
Hey, baby.
Come and get her.
Thank you so much. We're gonna move to our final witness for public witness. Let me ask if Karen Settles and Andrew Anderson, would you both mute? And we're gonna move to Commissioner Caroline Zagranizny.
Sorry about that.
Problem.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council member and everyone here. Just let me know when I can start.
You can start.
Awesome. Thank you. So hello, everyone. My name is Caroline Zagraniczny. I work in tenant organizing with the Washington Lewis Committee. Likewise, I stand in solidarity with my unhoused neighbors, Ward 2 Mutual Aid, and the Mutual Aid Network across the city. However, I'm here today to specifically speak as ANC of 2F08 and as a 7-year resident of DC. I must say I come before this body with deep exhaustion and sheer exasperation. As previous panelists have mentioned, this is not their first time testifying on the same facts. I myself as an ANC am only afforded great weight, which essentially means realistically that I have no voice and my constituents have no voice. Our communities, my community, is facing deep budget cuts in vouchers, ERAP, SNAP, and then the building inspector and sign-on bonuses cuts also will impact them. We as DC are one of the richest cities in the United States, if not the world. We have a huge budget surplus. So why do we have the scarcity mentality? Irrespective of federal funding, the city has money. The council keeps squabbling over financial impact statements, lack of staffing, and slow policy implementation. Let me be clear, it's not a lack of money that we're dealing with, it's a lack of political willpower. And we saw that very clearly last week when no movement was done to cap the rental increases. DC's median income is 35% above the national average, but our poverty rate is 5.5% higher than the national average. Speaking of revenue, our tax structure is one of the most inequitable in the country. Speaking of accountability, our enforcement mechanisms, such as the Department of Building Inspections, are absurdly weak. They do not hold DCHA or private landlords accountable for slumlord-ish actions. We know, and this council knows, that housing insecurity leads to more inter-community violence, not crime, inter-community violence. I see this not only across the city, but within my own single-member district. The Horizon House, a DCHA senior public housing apartment complex, is quite literally falling apart. There are cockroaches, rats, dust mites, bed bugs, mold throughout the whole building. It is barely ADA compliant for a building that is supposed to house seniors. Residents have been paying for their own repair and fumigation services, and they also have no way to email the property managers on site. We're talking about repairs that are $2,000 or $3,000 out-of-pocket costs for these senior residents. As other panelists have mentioned, such as Mr. Hinnett, The city seems to have no interest in reinvesting in its existing infrastructure. The city actually has the gall to plan for an additional construction of 36,000 units when we have an astounding DCHA vacancy rate and almost a criminal underutilization of housing vouchers. And as other panelists mentioned, DCHA overpays landlords through the voucher system. All this to say, who does this council serve? Who? If the city wants to be safer, if it wants to be more livable, walkable, workable, it has to reinvest tremendously in its most severely underfunded communities. And this budget that's being proposed clearly at this moment shows that the city really doesn't give a insert expletive of your choice about its most vulnerable citizens and seeks to serve its wealthy voters and special interests. Has this body, this council, ever taken a moment to consult with healthcare providers and discuss the long-term health and then economic impacts of poor housing conditions? Does it understand why housing is a human right? In closing, let me be clear. This council is killing my constituents and my neighbors, and it quite literally has blood on its hands and will continue to have blood on its hands unless meaningful changes are implemented, not this patchwork of solutions. Thank you so much for your time.
I want to thank this entire panel of witnesses. Some themes in this panel. It's interesting. Each panel has a few things that seem to pervade many testimonies. There's a lot of advocacy on this panel in particular for vouchers, our housing production trust fund, and our other programs. Also some real issues around DCHA communication, which came up in other panels as well. We are, as I mentioned in other panels, we're going to work to restore as much of this as possible. The depth of cuts in housing and human services is going to require a lot of help from outside of this committee. We only control at this point in the process the budget within this committee. So if we move money to something else in this committee, it means we moved it from something else in this committee at this point in the budget process. And we are working literally around the clock to figure out where we can pull money to close some of these gaps. One of the places concerns me a lot, concerns a lot of people who testified, is the lack of new vouchers. Shira Markov, you are one of several people who testified in support of adding $36.6 million for PSH vouchers, asked for significant funding for other voucher programs as well. These vouchers are needed. However, we have seen that the agencies and providers cannot get them out the door. So we have vouchers now that are funded sitting on the shelf. A lot of people have made the point, you can't make people suffer from a broken system. Absolutely right. We are working actively to fix the system. But at this point, the agencies are not getting them out. So Shira, talk to me about how you see this process playing out as we work to fix the system. You may not be with us anymore. I know this panel took a while. So let me move to Jenna Israel. I think you mentioned this in your testimony as well. There were some other issues you mentioned in your testimony. You may not be with us either. Right.
Hi, council member. I am here. Sorry, I'm doing a little bit of childcare because it's Passover. Can you repeat your question?
Yes. I take notes on all the testimonies, but obviously I don't write everything from every testimony. But there were several people who testified in support of, among other things, $36.6 million more for PSH vouchers. It is really terrible that we have vouchers that the council funded that are sitting sort of on the shelf right now, but they are. Now I'm actively working to try to work out this backlog. But as we do that, what do you see as the outcome of funding this much in vouchers? I think we've got to figure something out, but that much in vouchers, do you have a concern that they will sit on the shelf like the current ones?
I would say that we and our partners are concerned about that, and we're hoping that DHS and DCHA might, implement their vouchers more quickly than they have been. And we wouldn't want to run out, partway through fiscal year 24, because we've been able to get the money out the door and match people with housing and use the vouchers. So I think the concern is that, like, sure, we have some sitting on the shelf, and we definitely don't want to run out, and we want to maintain like being on the track with funding for ending homelessness.
I appreciate that. Lori Leibowitz, on the ACOP and admin plan, on the DC Housing Authority waitlist purge, I really appreciate some of the recommendations that you made on reaching people, including sort of using other methods other than postal mail, and working with other organizations, with partners. Do you have any idea at this point why DCHA is not calling or texting people?
I do not know. I mean, phone numbers may well be old of addresses, but people do put their phone numbers and email addresses on their contact information. So there is no reason that they should not be at least using all of the forms of communication that are in their database.
And with the ACOP and administrative plan revisions, what do you see as the ideal timeline and or process for that?
I think I think one thing is to look at each individual policy and figure out if it needs to change or not. I think one good example is there was a pet policy that was repealed in 2014 and a new one that was put in the regs in 2017, and HUD saw the 2014 one being repealed in the DCMR and didn't notice the 2017 one and just said, you have no pet policy. And DCHA then from whole cloth came up with a new pet policy, not realizing that in 2017, they went through a whole process to come up with a new pet policy that's in the regs. And, is it perfect? No, but there is one. So I think, the first step in the process is to really look at all of the policies that exist and figure out which ones need changing and which ones do not need changing. And then to pull stakeholders together. When we did those pet policy updates, the Humane Society was in the room because they know things about pets and animals. I'm not the person you want in the room for pet policy. They're the ones you want in the room for pet policy. And residents. And so I think pulling together groups of people to look at each of the policies that need to be revisited. And I think that, unfortunately, that is a process that is going to take, 6 to 12 months. But if you're going to revamp all or many of the policies for a large organization that serves tens of thousands of people, you can't just do it in 6 weeks.
This is sort of a two-sided coin here, because HUD, for good reason, is demanding some urgency and tighter timelines. How do you think we should be taking that into account as we look at, we being the council or you, as we look at the process and timeline that DCHA is using?
So I think there are certain things that HUD is demanding that DCHA create or update a policy on, like language access. Also DC law requires DCHA to have a language access plan, and they don't. That's urgent. HUD did not require DCHA to make a new policy for for administering the wait list. It said, you're not following your existing policy and you're not doing the documentation you need for your existing policy. So I think we need to look at the HUD recommendations. There's this like, we just need to make new policies. That's not what the HUD report says. There are, I think, 4, maybe 5 areas that HUD said you need to have a policy, but the rest of them, it's HUD saying you need to follow the policies you have, or at least document that you're following the policies you have, not change them. So let's focus on the few things that HUD said you need to have a policy on. And some of them are small, like you need to have a minimum rent policy. That's not a long process. You just say our minimum rent is X number of dollars. But rewriting 100% of the regulations for the entire organization all at once over 2 months is not what HUD asked for, and like isn't an appropriate way to do anything, frankly.
I appreciate that. Sorry, I'm making a note. Okay.
And council member, I have a list not handy at the moment, but I can send to you a list of which policies HUD said we actually need to establish and rewrite versus which ones we need to follow.
Please do. I appreciate that. Maria Jackson, are you still with us? Yeah, are you Maria Jackson?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. You mentioned some very serious safety issues, bullet holes, water coming through, the sewage coming through, I think it was, the ceiling in the bathroom, mold in the bathroom in your children's room, and that you've been stuck in the elevator over 10 times. Can I ask if you want to share where are you? Where is this happening?
Where am I now?
Where are you still in this was in public housing, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, which public housing community, if you want to share?
Spry Terrace.
Okay. And is that where you are now?
No, I had to move out because like honestly, the mold got on my back and I had fungus on my back. And then there was still a lot of stuff. Then I had to move out. I told my lawyer I wanted to move out.
So where you are now, how is the maintenance there?
Their maintenance is good, but the elevators, I've been stuck in the elevator.
Okay, where you are now, you've been stuck in the elevator
10 times.
I see. Oh, okay.
I don't know why they moved it to the ninth floor.
Let me add how long have you been where you are now?
Couple of months, I got a voucher, so I'm gonna move.
Okay.
I only got a voucher because of all this and how much I push, because I'm an advocate myself.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm hoping the voucher process goes smoothly.
I had one. They gave one. I didn't know. They gave one. I wanted to move to the ninth floor. I want to be on the ninth floor.
Can you say that one more time, please?
If they would let me know I had a voucher, I wouldn't have been on the ninth floor.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll monitor how things are moving in your process, and I really appreciate you being with us. Let me say to Christina Gibson, first of all, that's a huge congratulations. Graduating high school with a 3.0, getting accepted into UDC. That's a big deal. I'm just really excited for where you're going. And I appreciate your testimony on the need for housing programs to build housing, but also supports to help keep people into housing. So thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Thank you as well, sir.
Thank you. For Leon Wells and Christy Gardner, let me do this. Okay, I think we have somebody who was going to testify who is now available. Michelle Alexander. All right, Michelle Alexander, you are with us. I don't want to close out this last panel. You've been working hard to join us. So let me turn to you now and pause my questions.
No problem. I'm very patient.
Excellent. Well, you can begin. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, my name is Michelle Alexander. I am with DC Housing Authority. I'm a housing choice voucher. I've been with them for a long time. I'm just going to start with the first thing that I don't think I caught anyone speak on, but I'm a straight shooter. I don't sugarcoat things. Brenda Donald, I have a problem with that. And I'm going to mention that because for the simple reason of that, since she's came into DC Housing Authority, we have lost numbers for our specialists down there. We used to be able to call our specialists. We're no longer, allowed to do that. It's like she took the specialist. On top of that, because I know, I forget his full name, Mr. Garrett or whatever, that was with DC Housing Authority before her. Believe it or not, yeah, it was some problems, but to me, the program ran fine and was made convenient to a lot of the people that was a part of the program. So I'm saying that because like for right now, when you were certified, if you go, they have 1133 North Capitol, drop box over there, but yet you move to Southwest M Street, which makes it very inconvenient for me, my mother, which is disabled and elderly at 67 years old, which means when you mail in things, for some odd reason, they're telling us to mail it in to 1133 and it will be forwarded to N Street Southwest, the new location. Now, what's happening with that is the post office is messed up. So a lot of them are saying, we didn't receive anything. That's how stuff get lost. It's just a big experience with that. Along with the workers talking as if though the money is coming out of their pocket. Disrespectful, rude. They're not being, what's the word I'm looking for? You're not being reprimanded. It's no consequences for how they treat us down there. I'm at a point, I'm a grown woman just like they are. I would like to be treated accordingly. If I'm respectful to you, respect me. A lot of the things down there is like beforehand, the leasing up process. They didn't change that and just made that awkward and so hard and weird. I don't even know, in reference to Brenda Donald, since she's got that 2-year contract and she's came into office, it's just everything is a big inconvenience. Down from hearing things like that's been in the media, higher rents, which trust me, that is true. Down to what do you call it? Higher rents, possibly even money being stolen from down DC Housing Authority. I'm at my breaking point. I've reached out several times myself, meaning leaving when you call down DC Housing Authority to complain about something, they tell you off the break. You can leave a message for your specialist first, then you can speak to a supervisor. Once we leave the messages or we leave an email, it's never returned. I am an actual person that has left a message and it didn't get returned for a year. I just need you to hear that. A year. So since she's came in office, it's like, here's your voucher. Go out there, you're low income, you're poor, fend for yourself. We can't get in contact with nobody. If you tell me somebody's going to return my call within 24 to 48 hours, I expect that. And if it doesn't, then when I call, I get attitude as if though I'm bothering them. They're too comfortable down there. They need people that will work for them like me, somebody that knows housing in and out from when it first, basically almost from when it first opened. So I've been there longer than a lot of the workers that work there. I'm just trying to see it ran okay. You don't have to care, care about us, but you should show some type of wanting to help us. And this is what's going on. I just completely don't like that. How they treat the elderly, the people that are on the ADA side. I mean, a lot of that's forgotten about. And this is the last thing I'm going to say. People who receive SSI disability, when you all determine the rents and you do things like we can only take 30% of your income, When you know people are on a fixed income, I believe people who are on disability, the elderly, it should be less than 30%. When we're on a fixed income, it's bad enough we get SSI, but you see apartments out here are $2,000-3,000. I feel sorry for the people that are disabled that don't have a housing choice voucher that only get $914 a month. Like I'm at my breaking point. Something needs to be done down there. And frankly, I'm going to say it. The mayor, I don't have no likings to her either. She's the head. I know she knows about all of this stuff, and it's been going on for years. Like, we're tired. I just want something done. That's all I have to say.
Glad you were able to join us, and I appreciate you being with us. Although I hear the frustration in your voice, and I don't like how difficult it seems to have been for you. Let me ask you one clarifying question. What kinds of documents are you mailing to the housing authority?
Recertification, a packet, a recertification packet. So like every year, you have to recertify.
Yes.
And you turn the documents in. I mentioned that because mine was due February 2nd. I went to mail mine off for the first time ever since I've been down housing. I was told, well, I'm sorry, we didn't receive that. I bet you didn't receive it because you have us sending mail to 1133 North Capitol, and then you just tell us it's being forwarded to the new address. Why can't mail go there? Why make it that inconvenient and take that long? And this is how people are losing their vouchers, because then they claim, well, we don't get it. You ain't in the recertification period. You will be voided.
I do worry about that a lot.
It's a loophole, and they claim they're taking control of that. They're seriously taking control of that, especially how we're spoken to. I clearly don't like that. I'm not there to be put on. I would rather go somewhere where I'm a little bit lifted and feel a little bit comfortable about discussing the stuff that I'm actually living.
I understand. Thank you for sharing that. Let me ask another question.
Let me be heard.
Thank you. Another question, this from folks sharing actual experiences. Leon Wells, you mentioned being on the list for over 20 years. I'm not sure if you're still with us or let me see, there was somebody else. Christy Gardner. What do you know what contact information the Housing Authority has for you? I think both of you have been on the waiting list for a long time.
Oh, no, I'm not on the waiting list.
No, not you. I'm sorry. Leon Wells and Christy Gardner.
Christy Gardner.
Oh, okay.
I did call and they had my mother's address, and I tried every time I call, they transfer me and I never get anyone. And someone told me to talk to, I think the lady who was just on, her last name began with the D, not the lady, but the person down at the housing where the vouchers is. She mentioned her.
The director?
Yes, and I sent her an email and I never got a response in reference to my voucher.
All right. All right. These communication issues are have just come up so much today.
This is the first time I've ever heard about the recertification. I did it before, but I haven't heard anything else.
Well, go ahead.
Someone told me that they were giving out vouchers down at the MLK a couple of months ago. And I'm like, okay, well, they were on, I don't know, I guess people who have been on there 30 years, I don't know. But I haven't received any information about my voucher, other than when I call, they ask me the information.
This is a really good case study, because what the Housing Authority can do here is look at their records, see if their records indicate that they have reached out to you, and how, because clearly if the Housing Authority has reached out to you since you're on the wait list, then they've reached out in a way that it didn't work, whether it was an old address or an old phone number. A lot of people have testified at this in our oversight hearing about the need to find other ways to reach people, including things like PR campaigns. I'm sorry, this is the MLK event was for people whose waiting list signups included a request for public housing. Okay, that was a public housing, not the voucher list.
Well,
yeah. So
But they have my mother's address, and anything that goes to my mom, she lets me know. So it's not like they don't have any way to contact, reach out to me.
Right.
So,
Well,
yeah.
that was, this was this was a public housing
Okay.
waiting list. Yeah, you're talking about the voucher waiting list. You still can't go years or decades without updating people about where things are.
Right.
Yeah. So let me ask, Shauna Stewart Gray, you mentioned that you are in a house that should have failed inspection. I'm trying to find out, is this through DCHA?
Well, when I moved into my place, it was under rapid rehousing. So at
Okay.
that time, DC Housing Authority were the ones in charge to do the inspection. Being in rapid rehousing, when we first, that was 2018, when I went to go sign my lease, we didn't get to see the apartment before we were able to sign our leases. So I signed my lease and then moved into the apartment at the beginning of that month of November. But the apartment had no running hot water or heat for 20 days.
Why couldn't you see the apartment before you moved in?
Every time that I asked, was there a way of that being possible? They wouldn't let me do that because I also, as I was explaining, have 3 special needs children. One of my children actually has asthma. And the apartment that I live in has the air conditioning units that are actually in the wall, but not in the window. But I also had requested if I could have hardwood floors before I moved in. That just got done in the last 30 days. I had
Why do
already
you,
been,
you mentioned you have a debt. Why do you have a debt?
because I actually was sitting on the CAG FRSP when we were talking about rapid rehousing before the pandemic and during the pandemic. And I was explaining to them the situations that I was still going through with this apartment and that there was no recourse. After they sent DC Housing Authority out again, after I had already went through DC Regulatory Authority, and they fined them $6,000 in fines, it was never fixed. So then I had to go back through to the Housing Authority to let them know that it had not been fixed. They basically said my apartment was uninhabitable, and yet it still was not fixed. So they pulled the funding of my rapid rehousing voucher because I was actually talking to Mr. Abraham and Daryl Kaysen and letting them know that this situation was happening to my family. So when they sent the inspectors out and they realized that yes, these conditions were still happening even after 6 to 8 months after, they finally pulled their funding. But when they pulled their funding from them, it was only for them to fix the conditions of the apartment. But it was never done until recently, within the last 30 days, because I had to go through.
I'm sorry, let me pause you. I want to make sure I'm following. So you were in rapid rehousing, officials said pulled rapid funding prior to the end of your rapid rehousing period because of the condition of the unit. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And when they did that, they didn't offer to assist you in finding a different unit?
Yes, I actually did have meetings with the housing coordinators of DHS, but they have not yet been able to find me housing because at the current moment, I still owe a debt to this apartment building because of mismanagement of their situation. They didn't even know that I wasn't paying rent for 6 months due to their mismanagement. So by the time they found out and they started to take me to court, I was already 6 months behind. But at the same time, we couldn't get in contact with the property manager to help me move.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you sharing that. This is a pretty unique situation, so I'm gonna have to
Yes,
think
sir.
through.
And
Yeah.
that's what I've been going through
Uh,
for the last 5 years.
Wow. And are you in contact with the Department of Human Services at all?
Yes.
Because they run the rapid rehousing program.
Yes. Well, I'm no longer under rapid rehousing. I was
Okay.
given a TAH voucher within the last 2 years, but yet no housing coordinators have yet been able to help me find an apartment for my son with a disability.
Got it. Okay.
And I have 3 special needs children and a husband with a disability. So it's hard because I'm trying to navigate everything, but just like other people on the panelists have said, the lack of empathy and us having to advocate for ourselves sometimes leaves you a little erratic.
Yeah.
But we're trying the best that we can and still make sure that our families are safe. But I was in conditions where the apartment next door to me had a carbon monoxide leak that I wasn't informed.
Do
I
you
had
have a
my
case manager?
At this point, because I'm in between rapid rehousing and TAH, I have a case manager, but she's only, I guess, helping me for housing. And since I'm not PSH, I don't require so much assistance, but I'm still not getting the assistance that I need as far as us being able to move.
Okay. All right.
So yes, I still owe her debt because they're taking me to court for $60,000, even though they can't admit the fact that it was because of it was them that did not fix the property. And so that's why the voucher was pulled. But then they told me that they would not use my TAH voucher at this property as well. So it's left me in a hole.
So, okay. All right. I'm not going to try to figure this out on the fly because I cannot.
Good luck. Good luck, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, continue working with your case manager. As you need, reach out to my office to assist. The complication here is that there are multiple agencies involved. So so I stand ready to assist as you need.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate your help and your guidance. Thank you for being empathetic. It's rarely rare in our city, and I appreciate you.
Thank you for being with us. Craig London, on Councilmember Fruman's rent reasonableness bill.
Can I stop you? Can I interrupt you right there? If you can,
No.
If you get Ms. Gray my contact information, I may be able to help.
I appreciate it. I will do that. Thank you.
For interrupting you.
Thank you, Mr. London. We will do that. On Councilmember Fruman's rent reasonableness bill, I've committed to hold a hearing. So that's where I am on that. There is an issue. I don't think it's sort of an easy issue, as we've heard testimony on both sides of this. So I've committed to holding a hearing, and I'm committed to helping figure it out. If on that or any other issues, there is information you think that I or the committee should consider, please send it to us, because I would love to see it, to consider it. So we'll have a hearing on that.
Excuse
one
me,
question
sir.
I have for you.
What is the best point of contact for you? I'm so sorry. I wasn't sure with you.
All right, I'll send you a message with my email address, or am I going to ask my team to do that? Does that work?
Yes, sir. And I
All
apologize.
right, not a problem. Thank you. For you mentioned that the inspections should be more strict. Inspections on the way in, inspections on the way out, both.
There's no such thing in inspections on the way out. You have an initial before you can move in, then you have annual or
that's what I meant. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Yeah. So all the issues you read in the Washington Post about substandard living conditions, they're all solvable with inspections. So if you, that's the easiest zero cost solution to that problem. There should be never, ever be complaints about substandard living conditions, because you simply send an inspector out, and if they fail, the landlord has this incredibly severe consequence of getting $0 with the tenant still stuck in the unit that you can't get rid of. So the tenant has incredible incentive to get the unit in good operating condition.
And what are your thoughts on the idea? Somebody in the previous panel, one of the previous panels, mentioned issues in units. Sometimes when a tenant moves out, this is something that happens with tenants who have vouchers, and tenants who don't have vouchers. But with respect to tenants that have vouchers, for you or your organization, is this a frequent issue where there is not a remedy for damage done to the unit?
It happens 100% of the time. We generally budget $20,000 per turnover. We have multiple months of before we can get a new tenant in there based on some of the things that Mr. Russ Brown stated. We have massive damage. We have absolute disincentives. The incentives are all reversed with the tenants. They know that based on the laws in DC, these are very savvy tenants. They know that if there are damage to the unit, our recourse is horrible. Our recourse is to chase them down in civil court, not landlord-tenant court. So our option is to pay tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees to get a worthless judgment. So that's a horrible scenario. They know that. So there's no disincentive to trashing the unit when they move out. It's 100% of the time is the problem. 30,000 is a lot, but I believe it because we average 20,000. And I have a zero cost solution for this problem that I've been saying for a year. All you have to do is change so that tenant damage can be pursued in L&T court, not civil court. You instantly flip the incentives around. No landlord wants to go to court. That is a loser. You can't win by going to court. But what it does is it turns it around so you have a credible threat. There's some way that the tenant knows, oh my God, I could get evicted if I don't take good care of my unit.
Is that the only way we can do that?
Ms. Gibson, we're not going to do back and forth in the committee. What I will say, Mr. London, is and I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. There's a lot of broad brush stuff in this committee on every side, and it's really unproductive because it escalates this like completely unproductive tension. And I'm a policy person. I'm trying to figure this stuff out and get it right. Anytime, folks are like, all the landlords are terrible people. And anytime a landlord is saying all the tenants are terrible people, it's hard for me to figure out sort of what I can accept from the testimonies. And it's just not productive. So I'm going to probably find myself making this reminder a lot in this committee. But let's try to avoid that because we've got to figure some stuff out. I'm not prepared to sit here for 2 years and not make progress. Because everybody's sort of, advocating in such an adversarial way. We've got to figure this stuff out. So I'm saying it to you, Mr. London, but it's not just you. It's a lot of folks. So we're going to piece by piece, we're going to try to move away from that in this committee. But I do appreciate the perspective. So thank you for sharing it. Mr. Garral, why were you saying you're suggesting that DCHA is overpaying at the apartments where you live? Say again why you believe the housing authority is overpaying there. Oh, you're still on mute.
I didn't say it's specifically about our apartment building.
Okay.
It's very difficult to get records because we've tried to FOIA information from DCHA and it refuses the FOIA. So we don't have those records specifically. But I do know that in our neighborhood, DCHA pays up to $26.48 for a one-bedroom apartment. But apartments rent for $2,000 or $20.50 in the buildings that I know of. So it's $500 or $600 above market. In some of the other buildings where I've seen leases, they're paying a full $26.48. The Washington Post article looks at apartments citywide where DCHA is paying the maximum allowable amount, which is far above market. And in many times they are paying that maximum amount. It's far above market. So
when you have FOIA'd information on this and it's been rejected, what was the reason given?
well, they've said that it's private information. But in fact, we're not asking for private information. We're looking for aggregate data. We're not asking for names or apartment numbers. We're asking for the number of apartments and how much are being paid for those apartments.
Okay.
Yeah, but the post was successful in a FOIA, and it has a lot of information. And I would recommend asking the post for that, or asking DCHA to provide the same information that the post has.
I appreciate that. Russell Brown, you suggested in your testimony, if I got this correct, that looking at rent in a particular unit is not the best way to determine, or a comparable unit is not the best way to determine rent reasonableness. If not that, what is the best way?
So you can't, well, you're not, so just like you mentioned earlier, a lot of times with government, you can't be granular. You're governing a lot of people with one policy, so to speak. So in order to not say, okay, in DC, the average rent is $2,500, we're going to just assign this rent here, they at least do break it down to each individual legal neighborhood. And so the way that the policy of what they've done in the past is they've said, okay, how much do 1-bedrooms go for in Cleveland Park? Now, in Cleveland Park, or some of the areas that Mr. Garral might have mentioned, there's a wide range of what a 1-bedroom can rent for, because you're going to have, they have a lot of older stock apartments there. They have some newer stock that's going to kind of push that average up. So they're looking at all of the aggregates. And so if you just look at one building, you say, hey, this unit is being charged more. Because the housing policy is one agency, they're not going to be able to go into each building and say, what's the average rent in this building? Go ahead. I want to add one other thing, because I like what you said. You're a broad brush type of guy. I wanted to know this because I've been trying to figure this out. A lot of people have been talking about this waiting list that nobody's been able to come off of. I can tell you from personal experience, because I work with a lot of landlords. Keep in mind, we have 2,500 landlords that are members with us. The people are coming getting vouchers all the time, like almost every week. They might not be coming off of that wait list, but they're getting vouchers. And so my question is this a real problem? Is the waiting list a real problem? And are the people on that waiting list vetted? Are those people who really needed vouchers? I don't know the answer to this question, because from what I understand, the way that somebody gets a voucher today is that they're in an emergency situation. If you apply for a voucher and you have a home already, or if you're already in a stable situation, yes, you're going to go right on that waiting list. And so,
on that, there are different kinds of vouchers, and someone wouldn't be on the list unless they got approved, so they met the qualifications. And people are unfortunately talking about various lists. There are a lot of long lists in the district. Vouchers are one of them. Public housing is another. The thing that I think we need to figure out with respect to rent reasonableness, if this were a business, no one would run it and say, you know what, we can't figure out whether the rent is reasonable unit by unit. If this were a business, they would figure it out. In the government, we tend not to figure those things out, and that's frustrating because it's taxpayer money. So often, when it's our money, we treat it one way. When it's not our money, we treat it a different way. And I think we've got to look at this. We've got to have more respect for taxpayer money, and more respect for the people that we're serving. And I don't know the answer, which is one of the reasons we've got to have a hearing on this rent reasonableness issue. I'm going to keep moving because it is getting into the afternoon, and we haven't started with the agency yet. So let me just say a couple of things. Britt Ruffin, expect to hear from my staff if you haven't at this point. There's some some follow-ups that we want to do with you. I want to again thank DCHA McKeechin for sharing testimony through somebody else. And I apologize, I can't remember the name of the person who shared it. Andrew Anderson, really appreciate your testimony and the perspective that you shared. And Tiffany Blakeney, quick question for you. You mentioned that your 7-year-old can't play outside. Is this those are the safety issue? Actually, I think you're gone now. So we will follow up with you. Karen Settles, really helpful information and testimony. As always, I appreciate it. Commissioner Zagranichny, thank you for your testimony as well. If I forgot anybody, I'm trying to look at all of my notes. And Scholar Hannett, thank you for your testimony. Having the public testify is tremendously helpful in this process. And I sort of want to dig into so many things. We would never finish the hearing if I did. Ann Hoffman, thank you for being with us. I want to make sure so many of the issues that were raised in other panels.
Hello. Excuse
yes,
me.
Ms. Gardner, I'm going to get back to you.
Because I tried to send my information to you, but it said you're not on the list, and Russ Brown, he's not on the list. So I was trying to send it through the chat, but
we have your information, and you have my word that you're going to hear from us.
Okay, great. Thank you. Have a good
Thank you. You too. So again, thank you all for being with us. We are going to move to our agency now. We are going to take a 10-minute recess before we do that. So it is 3:34 p.m. right now. We're going to resume at 3:45. So we are in, this hearing is in recess until 3:45.
Mr. White, before you leave, this is Karen Settles. Can I schedule a meeting with you with a couple of other people?
Ms. Settles, we will be in touch. We'll touch base with you to talk through it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Karen, Christy, call me.
All right.
Good afternoon. We are resumed. We will wait for Director Donald and her team.
And the camera. Nope.
Yeah. All right. Good afternoon, Director Donald and your team. As you know, it's the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath. So before you begin your testimony, I would ask that you and anyone else who may be testifying or answering questions to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Director Donald, if you would introduce yourself and your team, and then you can proceed with your 10-minute statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson White, and any other committee members and staff of the Committee on Housing and members of the community. I am Brenda Donald, Executive Director of the District of Columbia Housing Authority, known as DCHA. Joined with me today, to my immediate left is Rachel Molly Joseph, who is our Chief Operating Officer. To her left is John Stringfield, who is the Executive Vice President over our Office of Capital Programs. To my right is John Sarah, who is our Chief Financial Officer. And to his right is Joel Maupin, who is Chief of the DCHA Office of Public Safety. You ready? Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay. The mission of the DC Housing Authority is to provide quality, affordable housing to extremely low to moderate income households, to foster sustainable communities and cultivate opportunities for residents to improve their lives. As one of the largest landlords in the city, we play a critical role in the district's affordable housing network, serving more than 4,000 households in public housing, approximately 12,000 households in the federal Housing Choice Voucher Program, and more than 7,000 families in locally administered voucher and subsidy programs, including the local rent supplement program. As I am sure you have heard throughout your budget oversight hearings, the theme of this year's budget cycle is the shrinking of the district's resources. With this in mind, DCHA is particularly grateful to be able to present a flat operational budget of $185,662,686 and a slightly increased capital budget that equals $115 million over the next 2 years. With these investments and a "we are all in this together" attitude, DCHA is confident that we can continue to meet our mission, implement our top priorities of increasing occupancy, addressing the urgent needs of our current residents, and improving the user experience for our voucher and subsidy participants and our landlords. The mayor's proposed FY24 budget supports 3 main operating areas of the agency: our Office of Public Safety, our voucher and subsidy programs, and our capital projects. The total operational allocation of $185.6 million is broken down into $4.2 million for continued support of our Office of Public Safety, $181.4 million for our voucher and subsidy programs. This is essentially flat, as I've said, from the final approved FY23 budget. As with every year, the proposed budget removes one-time funding. This year, that amounts to only $201,000. $192,000 of that was in tenant-based vouchers and $9,000 in targeted affordable housing for individuals. The proposed budget also includes 2 technical adjustments totaling $89,396 to support 11 vouchers for households served by Community of Hope and to cover additional resources to allow for new lease-ups and relocations
for households served by Pathways to Housing, DC. For recommendation from the Office of the Inspector General, DCHA worked with the Mayor's Office of Budget and Performance Management and the Office of the Chief Financial Officer to reallocate funds across budget lines to reduce the number of reprogramming requests in the voucher programs. To this end, the mayor's proposed budget reflects movement of money to sufficiently fund specific budget line items based on historic spending patterns. Overall, despite the district's tight fiscal situation, the mayor's proposed FY24 operational budget for DCHA reflects less than a 1% reduction. In the mayor's proposed budget, the district continues to generously support our public housing developments with $115 million in the next 2 years in a capital budget. These funds will allow DCHA to continue our urgent needs campaign to ensure the health and safety of our current residents, also rehabilitate vacant units to increase occupancy, and comprehensively rehabilitate Highland Addition and Langston Terrace. This continuity of funding goes a long way to help DCHA plan other critical preservation, rehabilitation, and redevelopment projects in the coming fiscal year and beyond. Specifically, DCHA will use the $115 million from the district over the next 2 years to focus on one, comprehensive rehabilitation on a handful of properties, that's to the tune of $68 million. 2, capital repairs of major systems, including HVAC, roofing, electrical, at additional properties, that is $25.7 million. 3, security system upgrades at properties who have not received them to date, that's $3.7 million. Mold remediation and other air filtration improvement services to support our Healthy Homes initiative. That's a partnership with George Washington University and Children's National Medical Center. That's $2.1 million. The 5th bucket is installation of enunciated fire alarm systems in all multifamily buildings and fire suppression system at family properties for $8.4 million. And then finally, increasing the staffing capacity required to manage all capital projects for $7.4 million. I want to point out that the direct allocation in the mayor's proposed budget is not reflective of the total capital that the district is infusing into public housing. In addition to the new communities initiative funding in DMPED's budget, the mayor's budget includes other financing and subsidies that DCHA will use to rehabilitate projects to efficiently utilize district capital funds, including low-income housing tax credits, mortgage debt, and rental assistance demonstration. In the coming years, these strategies will be used at Greenleaf Gardens, Potomac Senior and Family, Horizon House, Judiciary House, Ledroit Senior, and Langston Addition. In addition, we also have approximately $15 million a year in HUD capital funding and funds that we have been able to draw from in terms of our rehabilitation and maintenance funds. In conclusion, as I've stated previously, with the support of my strong and rebuilt executive leadership team, the Stabilization and Reform or STAR Board, Mayor Bowser, the DC Council, and our stakeholders, we are taking on the challenge to fix a multitude of problems that didn't materialize overnight, nor can be fixed overnight. We are committed to effectuating change now to ensure that residents who live on our properties and who are served through our programs today have safe, affordable, sanitary, and decent housing. I'm confident we are on the right track. We look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Director, to you and your team. Let me start with an issue I've been trying to get information on. In January, you received a bonus of a little over $41,000. On March 9th, the committee requested information on who approved the bonus and what metrics it was based on March 18th. I sent a follow-up request. It's now April 10th. We still have not gotten responses to this. Who approved the bonus?
So, Mr. Chairman, I know you have spoken to my chairman, Ray Skinner, about this issue, and actually we have responded to your staff. You know, it is common in the public housing industry to have performance bonus opportunities written into employment contracts, which are also standard within the public housing industry. Our position is that that information is privileged and confidential, and it's between my board of directors and myself. And I know that others who are looking at the DCHA as an opportunity to come here after I leave, in terms of you know, continuing and moving forward with public housing expertise, are looking at this, and we feel that it's very important that we draw an appropriate line between what is personnel information that should remain between executive director and the board of directors. That said, I think it's no big secret what performance metrics my board has required of me. I report on them quite often. I've written about them, and they are the priorities that we have all agreed to, and that is to improve public housing conditions for the people who live there, to increase occupancy, to improve our business practices, to make sure that our financial bottom line is solid, and to move projects that have been stuck for many years forward. And that's what my board asked me to do in my first year, and continuing along with additional priorities. And I am proud to say that I have delivered on the major items that the board and the community expect of me. And I think you're well aware of many of those, and they are significant movements forward from the work that had been stalled a long time. We broke ground last February in
Moving on to a different place. Who approved the bonus is not personnel information.
My board.
The
It is personnel information.
the board approved the bonus.
We have discussed this, Mr. Chairman, and I am here to talk about the FY24 budget, not personnel information.
This is not personnel information, Director. This is a public entity funded by public funds. All right. So the question is, who approved the bonus? And if you're refusing to answer that question, then please say that. But I don't want to, like, this is a simple question.
It's a simple
really
question
really frustrated that we're spending this much time on what is basic oversight information.
This is not, sir, with all due respect, my salary and compensation are not paid for by local dollars. This is a budget oversight hearing for the funds that the DC Housing Authority provided by the District of Columbia government.
This is a public hearing. This is the committee that does oversight. No other committee does oversight, local or federal. And the question I'm asking is not a personnel question. I'm asking who approved the bonus, Director.
I have reported that to HUD and to your staff that there is an ad hoc committee of the DCHA Board of Commissioners that sets the bonus standards that are vetted by the whole board. And that committee is the one that board assigns to do the evaluation and to make the determination of the executive director's bonus, as has been done with previous directors.
All right. And is the bonus normally approved by the entire board?
I don't know what the previous practice was. I know that the ad hoc committee is the one that the board assigned to manage that responsibility.
How many people were on the ad hoc committee?
Sir, you're asking me to keep going down this road to discuss something that really is not relevant to the FY24 budget.
This is my hearing, Director, and I'm going to determine what is relevant to this committee and what is not. How many people were in the ad hoc committee?
I don't recall.
What metrics was the bonus? You know what? I'm not going to waste my time with the committee's time. This is the reason that the agency sits under such a cloud of distrust. What you heard from witness after witness are people who are unhappy with the agency, unhappy with communication, and unhappy with performance. And you come to a hearing and refuse to answer questions. I'm gonna keep moving, but I think the public and this committee have all the information we need on this issue. If it should have been done, then you would have no problem answering the question. Regarding rent reasonableness, on March 31st, HUD updated document mentions that there's a solicitation out for tools to evaluate voucher landlords' requested rents. I was under the impression that you had already narrowed it down to Novogradac and one other tool. Did you open the process back up beyond these two, or were these the only two that made it this far in the process?
We had to do a competitive solicitation because we determined that the Novogradac tool that the agency previously procured does not communicate with our Yardi system, which is essential for tracking every aspect of information pertaining to rents and other elements of our system. And so that was an essential requirement. Therefore, we had to go out with an RFP to determine what tool would be appropriate.
Where are things with that RFP now?
The RFP closes this week, I believe, on Wednesday.
All right. We've heard concerns, you have too, in our hearings, that Novogradac is not among the vendors that HUD recommends for this function, and that their assessments may not be adequately neutral because part of their business model is to help landlords profit from residential rehabilitation projects. Is there anything you would like to share about how Novogradac made it to the short list?
We don't have a short list. The procurement closes on Wednesday. I'm not sure what information you're referring to. The agency purchased a tool before I got here, the Novogradac tool, in our testing and evaluation process to see what tool would best suit the needs of the agency. That particular tool does not communicate with the Yardi system. Therefore, our staff determined that that would not be the adequate tool that we would need, and we had to procure it. So we don't know who's on the short list. We don't know if.
Well, but okay, the before you realize the communication issue between the systems, it was narrowed down to 2. Is that right?
No, that was the tool. That was the tool the agency had purchased before I got here.
Okay, so you and a RFP closes on Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay, what's the timeline for making a selection after that?
Typically, the RFP will come in. We would check to make sure that the responses are adequate as a review panel, and our expectations are that within the next 30 days that we hope to have made a selection and would be able to implement, or to bring in the new tool to start on training.
Let me move to Councilmember Fruman for a round of questions, unless you have a statement in addition, Councilmember Fruman.
I think I'll forego the opening statement and just.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Fruman, I'm sorry. I thought you arrived first. Apparently, Councilmember Parker arrived first. So let me apologize and stay in order. I recognize Councilmember Parker.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Chair White. And Director Donald, I want to jump into several aspects of the budget and then some more macro things. So first, as you know, in 2019, the agency identified more than $2 billion in repair needs across the properties. The mayor is proposing to allocate $115 million in capital funds to DCHA over the next 2 fiscal years. How will you all as an agency decide where that money is spent in order to deliver maximum benefit?
Thank you, Councilmember Parker, for that question. So the $2 billion estimate that was given a couple of years ago was really to completely rehabilitate 14 of what were then determined to be the lowest performing properties. We since have moved into a focus on rehabbing properties and bringing them up to quality standards, health and safety, health and safety standards for residents who currently live here, at the same time that we are also doing long-term redevelopment using other sources of funding. So it's a very complicated packaging of funding that is available. The funding that is in the mayor's budget, the $115 million over 2 years. I'm going to let Mr. Stringfield talk about our major projects, but as I said in my testimony, we have organized that into 6 major categories that really do focus on repair and maintenance, improving our big systems, improving the quality of our ventilation systems, to focus on healthy homes for children, and to make sure that we have the staffing and capacity to manage all of these projects. The team in the Office of Capital Projects has a decision tree that they use to determine the prioritization of those particular projects. And it starts with a physical needs assessment. It also includes the HUD's inspections model, which is called REACT. And they take all those things into consideration and look at the different projects and lay out a plan for our capital funding over the next several years. Mr. Stringfield, did you want to add anything to that?
Good afternoon, council members. John Stringfield and Director Donald, thank you. You laid out exactly what our capital plan is and our decision-making process. And just to elaborate with that $115 million, we anticipate a comprehensive rehabilitation at a few of our properties for about $69 million. And when I say comprehensive rehabilitation, that's a gut rehab, essentially going to the studs of the walls and rehabilitating the entire interior of properties. One property, for example, will be Judiciary as well as Potomac that fit into those categories. Capital repairs and major systems, that's repairing HVAC, roofings, and windows. So those are capital repairs. Anything that's considered over $10,000 will be considered, and that requires contractors would be a capital repair. We have about $25 million worth of work that fall under that criteria. And then we have about approximately $4 million of security system upgrades at properties throughout our portfolio that have not received them to date. And finally, as Director Donald said, we are going to look at mold remediation for about $2 million throughout our portfolio.
Thank you for that. I missed that last number. So you said 69 million for like the full gut, 25 million for capital repairs, and then for the system upgrades, what was the number?
Security system updates, that's approximately 3.7 million. Mold remediation is 2.1. Fire alarm systems is 8.4 million, and then the $5.5 million for the contract for the capacity and staffing to actually manage this work.
Got it. And one of the things we heard from public witnesses earlier today was the repair schedule and the agency being more transparent about that. Can you speak to where that repair schedule is currently and how you plan to make that transparent as you go through the $115 million worth of repairs?
Good. I'll take that, council member. We do, we have an office of resident engagement and where we share information with our residents, with our resident council leaders in terms of the projects, where we are with the projects, what the projected timelines are. And for our major, what we're calling our urgent needs campaign, which is the one that where we are inspecting every single unit and then coming behind with repairs. And I want to thank Chairman White and the council for approving the contracts, the DGS contracts that were approved at the last council meeting to allow us to then move into the major construction activities and repair activities that are to come after the inspection. So we do have a schedule that we have shared with, I believe we shared it with this committee. If not, we're happy to do that. We've shared it with our resident council leaders. We go out 2 weeks in advance with information to each of the properties to say when we're coming out to do the inspections. And we have multiple meetings on any given month at various properties to share information about what are the activities coming ahead.
Thank you. If you could share that or share it again, that would be helpful because I don't believe I have that. Something else that we heard from public witnesses was an accounting of which units are inhabitable versus those that are not. There was a suggestion that that should be provided on a monthly basis. Can you just speak to how that information is regularly shared and how can that be made more readily available to the public?
Right. We are putting together dashboards that we will be sharing starting in May to put that information in a more digestible way for everyone to see, that we'll post on our website that shows the status of units in terms of occupancy, in terms of bringing vacant units online, what's available, what's not. So we're pretty excited about that. We do have it in spreadsheets now, but it's just not easily digestible. So the dashboards, we think will make it easier for people to see.
And how often will that be updated once it's in
monthly?
Monthly. Okay.
Yes.
So are you able to share the current status with the committee? And then we would look forward to having those dashboards up and running in May?
Yes, we have provided, I think in response to our regular oversight hearing and this one, spreadsheets that show the status of all of our vacant units by property. Again, it's in a not very friendly spreadsheet, but it goes property by property. And it has the address and then it has the status. If it's a vacant unit, not ready,
okay,
indicate that, and then we would have, I'm trying to look at another status because it looks like all of them are vacant, not ready, but it's not true. We would have the other status. Oh, if it's in a make ready stage, if it's being repaired. So you do have the raw information, and we will certainly
next month to have that in dashboard form, which will be updated monthly.
Yes, that will be more in aggregate.
Yes.
And this is unit by, property by property and unit by unit.
Okay, I see my time dwindling. One of the things that I noticed was cut was the rental assistance support that was cut by some 1.6, nearly $1.7 million. Can you just speak to the impact on residents? How many residents is that cut likely to impact?
Okay, I'm going to let Ms. Joseph talk about that and changes to the different budget categories.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to understand which line item you're pointing to, Councilmember Parker, because rental assistance actually went up.
I'm looking at table H Y0-4, subtotal 2000 rental assistance support in fiscal year 23. It was funded at 12.2 million, and now it's proposed at 10.58 million for a cut of roughly. Yes.
So as the director explained in her testimony, based on recommendations from the DC Inspector General, we have moved money around across all of the local programs in order to make sure that money is where it needs to be instead of having to do reprogrammings throughout the year, which is what we've had to do. So I can give you, we have a table and I can give you exact numbers of how that moved. The table in the budget chapter collapses that from the specific line items. Do you want, we can send that to you.
If you could send that, but what I'm hearing you say is that that was excess funding that had to be reprogrammed in fiscal year 23 that you reallocated to other programs.
Not just fiscal 23, number of prior years. And so we're right sizing those lines to reflect the actual spending from each of the line items.
So put differently, that would impact 0 residents.
It should not impact any residents.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair White.
Thank you very much.
My turn now?
It is now.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go back to the rent reasonableness issues and try to understand what's happening in likely timing. And I know that you won't be able to give me precise dates, but just to get a sense of the magnitude. So the RFP is out now for the consultant who will work on this. And I take it that it will not be Novogradac because they can't be, because their system doesn't communicate with your system. And so it's going to be somebody else. And that selection, the RFP closes and then you have a selection process. Is that like a month for the selection process before?
Yes, we think the whole thing will take about a month, but let me just state, one, we're not sure. Novogradac may have another tool, just not the one that the agency purchased. So we were very clear about our specifications. And then two, we're not, the RFP is not for a consultant, it is actually for the tool.
I see.
And the tool that our staff will implement. So once we select the vendor that provides the tool and negotiate and finalize the contract, we're thinking that's going to take about a month and, maybe less, but just want to make sure that we have, adequate time. We don't know how many people are going to respond. And then we will have train, I'm sorry, we'll have echoing. We'll have to train our staff to learn how to use the tool and then to build in quality assurance safeguards and reporting. So we're hopeful that we will be able to start using this tool within the next few months. This summer.
And then how long do you think it will take in order to do the analyses that are required? Do you think that by the fall you'll have an assessment of how the rents paid compare to rent reasonableness?
We'll do some testing once we select the actual tool, just to see what the overall impact is. But our commitment is to start using the tool on a date certain that will be this summer for all new HAP contracts. What we still have to assess is what the impact would be on any, how we implement it fully, and if there are any adjustments that get made on current rents, or at what point, if it's during recertification time. Certainly we don't want to have any adverse impact on people who are currently receiving vouchers and on the tenants themselves. So we'll be doing that at the same time and coming up with an implementation plan.
So will you be going back though and looking, and maybe that's what you were getting at, but will you be going back to look at whether or not the rents that have been paid over the recent years have been reasonable as measured against that test?
That's something we're discussing with HUD. What is a reasonable way of looking at rents? Our position is that we really should go forward, that it is really difficult to go back and make market comparisons based on outdated studies and rents, and that we should go forward. We're still discussing that with HUD. I think the biggest and most important thing is to really determine the impact of a new tool on the 16,000 or so rents that we currently pay, and where people are actually living and where landlords have leases in effect. We have processes, where we recertify every 2 years for the tenants. Landlords have leases for a year, so we have to look at all of that. And then people also move, of course. So we're just looking at the full implementation, but we will definitely have a date certain in the next few months where we will start using the new tool to assess what the reasonable rent should be based on the metrics and comparables.
And then, I mean, it is interesting because, I mean, if rents were too high, if rents that were entered into or leases that were entered into in the last couple of years were higher than what a reasonable rent should have been, is the idea that may not be revisited at all, or it might be revisited at the end of the lease, the end of a 1-year lease term, or at a recertification point? Is that what you're saying?
That's a possibility. That we would make the adjustment then going forward and not retroactively, but again, that's something that we're discussing with HUD.
And if we had to do it retroactively, would we have to repay funds to HUD?
Well, that would be a worst case scenario.
Yeah. But not necessarily. I mean, we could, the idea would be if you could make the changes even on existing leases going forward, we may be able to avoid a repayment back to HUD.
Yes, that's the goal.
Yeah, I share that goal, but I do think it's important that going forward, that for the existing leases that we revisit them so that we're more efficiently using the resources that we have. So
Understood, council member. We're looking at all of that, but we also need to take into consideration that landlords have not gotten rent increases for almost 4 years now, and some of the sponsor-based programs haven't gotten rent increases, or the project-based for many, many years, and costs have gone up. So there may be adjustments there. So we have to take all of that into consideration, like what is fair and what is reasonable. And we'll have an objective industry tool that will help us to look at that and to make those decisions.
So it is a tricky world, as I began to learn as I explored proposing the legislation that I've proposed. And I don't want to go immediately to that, but I'll go to something that I heard along the way, and maybe you were referring to this, was that I heard from some building owners that over the years they had asked for cost of living increases through these programs, and that DCHA had not granted them. So going back to what you were saying, that rents may not have increased for some units for a very long time, and they might be quite low under these programs because they haven't changed. Was the thing that I heard that there may be buildings and units out there that had applied for increased rents based on cost of living and not been granted those? Is that a phenomenon that's out there? And if so, why would that be happening? Why did that happen?
Yes, that is true. Before I got here, the agency had frozen rent increases because of budget considerations. And then when I got here and was asked to look into rent reasonableness, which has taken quite a bit of time, and as you said, it is a very, very complicated phenomenon. It has lots of tentacles, and we really need to get it right. That then we said to hold off on making any rent increases until we know with the tool, whether or not we're paying too much or too little. So someone, for example, there may be a rent that on the face of it, using the tool, let's say, shows that we were paying more than market rent. But if we haven't had an increase in several years, perhaps it really wasn't more if you look back. And so how do you make that adjustment in a fair way?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be something where transparency is going to be really important because we all are going to want to understand this as well as possible. And I can envision a scenario where the agency began to give very high rents in recent years. And so some units could have very high rents and not be reasonable in that direction, but then have older units where the rents had been held low for a long time and have unreasonable rents on that side in the other direction. And I don't know where the building lands as a whole and how that analysis gets done, but that gets tricky. My perspective on that is that you right size the rents in both directions going for the existing units and then going forward. So I hope that's a place that we can land. Am I understanding it right?
Yes, you're absolutely right in terms of even based on the Novogradac tool that we looked at and just did some exercises, and we have shared that information and shared our spreadsheets, and others have done their own analysis, including the Washington Post. It did appear that there were some places where we were paying higher rents and others where we were paying lower rents. But now we have to step back with the tool that we're going to get and look at that and see, again, to do the analysis to see what the cost implications are first, to make sure that we're not impacting any residents, and then to see what reasonable adjustments should be made.
Yeah, and so I've used up my time, but I just would make the observation that from what I'm hearing, it may well be that we're paying too much and too little in the same building.
Oh,
that's a possibility.
Thank you. Councilmember Louis George. Thank you.
Noted.
I want to follow up in the rent reasonableness space and possible look backs for landlords that were undercompensated, which is something we heard today. Is there any consideration of providing repair assistance or other supplemental funds to those landlords who maybe did struggle to maintain their properties or the tenant's unit on account of low payments?
So I don't know that we would necessarily see those as part and parcel. We hadn't thought about that. So it's something that we can go back and look at. But in terms of repairs, there is a landlord repair fund that landlords can sign up for that is administered by CHNED and privately funded exactly for those purposes. But I don't know how we would draw that nexus between if the rent was too low and they couldn't repair or they didn't repair. So I think we would want to separate those two.
Okay. I will say to look, and then you said CHNED.
I'm sorry, the Coalition for
Nonprofit housing
and economic development.
And
it's called the Landlord Partnership Fund.
Okay, got it. Thank you. For landlords that have been overpaid and that still have active rental agreements, walk me through how you will be renegotiating with them to adjust payments without risking any tenants' housing stability.
Right. That's where we have to do the analysis.
Okay.
Ideally, we would look at some type of grandfathering in and a period of time to adjust would kind of be mitigated by the lack of a rent increase. So a scenario could be, again, we haven't made a decision, but a scenario could be that the new rent reasonableness tool says that we're paying $400 more a month than is considered appropriate. But we haven't given a rent increase in 4 years. So if the landlord had gotten a rent increase and they were requesting one, we would say, well, you can't get a rent increase, but as long as there's a tenant in there, that we could grandfather that tenant in, and then at the time that it either moves or recertification, that's in 2 years, rents are always going up and down. There's a new, we would reassess at that time and see if that would be, equal to what would be a reasonable rent increase or rent reasonableness. I mean, those are just some scenarios. So we're looking at, we'll run all the data, we'll look at it.
Okay, and that's what you were talking to Councilmember Freeman about, sort of the RFP?
Yes, the RFP gives us the tool.
Okay.
The tool is the objective measurement to say what the rent should be. Then our analysis is what adjustments can and should be made at what point in time. It may be that we have to make them over several years because there would be a fiscal impact if I come back to the city and say, well, in order to make all the adjustments tomorrow, I need $20 million. That's not likely to happen. So is it something that we do gradually?
Okay. And so how are tenants being considered and protected in that regard?
Right. And our first order of our first goal is to hold tenants harmless.
Okay. Okay. If we, let me ask you this, and I guess you could get it before you get more data, but I'm just going to still ask you, if we readjust rents to pay more accurate market rates, which we should, if my calculations are correct, we should be able to house as many as 500 additional people with those 1 million in monthly overpayments.
Okay, so that figure is not correct. That figure was a gross kind of statement based on a sample that the reporter did against the previous information that was available. The reporter didn't make the adjustment for those that we were underpaying, right? So, but we will share the data. This is one, it is so complicated and we really want people to understand, what the realities are.
Okay.
And, what that means in terms of moving forward.
Okay. So I guess, well, regardless of sort of the amount of money, if we can house more people, how do we absorb lease-up's opportunities given how backlogged the system is already? Right.
And so that is something Chairman White is pushing us all towards, all of the agencies in terms of making sure that we improve our business practices. And, we're one part of a larger system. And I know Department of Human Services has shared its strategies and plans to increase the number of people to get leased up. Our responsibility is to make sure that we are responding quickly in terms of inspections, which is so our part of the process is eligibility, determining eligibility, and then doing the inspections, and then paying the rents, and then recertifying, over the years. So we have to improve as we're working on our timelines for eligibility. We're way beyond what should be our timeline, which is 30 days. And we are working with DC Lab to improve our business processes. We're also working with our consultants on our whole HUD plan and to really tighten up those procedures. And I think that we'll see some improvement over the next few months. And then the same thing on the inspection side. And we're going now back out to in-person inspections, and we trained our inspectors in a different way so that we'll be ready when the landlord provides all of the information and a place is identified. So, but we are working with all of our agencies to improve those processes.
Okay. What is the amount or percentage of your fiscal year 24 budget you expect to spend on community engagement with public housing residents? What sort of tenant feedback, town hall programs do you plan to conduct for the upcoming year?
I don't have that figure here because that comes out of our federal money. I'm happy to follow up. We do have a budget for resident services and resident engagement, and we have a whole plan. So we'll be happy to do that as a follow-up.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to see that budget plan as a follow-up, as I think community engagement with public housing residents and getting their consistent and constant feedback is a way for improvement. What is the amount or percentage of your fiscal year 24 budget that you will be spending to repair and ready currently vacant public housing units for move-in?
I'll turn it back over. I keep looking over here because Mr. Stringfield was over here last time. To Mr. Stringfield it's not a percentage, but we'll give you the exact dollar amount for the vacant ready units. And it looks like about $24 million is specifically for the vacant make readies, plus another 43 million for repairs.
For the urgent needs campaign.
The urgent needs campaign.
Okay, is that federally fund and is that federal and local?
Yes, it's a combination.
The combination. Okay, all right. Who will the agency be prioritizing for move-in for these vacancies? Is this based on length of time on the wait list? Is it families? Is it our seniors? What does that priority list look like?
So it is to pulling people off of the wait list is the process for filling our vacant public housing units. And we are very excited because we're moving within the next month or so to being able to reopen the wait list and to have a new wait list for the first time in 10 years that will be a site-based waiting list. So people can sign up knowing what vacancies we have. And so that will determine if they're seniors or if they're families based on the units that we have available. Currently, we primarily have efficiencies and 1-bedrooms, which lends themselves usually more towards the senior population in our senior buildings. But we are, as part of our Make Ready Vacant Units campaign, focusing on the 3 and 4 bedrooms so that we would have more units available for families.
Okay.
So we're doing both at the same time.
Okay, that's my time. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lewis George. Follow-up question from Councilmember Parker's questions. For Potomac and Judiciary senior buildings, which are having full rehabilitations, where are residents going to go during that rehabilitation period?
So we are doing what we would consider a renovation in place. The residents are moving. We're doing the renovations in Judiciary, for example, in stacks, which are different components of the same building. So residents will move from stack A to stack B to stack C. So as we renovate in stack A, those residents would move to stack B and so forth along the line until the entire project is completed. So it's a renovation in place.
How many times will residents have to move through the process?
I'm sorry?
How many times will a resident have to move?
We plan for only to be one move per renovation phase.
Okay. So DCHA's proposed local operating budget for next year is slightly 0.1% lower than this year. Of course, we are seeing much higher inflation than we've seen in decades. What impact will this reduction have on your buying power for rent and other goods and services, given what's a really slight decrease, but more importantly, significant uptick in inflation?
I don't know that we've calculated it in that way. We have planned our budget out based on the dollars that are in the mayor's budget and laid it out with our goals for the renovations that we've talked about and completing the vacant units, the big projects. And I don't think we see a significant reduction, at least we haven't in terms of our plans so far.
Okay, and let me clarify one thing from Mr. Stringfield. So Did you say you anticipate each resident will only have to move once, or residents will have to move once per renovation?
Only once. So in Judiciary House and Potomac, our residents will only move once.
Got it. Okay, I appreciate that. All right. Looking at the local activity level dollar figures in the proposed budget books, the shallow rent subsidy program for seniors, which gives up to $600 a month to seniors who don't have access to other housing subsidy programs. This line item is currently funded at $2.6 million. The mayor's budget proposal cuts more than $2.2 million from that. So it's an 84% cut. What's happening here? That's a very significant cut.
So council member, this is based on utilization to date, and we just have not had the uptick that we anticipated or that council member Bonds, who had this as her primary issue, wanted to see. We are working with the Department of Aging and Community Living to try and increase awareness about the availability of this program, but as part of the mayor's budget and the IG's recommendations, that money has been reallocated across the line items.
All right. This program has existed for several years. Has the utilization been low the entire time?
It has.
Okay. What steps are you gonna? My guess, I don't know enough about the program, but my guess is that there's a decent need. My office gets calls for shallow rent subsidies, ERAP, other things all the time, including from seniors. Do you think that this is a lack of need or a communication issue?
I think it may be a little bit of both, and we can look into it a little bit further and work with the new director at Department of Aging and Community Living to fully understand it and provide some recommendations.
I think you covered this part with Councilmember Parker, but some changes in LRSP. There's a small overall increase to the program from $125.9 million to $127.4 million, but there are some significant changes at the activity level. The tenant-based vouchers would decrease by $6.8 million, and the permanent supportive housing vouchers would increase by over $9 million. Is that right?
It is right. It's the exact same thing that I was talking to Councilmember Parker about. Again, based on the recommendations from the recent Inspector General report, we have worked with the mayor's office and with the OCFO to reallocate the money based on the actual spending and reduce the number of line items in our budget and ensure that the money is where it needs to be for our spending.
Okay, and I think you covered this part too, but I just want to make sure you don't anticipate what impact do you anticipate on households from these changes?
There will be no impact on current households from this change.
Okay. And so, going back to the discussion that the director was just having with Councilmember Lewis George, we've focused a lot in the months that I've been chairing this committee on the need to get vouchers to people and then get people into homes and services with those vouchers to help avoid, among other things, encampment, people living in encampments and the encampment evictions like we saw at McPherson Square. Will the proposed changes in the distribution of LRSP dollars impact getting vouchers out the door?
No, I don't think so. I think since there were so many unallocated vouchers from existing funds that are yet to kind of to make sure that all of that they get utilized, is why DHS didn't ask for or didn't get additional funding for that. So there's, still a healthy amount left, as you know, because you're pushing us to make sure that we get those vouchers into the hands of people and get them housed and streamline those processes. So I will also say that there'll be some more opportunity as we make changes to our waiting list processes and our admin plans in terms of housing preferences, that there will be opportunities for people to come in both on the public housing side and the voucher side. I'm sorry, you want to add something?
Yeah, I think in addition to what the director said, because the money for the voucher programs and new vouchers actually stays in DHS's budget at this point, the movement of money in our budget won't affect the new lease ups as much as the cuts to DHS's budget might affect new lease ups.
Right.
Thanks.
Hey, so why does the inspections for the locally funded PSH vouchers, is my understanding is that DCHA does this because you all do inspections for other federal programs. Is that right?
I think that's right. I think that's how it started. That the role that the agencies who make referrals to us see DCHA playing was around eligibility and the inspections.
And for what's the reason for not having third-party partners like Pathways or others do the inspections? My understanding is that they did them for some short period of time early in the pandemic, but that was temporary and it stopped. What's the reason for not going back in that direction?
I'm not certain that that's something, how that started, and it could be something that we would want to consider. We're looking at, all aspects of our voucher program to make sure it operates efficiently. So a decision hasn't been made. Something that could be considered.
Okay, I'll pick up there in my next round. Councilmember Parker.
Director, when we met earlier this year, one of the things you discussed was updating the wait list. And it was my understanding that this spring or early summer, the wait list could reopen. Two things. One, can you give an update on that? I would also just note that as part of the public witness, we heard some concerns expressed from residents around how, and I believe the word used was people were being purged from the lists. And so can you just also give an accounting of the steps you all are taking to just make sure you're exhausting every opportunity to reach people? So a status update, but also how are you ensuring you're reaching people?
Yes, thank you so much, because I do want to clarify that. And I know there's some angst, but I think first of all, we've done quite a bit, way more than HUD even requires in terms of updating the wait list over this last year, of getting the word out. Some have suggested we should do public service campaigns. We did that. We did a big campaign last year for 90 days. We did public service campaigns. We sent information to all of our partners, our provider agencies, DHS, where people come in and sign up for other benefits. We're saying, if you're on the wait list, please update your information. Even the advocates who are kind of critical now and a little bit nervous about us purging the wait list, we ask them if they have clients to please share their information. In addition, we have done, as you know, the massive outreach campaigns and lease-up events that we've held at Martin Luther King Library, where we have sent out notices to thousands of people at a time. And we don't just mail them to the last known address, even though that's all we're legally required to do. We do robo-texts, we do emails if we have those. And again, we share information with providers and partners to say, if you know anybody on the wait list, please, we have a sign up coming, on such and such date. Where we're going now is to have one final outreach to everyone who is on the wait list to say, we're at the end. We've invited you several times. We haven't heard from you. If you either didn't get the notice before or you've changed your mind, please come in. We're going to have another event on May 1st. And anyone also who has reached out, who has said, I heard about this, but you didn't contact me for whatever reason. We have taken them in and said, bring in your information and we'll consider your eligibility. So it's been a wide open net to try to reach everyone on a wait list that goes back 25 or more years. So after exhausting all of the outreach attempts that we will have done in this month for the next event in May, then we will be able to say this wait list is over and we're opening up the new wait list that will be, as I said, site-based, that people can sign up if they're interested in particular units at particular properties. The updating of the new list will be through our Yardi process. It'll be more automated where people can sign up, they can check and see where they are on the wait list, and they can update their information. So the new process will allow for people to have current information and to make sure that they know where they are on the wait list. And that should happen starting in June.
Okay, and are you all able to, I take your word at it, but are you all able to share just the ways you've reached out? So you talked about email and text messaging, and I would be interested in seeing that because this isn't the first time I've heard that complaint. I would love to talk with confidence about the steps the agents are taking. So sharing that with the committee would be helpful.
We will do that. And if you hear of people who believe they're on the wait list and have not been contacted, you can send them our way. And even after we have closed the list, if people show up and say, I was on the old list, and if in fact they were, and that's validated, they could still be considered. Will
that still be the case once you reopen the waiting list? So if
for a period of time, for a period of time, we would consider appeals in that way. So if someone,
the wait list is open, someone comes and says, hey, I've been on the wait list, I hadn't heard from you, but I'm still interested, there will still be an avenue to get them into housing.
I think for a limited period of time that we would entertain that. So we do believe that we have done a very, very thorough outreach process, way beyond what HUD, in fact, HUD said you're doing way too much, that it's the responsibility of individuals to update their information, and we want to make that easy for them going forward.
It's better to exceed HUD's expectations, but can you just define what a limited amount of time is? Like, give a range. Is that months? Is that weeks?
I don't know exactly. Yes, I'll put that in our follow-up information.
Yes, that would be helpful. And I think that would be important information for folk to have. Just going off of something you were talking about with Chair White in terms of the local rent supplement vouchers, I note that approximately $192,000 of the reduction was for, as you write, startup costs and applications fees for vouchers for the LGBTQ community. And then there was $9,000 for targeted housing for returning citizens. So when you were discussing, you were saying you were reallocating based on trends in previous years. Are we to assume that those startup costs and everything else was absorbed? Or can you just talk about the impact there?
Yeah, no, so this is not a reallocation. This was just one-time startup money so that they could process or administer the vouchers that the council dedicated specific vouchers to subpopulations. And so it was just one-time kind of set up your systems, but there still will be vouchers available, targeted vouchers to those populations.
So my understanding and reading of it is it's startup costs for LGBTQ members. Those vouchers still exist, right?
Correct.
And
Yes.
it seems as though there may have been a reduction in vouchers for returning citizens, or am I reading that incorrectly?
No, that was just, I don't know why they only requested $9,000. That maybe was to set up a system or software application. I'm not sure. It's a small amount of money, but no, there was no reduction, even
Okay.
though many of those vouchers have been allocated.
Got it. And then that is good news that we're continuing to target there. I do want to end just here on this note. The agency has been in the news, and it's been in the news for a while because of accusations of fraud. And you, Director, were quoted as saying widespread corruption throughout the agency has not been reflected, and that these are isolated incidents. The allegations involve the deputy director of a voucher program, a member of the management team, as well as 2 other employees. So I have 3 questions for you. 1, how confident, and can you just explain why you're so confident that similar conflicts of interest do not exist throughout the agency? That's 1. 2, what steps is the agency taking to identify or avoid matters similar to those that are being accused? And then 3rd, how many FTEs are being dedicated in next year's budget to comply with ethics requirements? So if you could just speak to your confidence, the steps the agency is taking, and how many FTEs are dedicated to ethics.
Okay. First, let me be clear. I've never said, and nor would I say, that nothing else will happen or that there may not be an instance where we find that there's been some unethical or bad behavior that needs to be investigated and addressed. You don't know. We have over 800 employees, and when you run a large agency, there may be opportunities where there's bad behavior, right?
But
what I've said, and I believe this, and this is based on my experience of running large agencies, there's not a pattern of corruption and widespread corruption throughout this agency. This agency has been investigated by the Office of Inspector General, HUD, in numerous categories. We have financial audits, programmatic audits every year. And what we can do, and what we have done, is if there are allegations or suspicions of fraudulent or unethical behavior, then the appropriate referral is made. We do have an internal office of audit and compliance. It is a small operation that has several investigators.
Sorry to interrupt, Director. I am at Chair White. Can we have 2 extra minutes? Okay, I wanted to respect the clock. So what I'm hearing you say for that first question is, you believe this is an isolated incident because of the ways in which the agency is interrogated, investigated, the audits that have been done. And then you were beginning to detail the steps the agency has taken, I imagine will continue to take.
Correct. So again, allegation is brought to my attention or is found within any of the departments. And also, we have prominently posted on our website the HUD OIG hotline, where people can make complaints. I know they can make complaints to the DC OIG as well, so they don't just have to come up through the agency. As a matter of fact, one of the allegation that came about the voucher fraud came from outside of the agency. And we refer to our Office of Audit and Compliance that then conducts an investigation. We also have met with the Office of the Inspector General to determine when that office wants us to make a referral. And then also we've met with HUD to determine when and the types of referrals that should be made to the HUD OIG. And the reason I'm confident in these instances is because I review the investigations. We determined what the problem was, and we took action appropriately against the individuals.
Okay, I don't want to have a lot of back and forth on this. I do want to get to the last question around FTEs. So, but I do want to note that part of what was documented and is factual, I guess, on timeline, is that before these things were elevated by Chair White on behalf of the committee, there had lapsed a significant amount of time before they were flagged.
So there was a timeline, correct, because we had to do our initial investigation internally to determine whether or not there was any merit to the allegation. As I said, the one allegation came externally. It was an email. We didn't know how valid it was, so we turned it over to our internal office to do their due diligence to determine whether or not there was any substance to the allegation. That office did a pretty quick turnaround, and then brought that information to my attention and to other leaders. And we took the appropriate action and then made the referral to the Office of the Inspector General, because it was determined through that investigative process that there were strong allegations or evidence of fraud. If I had immediately referred, then I wouldn't have had the evidence to take personnel action, which I think was the most important thing for me to be able to do, and to make sure that, again, there was merit to the allegations.
Okay, and then that last question, we're way over time, Chair White, I really appreciate it. FTEs, how many FTEs are dedicated to ethics for next year's budget?
I don't know if we would just say dedicated to ethics, but we have 7 FTEs in the Office of Audit and Compliance. But we also have our ethics officers actually in the Office of the General Counsel, and we have outside counsel as well that can be relied upon depending on the nature of the allegation.
Okay, thank you. I just will close by saying it is my hope that this committee can continue to work productively with DCHA and you, Director. And some of the feedback and documentation I've seen is concerning, as well as the responsiveness. And so you've been pretty responsive to me as an individual council member, but that doesn't seem to be the case for the committee as a whole. And I'm hoping that changes moving forward. So with that, Chair White, I appreciate the extended time.
Fruman had to go. I want to make sure. Councilmember Louis George.
Councilmember White, I just want to say, I didn't go over as much when I was a freshman, and I want you to give me credit. Thank you. Okay. I want to go back to the waiting list purges. Some of the witnesses testified these concerns that they believe are currently happening, and I share their concerns. I was hoping you can just walk us through exactly how we are contacting residents on the waiting list, especially our seniors who we know are technologically more limited. Is DCHA cross-referencing their voucher list with other DC programs or databases like voter rolls, Medicaid enrollment, DHS programs to ensure up-to-date contact information is being used? And can DC Medicaid or can Department of Aging and Community Living, for example, send notices out to their enrollment or contact list to help create a wider net of awareness by targeting folks who are likely to have overlap with the wait list?
Sure. So we don't share information. We have certain confidentiality requirements in terms of sharing the exact information with other agencies. But let me tell you what we have done. We do share with the agencies that our information and processes for updating information on the wait list. So DHS at their human services centers, DACL in terms of their clients, advocates in terms of their clients. And we've shared information over this past year about we're updating the wait list. Please have your clients sign on, update the information or share this with them so that they can update their information. So we've done a lot of that. We've also, as I said, had a very extensive public service campaign last spring and summer and where we did outreach on multiple media outlets that our residents tend to.
Yeah, no, I saw those.
Okay.
I saw those. I thought those were helpful. And I thought you guys did a really good job with that piece of it. I just,
Thank you.
I want to know, like, for senior, I'm just focusing on seniors because they're more technologically limited. I'm just trying to find a way for you all to be able to sort of maybe, I don't know, enter an MOU with somebody to sort of obtain some of the stuff for seniors.
Yeah. I'll tell you what we did and to kind of get
Yeah.
beyond the confidentiality issue. So we signed up with a company called Clear that has access to all public databases.
Okay.
And they took our information and bumped it up against all of the sources that you said, including the federal and local, everything from jails to Medicaid to Social Security. And we did a complete update using that technology to update addresses. And we did that in the fall after we did the outreach campaign.
Okay. How long is it before someone gets purged off a list? Sort of how many attempts do you all, what's your internal, like 3 attempts and then they're purged, or do you have like a attempt number?
2. It's legally 2 attempts that we're required to do, but we're about to do a 3rd one.
Okay. I wanted to understand, can you walk us through a detailed spending plan for the fiscal year 24 and 25 capital budgets?
Yep. Okay, so I will, for our local capital spend of 100 and the 2-year, 115 million is distributed basically in 6 categories. And those buckets include the comprehensive rehab on specific properties, that's $68 million. The second bucket is capital repairs, and this is in my testimony, of major systems that includes HVAC, roofing, electrical, at additional properties for $25.7 million. Security upgrades of $3.7 million. Then we have a healthy homes project with George Washington University and Children's Hospital for mold and air systems quality improvements at $2.1 million. Fire alarm systems and fire suppression at family properties for $8.4 million. And then increased staffing and management capacity of $7.4 million.
Okay. How are you ensuring quality contract deliverables on those HVAC and air systems? But because this continues to be a problem for the city from a DGS perspective.
Do you want to answer that?
Yeah. So what we've done is we've implemented, we've modernized our program, the capital program. That's the first thing that we've done. And in modernizing the program, we've implemented standard operating procedures that are used throughout the industry, 1. And then 2, we've also brought on board or in the process of bringing on our PMIS system, our project management information system, which allows us to track and monitor all of our programs throughout the our portfolio and program.
Okay. And one thing I think, well, actually, I'll skip that for a second because I want to go to this before my time runs out. Director, I want to ask you this. When landlords, because we've had that, we worked on an issue in Ward 4, which your office was helped us with. When landlords are experiencing challenges with tenants who hold vouchers, what is the agency's practices of engaging the tenant and or supporting these landlords in navigating challenges or accessing mediation services?
Right. We do have a mediation office as part of our voucher program, and that is certainly available to landlords, and a lot of tenants, and a lot of them use them. Of course, we try to work with them before it gets to that point. But I'm not sure. Are you talking about
Yeah. remember we had a public safety issue, ongoing
Yes.
issue, for several months, and we've been able, it's been resolved. But what I'm trying to figure out is what we can do in the future so that it doesn't
Yes.
take as long to mediate in those circumstances.
Good, agreed. The city administrator has asked the deputy mayor for Health and Human Services has put together a work group that consists of DCHA, DHS, DBH, and a couple of other agencies to work through that and to develop strategies for addressing tenants who may need higher levels of support. So I think that was one situation.
That's right.
That took quite a few months. And even in terms of making recommendations about maybe more appropriate placements, and not placements, and I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that word, but options for housing where someone has a very high level of mental health needs and may need on-site services, may not be necessarily appropriate to live in the community, right?
Correct.
So that's one, and we're working on some recommendations that city administrator has asked us for in that regard. And then when we have another situation that was also on in Ward 4 in the same street, that is more with the same street that I live on. But
that's right.
where we have tenants who may be allowing unauthorized residents, and there's crime, and property conditions are not maintained. That's harder for us as a government. I mean, there's steps that we can take from a DCHA standpoint. We're asked sometimes, well, can you terminate a resident from the voucher program? And there are steps that can be taken if someone is violating their lease continuously and not adhering to the requirements of the program and being a good tenant. The problem is that if we terminate someone from the program, then the landlord doesn't get rent, but the landlord is not necessarily able to evict the person from the house because it takes so long to go through that process. And then you have an untenable situation where
that's right. That's why everybody was relying on, in those situations, everybody was relying on you all, because they knew that how long that process would take.
But we still, can't effectuate a move of the individual, and we put together an extraordinary plan that took a lot of resources, and that's not sustainable either. So we're also looking at that. Are there some situations where it can be but can be demonstrated and documented that someone is really not complying with the terms of the lease, and it really is not being a good neighbor, and perhaps should be the process for moving should not take as long.
Okay. Well, I would love to, work with you all, since we've had to troubleshoot these two issues in that working group to figure out what next steps, we can take overall in different community partners. I'm out of my time, my round. So I hope Councilmember White will ask about permanent supported housing for me, and how many staff are currently assigned to work with the permanent supportive housing program, how many vacancies are in that unit, and housing inspectors.
Oh, we're going to get to those. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. So this is actually relevant to where I left off with PSH vouchers. And right now we're talking about locally funded vouchers, but DHS does inspections for those. How many FTEs do you have for inspections for the PSH vouchers?
We don't have it broken down. We have a total of 26 inspectors, but they do both. They do all programs.
Okay. Do you have vacancies there?
I don't think we have any vacancies in the inspector side. We'll double check.
And does DHS pay the housing authority for the roles you play for processing and inspections?
DHS gives us an administrative fee, as does the federal government and other entities for whom we process vouchers or housing subsidies.
And is the administration fee, is it per voucher or is it like a block sum?
It's actually per voucher. It's when the person is leased up. It's a flat amount, it's a flat rate or percentage, but we only collect it when someone is actually leased up.
Okay. So how do you determine what that money pays for? So how do you break down what DHS pays to the housing authority? How do you calculate that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll turn it over to our CFO.
Good afternoon, Council Member White. So we treat those programs in a similar fashion to how we do this on the federal side. We receive the admin fees, which is a percentage as our ED mentioned, and then our spending here is for the purpose is for the program itself. And that includes staffing, equipment, software licenses. Even in our case here, we're considering adding, a rent fee on top of that since we're paying rent. So that's all included as part of the cost. I hope that answers your question.
Could you send the committee a more specific breakdown so we can understand it? We're really kind of keyed in on this housing voucher issue, and I'm trying to understand every aspect of the process. So could you send us a breakdown of how you calculate the cost to DHS?
Right. So just to be clear here, I'm not saying that our admin fee only covers our cost. I'm just saying that we're using our admin fee to cover our costs, similar to what we do in the federal program. So in the federal program, we receive the 10%. We spend what we spend for costs, and whatever is left is fungible within the agency. We treat the district programs in a very similar fashion, Councilman.
Okay. All right. So I understand that the concern I have is that the federal government can make money, create money. We can't. And our finances have changed. So understanding the cost to DHS will help us understand the logic and reasonableness behind it.
Sure, understood. We'll be happy to follow up. I do want to point out that the federal government pays us 10% admin fee.
Mm-hmm.
DHS have been paying 7.6%, and now in the FY24 budget, that has dropped down to 2.2%. So there's a significant cost reduction that will be made, and we have to figure out if we can absorb that because we weren't expecting that.
Okay. So it was at 6%.
7.6%.
Okay, it was at 7.6%. Now it's proposed to go to
2.2%.
I see. Okay. So on the housing inspections, as we were wrapping up the last round, it sounds like you are open to looking at community organizations, third-party partners doing inspections as well?
Sure, happy to take a look at that to see, what makes the most sense, what in terms of efficiencies, in terms of cost. We're happy to.
Okay. And I asked this thinking about the workload of the agency, but with respect to federal programs that you do, that DCHA does inspections for, is is the housing authority required to do those inspections, or could you contract with a third party to do those?
They could be contracted out. Mhm.
Okay.
If that makes the most sense.
Okay. Will have you given this thought? Whether
We
or not
haven't gotten to that. Honestly, our focus has been on trying to improve our efficiencies throughout the process. It is something that I think will be looked at sometime in the future, but we haven't really done the analysis.
Okay. I mean, I think it's worth looking at because it could sort of streamline what the agency is focused on. I hear you though, that there are a lot of things to focus on. You can't do everything at once. So yeah, this will be an ongoing conversation.
Okay.
So we have a significant backlog with permanent supportive housing vouchers. What is DCHA doing to expedite lease ups? You all have two roles there. One is the inspections, obviously. The other is, I guess, approvals. I'm forgetting the term, but
eligibility.
Thank you, eligibility. What, if anything, are you all doing in your end to expedite, or ideas that you're thinking to expedite these parts of the process?
This is the project that we've talked about with the lab at DC that is looking at, number one, all of our forms to determine whether or not we need to have as many steps in the forms and steps in the process. And I think we've described the next steps for their work this summer, where they are actually hiring some voucher tenants to help kind of as peers to walk through that process and help us streamline. And we're working with DHS on that. So that is a very important part of that. We also are implementing the Rent Cafe platform. And this was, I think you got into a discussion with one of the earlier panels about having a platform where there's visibility into the process and ultimately working towards having the processes more automated. And our part one of this Rent Cafe, which is part of our Yardi system, will allow customers to look in and determine where they are in the whole process. And so that will be rolling out sometime this month. So I think that will really be helpful.
That's great. Will case managers be able to view that as well?
No, so DHS has a platform that allows case managers to do that already.
Okay.
And it's called the STEP tool,
Mm-hmm.
HTH STEP tool. So our focus has been on the customer, giving them that visibility.
All right. And the last question for this round, this is a follow-up to one of Councilmember Parker's questions. For the public housing wait list, I just want to make sure I'm clear. Will people be taken off the list if they don't respond to the outreach from DHS?
Yes.
Okay. So if they come back later
Not
and
from
say,
DHS, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, from the housing authority, from the housing authority. So if they come back later and say, I actually never got correspondence, they won't, you don't anticipate restoring them to where they were on the list?
No, because we're going to have a whole new wait list, and we'll have a kind of a transition period for, last chance. We really mean it. We've done everything. But more importantly, they'll be able to sign up for the new wait list that is site-based, that if they're interested in the housing that we have available, then they could sign up for that.
All right. I have a lot of concerns about that, but I do recognize we have to get through this backlog and figure out a workable, sustainable plan. So I encourage people with concerns to reach out not just with what you don't like, but what you recommend as an alternative. I'm going to think through that as well. Councilmember Fruman, do you have more questions? And I apologize. I meant to come back to you after.
No, actually, I went away and came back. So
okay, excellent.
You're perfect. Thank you very much. And I guess I run the risk of asking questions that somebody asked while I was away.
It happens.
It's a little bit of question and more of an observation. I guess I'm quite concerned about the idea of ambiguity about whether HUD could require clawbacks of past overpayments. And the one reason that I'm concerned about it is that if that's a possibility, then in calculating reasonable rent going forward, there would be a bias towards higher rents going forward, because if we went the other direction, we could have a big overhanging back payment. And I know we'll have a tool and it will be objective, but I worry about the incentive structure there. So my hope is that we can get to clarity with HUD that they won't be requiring clawbacks, because I think it makes everything that's going forward easier.
Well, thanks for that observation. We are very concerned about that as well. For different reasons, we feel confident that we'll have an objective third-party tool, and that's what's going to rule. And that's why we have taken so long to really think this thing through and to have something that we can stand behind and that people can trust. We certainly do not want to be in a position of paying back money to HUD that then would have to reduce housing services available for people who need them. That would just really be a horrible unintended consequence that benefits no one. So we are advocating strongly against that and hope that HUD will be reasonable.
And I don't know whether there's anything that we can do in support of that. I mean, there will be lots of differences between the council and the agency on different things, but I think that there would be a shoulder to shoulder position on that for sure. So if there's something you think that we can be helpful on that, please do let us know. I want to talk a little bit about the interplay between rent reasonableness and rent stabilization. You saw the legislation that I have proposed. I saw in your pre-hearing answers, you grappling with what's the interplay between federal requirements and what's called for in the legislation. My reading, and I think it's clear, is that the feds would allow us to do what I propose, but if we weren't doing what I propose, they would also allow ignoring the rent stabilization rules. But how are you seeing that law? Do you see a mandate in one direction or another from the feds?
No, I think we really need to delve into it and make sure that we understand. And we're obviously having lots of conversations with HUD and can certainly put that on the table. And we know that there'll be a hearing on it, and we promise to be ready then with our legal analysis and any recommendations or concerns that we might have.
Okay, well, and also this conversation about what your process on rent reasonableness will be.
Yes.
Raises timing issues in my mind, because your process, it strikes me that in the fall, you will be coming up with new numbers of what is a reasonable rent and beginning to apply them going forward at a minimum and maybe going backward. And so I want this idea of harmonizing with rent stabilization to be a part of that. So it's a comment for you, and I guess a comment for the chairman, that that there's some urgency in moving on this. And I'm actually wondering, and I'm just thinking out loud here, that it may be that if we want you to take it into account in the numbers that you come up with in the fall, that after a hearing, we would need to move to emergency legislation in order to have it take effect on time for you to be able to do what you need to do.
And not certain of the impact. I mean, first of all, the legal analysis, of course, obviously is important, but I think we all need to step back and look at, you know, the potential impact of all of these changes, right, on the rental housing market. And while we're trying to be cautious and not do anything to destabilize the market and to hurt existing tenants, we also want to make sure that, you know, there's an adequate supply of rental housing available for people who need it, whether they are unsubsidized and just lower income, or those who rely on vouchers. The same market is there for people coming through with the PSH and the LRSP vouchers. They're all competing for the same housing, and we want to make sure that there's an adequate supply. So I think all of us, you know, would look at it responsibly and make some decisions about how to go forward.
Well, I hear you on that, but I also was heartened in your response to the pre-hearing questions that you saw the dynamic that prompted the legislation in the first place. So there's all different kinds of things that need to be taken into account, but there is a problem that we need to deal with. So we'll take this forward. The thing that is on my mind hearing this conversation today is, how do we, assuming that it takes effect, and I proposed it, so I would like to see it take effect. I want it to be in effect in a way that's timely. So that's one thing. I guess another thing hearing this conversation, and you and I have had conversations about this before, I was oddly heartened to hear Councilmember Lewis George talk about some of the issues with dealing with situations where a tenant is harmful to themselves and to their neighbors, and how do we deal with that situation? It's a phenomenon that happens all around the city, and certainly happens in some of the buildings that are in my ward. And it's a tricky one, and we need to be sensitive about how we deal with it. But I was glad to hear her talking about it, and I look forward to working with her and with you to try to figure out pathways so that we can make these programs work as well as possible. Some of my residents wonder, you know, as they see more and more, there is a heavy emphasis on using the voucher program as a way of housing people, and that's an important and a positive thing. In Ward 3, we're having a hard time building new affordable housing units. We're one of the places that's not going to meet the mayor's target, and as much as I would like to see us meet the mayor's target. And so the way in which we may be achieving affordable housing goals could be through the voucher program. And I wonder if you have data about, the mayor has goals of how many affordable units she'd like to see in Rock Creek West. Do you have data on how many people are being housed in Rock Creek West pursuant to the various voucher programs?
Yeah, I think we would have that.
And how that's changed over time?
I'm never that confident in the data going backwards, but we could certainly we could take a stab at it.
Yeah, I think I would really like to see that data. One reason why I want to see the data is there is a big emphasis on housing for 30% AMI and below, and for a reason. There is a real need for that. But there is also a need for affordable housing at other levels and workforce housing. And I wonder what the mix in Ward 3 is, whether or not through the voucher programs, we already are getting a very high percentage of 30% AMI, which might then point to a reason why in other affordable housing projects, maybe the emphasis should be on workforce because that's what's being missed. So, and I don't know whether you're tracking how many affordable units at different levels of AMI there might be in Ward 3 or in Rock Creek West. But if you had that data also, that would be a very useful thing to
I don't
see.
think we would have that. That would probably be Department of Housing and Community Development, but we can certainly give you the aggregate voucher data.
So let's do that, and then we can put the two pieces then I can put the two pieces together, because I think it informs the context of what are we missing? What's the affordable housing?
What's the gap?
What's the gap? Where are the most acute gaps? And I don't know the answer to that question right offhand. It might be that it's more in the workforce housing space than in the 30% AMI, given the prevalence of the voucher programs in Ward 3. So that data would be.
I think the numbers are going to be a lot smaller than you think, but just knowing what, when we looked at it in terms of the coalition of housing tenants associations on the buildings in Connecticut Avenue were a lot smaller than most people purported them to be, but we're happy to share that information. I wonder too, in terms of your rent stabilization legislation, I didn't see that. Are you looking at any kind of income means testing? Because make sure that rent stabilized units are available for those who really need them?
Well, that's not part of that legislation, though. That legislation is about about the way in which we're paying for units under the various voucher programs. And I think, and it may be anecdotal evidence, and I'm running over, but I think what you see in a lot of those buildings is a lot of seniors on fixed income. And then you see you're seeing, and the question is, how do we preserve units for folks like that? But no, it's very targeted to the way in which we pay for units under the voucher program as a way of maximizing the dollars available to pay for as many units as possible and avoiding a situation of cannibalizing rent stabilized units.
We'll be ready for the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. So Director, the council has very limited visibility into DCHA's budget beyond the local funding subsidies. I'd like to get more information on item 1B of our budget oversight questions, but it looks like that response only covers the district's contributions. Can you send a more complete budget summary that includes things like your reserves and the amounts you anticipate receiving from HUD?
See this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's okay, council member.
Thank you. And how much information does the board receive regarding non-local portions of DCHA's finances?
I can.
Yes.
So the board receives full financial information for the entire agency, as they should. Since the agency has or is running both programs funded by the federal government and the local government. But, you know, a subset of that is created by those programs, which is what we call as defederalized funds, or unrestricted funds. So basically we compile the full financial statements and give our board the full picture there.
Okay, that's good. So defederalized funds, what is it? What does that mean?
So similar to the admin fees for the housing choice voucher program, housing authority receives management fees for running the public housing program or section 9. And so those funds go into basically what we call a central office cost center, or COCC, and all the funds in COCC are considered defederalized. Now, COCC covers usually the back office departments like procurement, IT, finance, and the upper management as well.
Okay. And these are funds paid from the federal government for Section 9?
Not necessarily, but I'm just simplifying it in order to just explain how COCC is.
Okay.
And this is, by the way, a requirement by HUD to do the accounting for the housing authority in an asset management model. And so
Okay.
COCC is considered its own business unit, and it has its own revenue like a property management company. And it basically receives admin fees and management fees from different programs. And it could also receive fees from completely unrestricted programs. So those are not covered by federal or local funding sources.
Okay, and the board has full transparency into those funds and how they're spent and where they come from?
So we do provide an entity-wide reporting. What we have been working on is more clarity on the dashboards and a better detailed by program, by development, and by department kind of report. So that's still in the works.
All right, so historically, the board has not received detailed information on those funds?
So I can't speak to a lot longer than I joined, which was 2 years ago. But by the time I joined, the board was receiving the consolidated report that we have been producing for the last 2 years.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure what's included in that, so I'm going to stay specific to the non-federalized funds, defederalized funds. Does the board have full transparency into?
Yes, they do.
That? Okay, thank you. So let me move to public housing capital investments. The on March 16th, Director, you and your team presented your capital spend plan for public housing to me and my team, and I appreciate that presentation. You explained that your proposed investments would not prevent some existing public housing from being permanently decommissioned, but suggested that the funding would be adequate to rehab most units to a safe and habitable condition. Is that right?
I'm not sure I understood what you meant by the first part of your question.
So there are currently some vacant units that are uninhabitable,
yes,
and some that are going to be, I guess, decommissioned.
Yes.
The proposed budget anticipates that there will continue to be some units that are uninhabitable and some permanently decommissioned. Is that right?
I wouldn't say permanently decommissioned. What is the term?
Demo disposal.
No. So those that we asked to go into mod, yes, okay, decommission, or we call it mod status, that HUD allows us to take those kind of off the rolls for a period of up to 3 years, in terms of our ability to renovate those units.
Okay.
And so, yes, our budget does anticipate, and our whole occupancy plan does include a number of units that are in that status that HUD has allowed, as well as others that that are offline for other purposes, such as resident council offices, on-site programs. And I believe we sent you that information. If we didn't, we will follow up.
Okay, I appreciate it. Let me double check. Well, we did get a lot of information. I don't remember seeing that one, but it doesn't mean you didn't send it. So I'll check as well. My notes from that presentation indicated that You were projected to receive $74.9 million in district funds spread out over 4 years. The mayor's proposed capital budget would instead have you receiving $115.5 million. What happened? So that there were like 3 business days between the meeting with you and your team and the mayor's budget meeting with the council. What happened to that? Why the increase over that period of time from $74.9 million in district funds to 115.5?
I'm not sure, Chairman, what you mean by the 74 million. I'm looking at the slide in the deck that we gave you all of our funds by year. And I'm not sure where you're coming up with the 74 million.
Okay. This is from my notes. It's
okay.
Possible that that's incorrect. Okay, so the district line of the chart that you're looking at from the next 4 years. The next 4 fiscal years add up to 74.9.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
So yeah, this was a 4-year request. The district, the last 2 years has only funded out 2 to 3 years worth of money. So it didn't really change, council member. We got what we have asked for in capital plus some for years 24 and 25. They didn't allocate for 26 or 27. In the 5-year plan, 6-year plan, whatever it is.
Okay. All right. I may have to follow up. I have to check my notes on that chart. How much do you have currently for repair and maintenance?
In FY23?
Yes.
Right.
Unspent.
Unspent, we currently have, well, I can tell you what we have spent to date. So FY22, we had 4.2 million. To date, we spent 825,000. FY21, we had 8.25 million. We spent approximately 823,000. R&M 14.9. We received 14.9 million and we spent approximately 6 million. R&M 24.9, we spent approximately 17.6 million.
Yeah.
So the most recent numbers, Council Chairman, were in the deck on slide 13. In fiscal year 23, as of right now, there is no R&M money because of the changes with the BSA and where the money sits with both tenant-based and sponsor project-based money. They now sit at DHS and DHCD. So unspent money resides in their budget, not in our budgets.
Okay. And I know some of this is redundant from previous questions, but how many units are vacant now? And of the vacant units, how many will go back online between now and the end of next fiscal year?
So we have about 2,000. We still have about 2,000 units that are vacant. And we expect, last year brought 600 units up to speed. So we call them make ready. And our goal is to have 1,200 by the end of this year. Those will be the vacant units that have been completely renovated and turned for occupancy.
Okay, so that'll leave roughly 800 units vacant?
No.
Yes, out of the total 2,000, but not all of the units need a complete overhaul in that way. So these are the ones that need to be completely renovated, that are the goals of the total of 1,200.
All right, so by the end of next fiscal year, how many vacant units do you anticipate the agency will have?
Next fiscal year, the end of 24.
Yes.
The rate we're going, so I don't know if we have that projection. We are moving to have 500 filled by the end of this fiscal year.
We haven't made those projections.
For
Our
next-
federal budget, we haven't made those projections for fiscal year 24 yet. That's not due to HUD until the end of the summer.
And a lot will depend on what happens after we close and reopen the wait list, the site-based waiting list, that we expect the volume of interest to increase significantly. And based on those experiences and the other work that we've been doing to increase occupancy, we'll have a better way to project out next year's occupancy goals.
But at this point, do you have a count of how many total vacant units you have right now? Like an exact count?
We do. Just 1
Okay.
second.
I have the February occupancy.
Oh, we'll give you we're still using 2,000, but we'll give you an exact number in just a minute. But it is in the 2,000 range. I do want to say, since you're on this topic right now, that for the month of March, we had our highest number of move-ins, almost 100, in the month of March than we've had in years.
That's great.
Yes, and thank you. We believe that April will also yield a high number.
That's good. And so the two numbers that I really would like to know are the number of vacant units now and the number of units that you anticipate will be vacant at the end of fiscal year 24. So
we won't have that second one for you yet, but we should give you the vacancy number now. Are you verifying that?
Yes.
Okay.
We don't have a March report yet.
Okay.
Great. So, all right. So you know somewhere, you'll get it for me, but you know the number of current vacant units. Do you know the number that you are planning to rehabilitate?
Yes, that's the 1,200, the total of 1,200 for this year.
Okay,
That's
so
for this fiscal year.
okay.
Correct? We're still on target. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So we have 2,020 vacant units as of the end of March.
Okay. All right. And when this budget gets approved, by that time, will you know how many units you plan to rehabilitate next fiscal year?
What is our plan for next on the renovations? Yes. We plan to do another 425 in fiscal year 24.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm over time. Let me turn it back to Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be very brief, so don't get too comfortable, Chairman White. So I had asked about the number of units that are occupied by voucher residents and how that's changed over time. And I just want to be clear. I know that there's privacy issues. So, you can't, I don't know how granular you can make that, whether it can go by building or neighborhood that that you use to evaluate reasonable rents or zip code. But for it to be meaningful, I think some level of granularity, not just Ward 3, but can you speak to how granular you can make that data?
I know we could do it by neighborhoods in Ward 3. I think there is a concern about doing it by building for obvious reasons, but we can certainly break it down by neighborhood.
Okay, well, I think that'd be useful, and it really would be useful if it could show it over time. And I know you were reluctant to make too much of a commitment about data before your tenure at the agency, but I'm hopeful that it will be there and that you can provide it for that.
Sure, and I think we have provided information before by ward, so we could certainly compare that based on whatever was previously reported, and then currently to give you more of what you want, we would break it down by the sub neighborhoods. So I hope that was helpful.
That would be really helpful. The other thing is just sort of watching in this change in real time. What's your plan for informing the committee once you've chosen the tool that you're going to use? How can we be updated as we're moving down this road on the reasonableness calculations?
We know there's keen interest in it, and we can brief the committee on where we are and what the plans are. Be happy to do that. There's a lot of interest in this, and we want to make sure that we're sharing information. We have obviously a number of constituents who are waiting with bated breath to see what we're going to do, and we know this committee is a top priority, so we will let you know.
So, well, I appreciate that, because and also on the interplay with HUD and where we are in terms of HUD's insistence or not on back payments, because that's obviously a giant issue for the city.
Correct.
All right, well, with that, thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you again soon, Chairman White. I'm going to turn it back to you, and I'm going to call it a day. I don't know how much longer you'll be at this, but I'm done.
Very much, Council Member.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So still on the issue of capital dollars, and I look forward to having more detailed conversations around rent reasonableness. I think Councilmember Fruman dug deep into the weeds, so I'm going to hold off on further questions on that. But on the capital dollars, what are your benchmarks for the capital dollars in the proposed budget? Is there, is it reducing the number of vacancies, like bringing units back online? How do you anticipate the agency to measure success of the capital investment from district taxpayers?
Twofold. One is definitely occupancy. We know that we have way too many vacant units, and our goal is to increase occupancy, and that's our number one priority. The second one that is equally important is improving the quality of life for our current residents. And that's why we've started with the unit by unit inspection process to tell us exactly the condition of the units and what repairs need to be done, and then to go in quickly and make those repairs, and so that our units where residents live are up to code. And that's structured our capital budget plans.
Okay. Now on the open work orders, I think the last update I got, there were about 1,200. This is, and I know that there's an issue with work orders being done and not being closed out. Do you have I said 12,000, sorry. Of the 12,000, do you know how many of those work orders have been done? but just not closed out properly?
No, you don't.
I think that'll be a follow-up, and I appreciate you making that point, Chairman. You know, we've done a huge cleanup of old, outdated back work orders, some that accumulated during the first 2 years of the pandemic. And that was our summer blitz last year, where we cleaned up about 14,000 work orders. But we get about 4,000 to 5,000 new work orders a month, because we get a work order on every single request, and that's important so that we can track it in our system. But because of the volume and the pace at which we are moving now, we are a little bit behind on end dating or closing out the work orders in the system. So there's always going to be a point in time number and a lag. But the team is working hard to make sure that we're closing them out in the system so that we have a true picture of the outstanding work orders.
What's the long-term fix here to make sure the work order database is accurate?
One is making sure that our employees are doing timely entries. We've got monthly reports and doing a better job in terms of management and oversight. But we also had quite a few staffing vacancies in our maintenance team. So there are a number of things that we're trying to fix at the same time.
You updated the committee on the inspection and maintenance surge. This is the 16-week surge to inspect all properties.
Yes.
So as of the update we got, I think last Friday, inspectors have gone to 9 properties so far and inspected about 70% of the units at those properties. So that still leaves a couple dozen sites to be inspected. Are you still anticipating that this inspection push will be completed in 16 weeks total?
Yes, we're on track. And now that the council approved our DGS contracts, we're going to be able to bring on more inspectors. And because we started out with our own staff because we didn't want to wait for the contracts, but now we're in a groove, so to speak, and we have the contracts where we're at additional inspectors as well as the construction teams to actually do the work.
What kind of notice are you giving to residents? I was surprised that Misha Petway from Potomac Gardens didn't seem to know, who's the president of their association, didn't seem to know when the inspection was going to happen there.
We have, I think Potomac Gardens is in May. So we give typically 2 weeks notice so that people can get ready for the inspections. But I'm pretty sure that we have given the entire schedule to our resident council presidents so that they can look forward and know when their units or when their properties are scheduled to be inspected. If not, we will make sure they have them. But for those who are where we're coming out in the following week, or we have a whole communications plan and outreach efforts from staff as well as through our resident council leaders.
Okay. Can you double check those correspondence?
Yes, I absolutely will. And I'll be happy to send you our plan and our, I think we sent in our flyer as well as how we notify people.
Okay. And can you share the schedule with the committee?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to turn to an ongoing discussion that you and I have been having about various internal audit reports that you shared with the committee and with the board in recent months. And I know that this dialogue has been uncomfortable at times. I really think that having this information out in the open is productive. And I appreciate that you shared the March 3rd report with the committee and with the Inspector General. And so we've had a back and forth where I laid out my concerns about multiple incidents of illegal and unethical behavior. Collectively, I think that they show people believe they can get away with misconduct at the agency. I convened a press conference where I called for several forms of corrective action. One of the things was a request that DCHA come to this hearing with information on what steps the agency will take to transform the agency's culture. What can you tell me about plans to address cultural issues to ensure, to follow up on Councilmember Parker's question, you said, you don't know if there are other things. There certainly could be other things. What are you doing to address the types of issues that have come up, to say very clearly to folks in the agency, this type of behavior is not going to be acceptable. This is not the type of ship that we're running.
Well, let me start, Mr. Chairman, with what you and I do agree on, and that clearly is that there can be no tolerance for fraud, unethical behavior, bad business practices, any of that. And that has been my standard in every agency that I've ever run. And I have tried to make that point and to be very clear about expectations at DCHA since I've been in this role. We do have our own Office of Audit and Compliance, as you know, that is legally required. And we also have the HUD IG and DC Inspector General. So there are legal investigative bodies that are set up to determine whether or not there's fraud or abuse occurring. I'm not sure, obviously I was there, as you know, at your press conference. You and I haven't had a conversation about what your expectations are about a plan. You indicated that you were going to ask the Inspector General to do some type of review across the agency. We will certainly cooperate with anything. I don't know how or that it would be productive to go searching under the covers. I wouldn't even know how to. Not quite clear what your expectations are, other than for me to be clear as director that we don't tolerate that type of behavior, and that if we do find out, we will take swift action, which I have done. And I think actions that are very much do send a signal about specific behavior that is not to be tolerated. And I'm just not sure what your thinking is, your expectations, other than that.
So, well, let me then ask let me ask a specific question, or a couple specific questions. The Office of Audit and Compliance, which does the investigations and reports internal to the agency, that office is not included in the locally funded operating budget that the CFO transmits to the council. What are your plans for OAC staffing in the coming fiscal year?
So we have a process, so the staffing in our budget and our HUD budget remains the same. We have processes here at the agency to review staff at every department as part of our budget planning process. And if any of the managers believe they need additional staff, there are processes where they have to make a case for that. They have to, we have to talk about workloads and expectations and plans. And then when we make a decision at my level, at the executive level, to determine the appropriate staffing. We will be going into the FY24 federal budget planning process within the next month. And that's the opportunity to review staffing needs in that office or in any other office.
My recollection from our oversight hearing was that there were maybe 6 or 7 FTEs there. I think at that time, you didn't know how many there had been in the past, but suggested there were more. Do you have thoughts at this point as to whether, I know you still have some steps as you just indicated, but do you have thoughts at this point as to whether you need more FTEs in that office than you currently have?
I don't at this point. I know that there are a couple of vacancies that I approved. You know, again, when we have a vacancy, those have to be approved and a case has to be made whether or not we need to backfill a position. So I take that very seriously, that we have appropriate staff and not too much staff. And so I approved the backfilling of those 2 vacancies. But again, we're about to go into the budget planning process. So that's the time and place where we will review whether or not the staffing in that office is sufficient. And again, against other competing demands for additional staffing like property management and HCVP and other areas that where we have to consider staffing needs. But as you understand, we look at it across, look at it across the department.
DCHA recently posted updates on its activities responses to the HUD assessment. In the procurement section there's a note that an outside auditor is scheduled to complete a review of 15 randomly selected contracts later this month. Will that assessment report be public?
That will be something that we submit to HUD. So it's part of our HUD report.
So
Which is public, yes.
Okay. Let me move to some questions about public safety in the Housing Authority Police Department. Are there currently, or have there been previously, officers in the Housing Authority Police Department who have been fired from other departments for misconduct?
This is Chief Maupin. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Good afternoon, Chief.
I'm not aware of anyone that we hired that's been fired for any type of serious misconduct. I believe there was one officer that was hired fired for an administrative matter that when we took a hard look at it, we didn't feel that it prevented her from being rehired. She was a former employee of ours, so we knew her background. So we did take the chance of rehiring that particular officer. But on a general basis, no.
And how many officers, do you have officers stationed at properties?
The Office of Public Safety fulfills its mission by hiring 3 categories of officers. We have security officers that are stationed at all of our senior properties and some family properties. We have special police officers who are stationed at particular properties, and some of them roam. And we have sworn officers who have the same authority as Metropolitan Police Department. And they are, because of the numbers and the number of properties they have to cover, they may have multiple properties they have to cover during their shift.
Okay. So the officers, the second category, the officers that are stationed, are there officers stationed at all public housing properties or just some?
Just some. We don't have the capacity to station at all public housing properties. That's why we use the roaming process, where an officer may have 3 properties he has to cover during his 8-hour tour.
How do you determine how long an officer will be present at a particular property?
We will look at what the crime rate or what the activity is at a particular property. Sometimes they may have to spend the whole tour at that particular property. Sometimes we'll give them specific time frames. We might give them 3 properties where they stay 2 hours at each one of those properties and patrol. And if something happens or something occurs on that property, they have the latitude, the officials have the latitude to tell them, well, let's stay on that property for the remainder of your tour. So it's a fluid situation because every day something may change. So you might have a big event at one property that you have to pull officers from one place to another, which is the nature of police work.
Okay. What are your thoughts, Chief One? We heard some people testified today, some at our oversight hearing about ongoing safety concerns at particular properties. How do we address that? How do we make people feel safe? We heard from a mother who said she requested a safety transfer because her 7-year-old son can't play outside. That's not something any of us want to see. How do we address this?
And it's certainly not anything we want to see either. We work very closely with our law enforcement partners, namely MPD as our biggest partner, to ensure that if we can't be there all the time, that they have courtesy patrols to our properties also. When our department was created, it was created to assist the existing law enforcement agencies in the city. It by no way took the responsibility of any department from patrolling our properties. MPD understands that. I work very closely with Chief Conti and have for years. We worked together when I was with MPD. We worked together for a long period of time, and he understands that our mission, and his team understands our mission. So if we can't patrol it, we ensure that MPD provides some coverage also. We have a project every day that we contact our watch commander, which is the shift commander, contacts the shift commander of each of the 7 patrol districts. He explains to them what coverage we have and would ask for assistance at different areas that they can assist with. So that way we have some type of coverage going through all our properties.
How many FTEs do you have, and how many of those are for sworn officers?
We have allocated 30 positions for sworn officers, an additional 16 positions for sworn officials. That includes myself, my lieutenants and sergeants. Of those positions, I think we have 13 vacancies right now. And as you may read throughout what's happening in the country, law enforcement vacancies are very hard to fill right now. We're in very tight competition with other local authorities, namely our best partner here in the city. As you know, the mayor and the council has approved some significant pay increases for the brethren over there that we haven't been able to catch up with. So it's very difficult for us to hire. We've still been doing it, but at a much smaller rate. That's why we really need that partnership.
Thank you, Chief. Let me move to something else that came up, a couple things that came up from testimonies. Some folks in the landlord community testified about damage done to properties, and I want to be clear, damage is done by people who have vouchers and people who don't have vouchers. But right now, we're just talking about folks with vouchers. When damage is done to a property by a tenant who had a voucher, there's no fund set up to assist, Director?
There's the Landlord Partnership Fund that is administered by the CHNED. And our landlords sign up for that. That's for DHS customers, which of course on the local level are the majority of our voucher and subsidy clients.
How is that funded?
It's, as I understand it, it's privately funded.
Do you have thoughts on setting up in a similar internal fund, or do you know if the existing fund is sufficient?
I don't know, and it's something for us to look at.
Okay. The reason I ask is again, this is something that does happen with every tenant, every kind of tenant, regardless of payment method. What I don't want is to, it's illegal to discriminate against people based on source of income or payment, but we know that this happens, and I just want to make sure we're thinking about things that may make the hill steeper for some of the people we want to serve. So I appreciate you thinking through this. There was concern raised about some of the tenant advocacy and legal organizations raised some concerns about the draft administrative and other regulations that you're drafting, and the timeline for that 45 days. Folks are suggesting there's just too much here to do a meaningful review and exchange of ideas in 45 days. What's your response to that?
And I appreciated your response that said they're both sides of the coin, that we have to come into compliance with HUD within the time frame, which is May 30th. There are multiple steps to updating these plans. We took it very, very seriously. Our team has been working since January in looking at every aspect of the plan, again, that we are supposed to already have in place. So this is another one where we're having to go back and update. We've been meeting with various stakeholders throughout this time. So it's not that we just posted something and said, review it, comment, and come back. We've had multiple meetings with residents. First of all, the ACOP plan is the one that directly affects residents. We've had meetings at almost all of our public housing properties. We've met with our resident leaders. We did a briefing early on with our citywide advisory board. We've briefed our board in 2 very detailed meetings that were open to the public. We had a public hearing. We met with advocates. This has been probably the most comprehensive and extensive process, outreach and communications process that we have ever done. So we're moving aggressively to meet a very aggressive timeline by HUD. And it's important that we have these plans updated and that we are meeting HUD requirements. Some of the elements in the plans are ones that the agency should have been doing over the years, or that we already have in place, but we have not been implementing. So there's certainly a lot of pressure on me and my team to make sure that we are well trained. And so that's the second part, is that once the board approves the policies, and at the same time, we've been developing the procedures, and then we have to do the training so that we can implement right away. All of this is required by HUD. And so we have had to make sure that we're organized here efficiently so that we're able to implement, document, and track and do quality assurance for the various steps.
There are a couple concerns that your response doesn't address. One is one witness, William Jordan, raised the concern that some of these meetings just weren't adequately publicized because these folks would have come. So so with respect to public input, how did you advertise the meetings?
Well, we actually have had quite good turnout at our public housing properties, more so than normally turnout even for elections. So there's been interest in communications. We have worked through our citywide advisory board. It's been our leadership in terms of getting information out. Then through our resident council president, so I forgot to mention that, we met with them and briefed them. Then, so they are echo chambers of communications to residents, and then we have distributed flyers and through social media to our residents. So I know, Mr. Jordan looks on and comes to our board meetings and is a steady observer, but he's not a public housing resident. So this is one where we have done an amazing job, and more so than anything I've ever seen us do in terms of communications and outreach. And we have listened to that feedback that we have gotten from our residents, and we've made changes in some of the policies that they were concerned about. I think that's really important to know, that it's not that we're just driving something, top down. These policies affect residents and they make a difference. And some of them, are, raise concerns. For example, you may have heard about the pet policy, and I'm a pet lover, but we had a pretty strict pet policy that actually has been in existence. We just had not been administering it. And we listened to our residents who want us to grandfather in their pets, and we have agreed to do that. But we also listen to other residents who are concerned about people having pets who are running loose and are not picking up behind them, or some of them are too large and menacing. So balancing those things out. The same thing with our visitation policies. Our residents want us to be careful about who's on the properties, because as the chief will tell you from his arrest data, most of the crime that is committed on our property is not committed by residents, it's by outsiders. And so our residents are very cautious and want to know, who's an authorized resident, who's an authorized visitor. So we have to balance that out with being, having common sense policies that don't punish people from having their grandkids, which we want to be able to support. So I think it's a thorough, thoughtful, responsive process that that I think we can all be proud of.
For the ACOP and the administrative plan, are you suggesting, because you start out by saying you have to be responsive to HUD, that you're only addressing the provisions that HUD is requiring?
No, sir. We went through all of the policies and looked at best practices at other jurisdictions that are similar to ours. Should we make a change? Is this now time to update? We've clarified language. We use this as a chance to really, to make sure that our policies reflect what is happening in, locally, but what are the best practices in the public housing industry?
Okay. So when you met with public housing residents, what was the feedback process? So you show up to a meeting, how did they digest what's in there and give you feedback?
Yep. Multiple ways. So at the meetings on site at our properties, there were Q&A procedures, not procedures, Q&A periods where they ask questions. We start out with giving a presentation explaining what this is, but then Q&A time. We also have, in posting the plans on our website since the end of January, we have gotten feedback via our website. We have gotten direct letters, as I think you have, from advocates, from our resident leaders. So there are multiple channels of communication.
But if they came to a meeting, when were the draft policies, ACOP and the administrative plan, when was that released? When was the draft released?
February 14th.
Okay. And when did the meetings with residents take place?
Oh, I have a whole list.
Roughly, like
They started, I mean, they started even before we posted, they started conceptually in January. And they have gone through, so you want, I mean, I can send it to you, but it's a long list. So
Okay.
at the end of February, we had the Citywide Advisory Board. March 6th, we had a public hearing. March 13th, we had resident council presidents. March 14th, we had the DC Preservation Network. So we also had our providers who administer vouchers and other stakeholders. March 15th, we had advocates. March 20th, we met with ICH, Interagency Council on Homelessness, Housing Solutions Committee, with March 14th, the Housing Provider Work Group, and then a list of resident council meetings all throughout March, through the month of March.
Are due, or were they already due?
Yes, the comments were due on March the 31st. And we got quite a few.
Final question. One of the questions that we sent before the hearing asked about DCHA's role when a tenant with a voucher complains that there's inadequate security for a building. Your response focused on scenarios where the voucher holder is the source of the disturbance. And so I want to ask about that aspect. Do you think that there's room for DCHA to help encourage landlords to adopt better security practices? But there were also some residents that their testimonies gave me concern that when folks have vouchers, it's not always clear to them where they take the complaints if their complaints aren't being taken seriously by landlords. So how do you address complaints from voucher holders when their complaints are not adequately addressed by their landlords?
So voucher holders certainly can come respond to us, reach out to their housing specialist. I apologize. Or to our inspector. So not all buildings, as you know, have on-site security, but they can reach out and we can send an inspector out to make sure that the landlord is complying with the terms of the lease and is keeping the property up. And we also, in some situations that are egregious, we send our Office of Audit and Compliance out to make sure that the landlord is doing what they're supposed to do. And we have a whole inspection process, but we also have the mediation process that had been mentioned earlier. Excuse me.
So, I mean, you raised something in response that sort of triggered something that we heard a lot of here. So you suggest that they can call. I don't know, like, I mean, how many numbers DCHA has, but people were testifying that they can't get anyone on the phone. And there were a lot of communication issues raised in testimonies. For folks that testified today, raising concerns about being able to reach the agency and communication with the agency, what's your message to them?
I hear them, and we've been working on this, and we have to get better. I agree, and it's painful when I hear that. We've taken some steps. We have increased the number of staff for our call center. That is we've increased the number of staff at our call center, which is the main number that everybody calls. Unfortunately, that's the number that everybody calls for everything. And as we're doing a better job at automating our systems, I mentioned the platform that we're doing with the Rent Cafe, where people wouldn't have to necessarily call in to see where they are at a, you know, in a step of a process, but they could be able to look online. That's one thing. I said the other is that we've mandated that all of our staff put on their email addresses, their cell phone numbers, and they are expected to return calls within 24 hours or 1 business day. We're pushing accountability more, you know, down to the managers, but we definitely have some improvement to make in terms of responsiveness, and we should be held accountable for that. So, you know, we're working at it all the time.
Appreciate that. Those are all the questions I have. Director, thank you to you and your team for being with us today, for being attentive to the testimonies. And there were some folks who seem to really need to be able to reach the agency. I hope that you all will be able to reach them, and we can help facilitate if necessary for any of those. I do want to also thank our public witnesses for joining us today, and suggest for anyone who was not able to testify but would like to submit testimony for the record, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. You can email testimony to the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov, housing@dccouncil.gov. The record for this hearing will close at the close of business 1 week from today. That would be Monday, April 17th. Finally, if anyone listening wants to learn more and get involved in our work, please sign up for our newsletter at robertwhiteatlarge.com. With that, the business before this committee is concluded. The time is now 6:36 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned. Thank you again, everybody.